that's just the way it is. Yeah, that's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you in my web. Don't try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. To play. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. You let it come in. You let it come in.
Dancing with the devil, dancing Welcome to another wonderful year of the LPL and another wonderful year of the last hit. As you can see, we're changing things up a little bit this year. Crazy is our game, right? So it'll be me, Mazel, as your main host week to week, joined by my constant co-host. And I read that I had to say this in the contract somewhere, but Emmy Award-winning contributor, World Semifinals casting, MSI Semis Finals casting, 3-time LPL Finals caster, and the only caster in the LPL to win a regular season MVP award. We've got Jordan Lyric Corby here with me. Woo! The crowd goes wild. Thank you.
I can't.
Perfect. That's exactly what
That
I
was
wanted.
so
We're
much
gonna move on, 'cause I
cringier
was
and
contracted
worse
to
than
do
I
all
actually
that.
could have imagined. Like
as our
hearing
third
you
slot,
say
we're
it
gonna
out
have
loud.
the mixing up just a little bit. We're gonna be rotating either Dagda or Ox or potentially something else. You know, maybe some special guests week in, week out. But here, starting it off, we've got the Irishman himself. We've got Dagda. How you doing, man? Welcome to the new year. Long time no see. I'm excited to have you.
Yeah, happy to be here, and it's good to be back on the last hit. It's been a hot minute since we kind of had a lot of LPL action, so I'm ready for 2022.
It
This
really
year
does.
looks so
But we gotta
spicy.
start off by capping off 2021 because look at me, camera. Look at me. We are the greatest region in the world. The LPL are the world championship winners, and it doesn't stop here. The year is gonna get crazier. EDG tied a bow beautifully on 2021, and we got to celebrate that just a little bit. So guys, I want to go ahead and start the conversation off by talking about what is EDG, who made EDG, and for me, I'm going to start off by saying it was Viper all year long. I think Viper had such a consistent carry mindset throughout the year, and really having that top off in the final, being helped out by JJ. I think Viper makes EDG. What about you, Dagda?
Yeah, I think Viper, obviously absolutely amazing. I mean, I've seen that clip of me losing my mind in summer finals
Just a couple,
of
right?
times,
Just a couple. No.
which is where I didn't expect to be on screen. But yeah, Viper's an absolute monster. I think by head and shoulders far away the best AD card that we had in the LPL in 2021. Curious to see if that remains in 2022 with certain faces coming back, but definitely think Viper was a monster. But I think the most curious thing for me is like looking at the finals, how they kind of shifted away, even kind of over the course of the World Championship, away from the bot lane and playing around Viper to playing around Flandre in that top lane. Because honestly, Flandre had an astounding performance, and same with JJ. Like, I think there was so many standout performers on that roster that was more than just Viper. It's hard to just be like, oh yeah, this was all
I asked you
on
the
Viper's
question.
shoulders. There's
Whose
so much
name
more to
is
this
in
team.
your mind for EDG? Come on, man. You gotta give me a name at least. You can't say the whole team. That's like the weak answer.
Well,
Yeah,
apart from
true.
Corgi,
No,
because
you can
Corgi's
stick
on
with
it.
that answer. That's fine. We all know who carried.
Yeah, I think it'll be I think Viper definitely carried, but I just want to give a special shout out to Flandre. I thought Flandre was exceptional.
Wow, I'm surprised all three of us are going different ways. I feel like Viper was definitely the force that got them to Worlds, but funnily enough, I think Viper was the most quiet EDG player at Worlds. I mean, it was still good, right? Consistently doing well in lane, like not getting caught out, doing his like job in team
No,
fights.
I asked you a simple
my
question. There was
See, because I don't want to pick one name. Scout or JJ has to be it. I'll go. Okay. I will go with JJ for the fact that I feel like the only question mark EDG really had all year long was like, okay, how good can JJ play, right? I do like Rob's point about them playing more towards topside, not only at Worlds, but I think it was the finals, their last series, right, where they started playing up more towards topside when they played up against FPX.
Very true.
It did help that Flandre wasn't allowed to get Graves like every game of Worlds.
He played Chase as well.
He was sick on. So
Chase as
again,
well.
that one, special shout out to EDG's coaching staff. True, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like if JJ didn't step up at Worlds and actually like clap people like Canyon, then I mean EDG probably would have done nowhere near as well. I feel like the only jungler that maybe outperformed JJ in their series was Klid, but even that series, I don't feel like JJ had a bad tournament. So overall, I mean, I think Rob
And
nailed
that's
it
why
when
they
he
all got
wanted to be
houses.
like,
I mean,
when he was naming everyone.
that's how it
The
goes.
team just played well overall. That's why they won Worlds. But I think the
Watching
most
the make or break documentary, it was so cool to see like JJ basically like how hard he was struggling as well. Like when you look at like all through summer and like in spring in playoffs and that, and then to have him like just out.
That's what I was gonna say. Like
of all players to have to
Clap
out juggle
and
the
Canyon
finals
in the
is
same
so
sentence
sick.
that Lyric said. Like that just blows
Yeah.
my mind. That's a statement that we can say, and I think that's so
Yeah.
indicative of the EDG season towards the end, right? Like I just think it's such a miraculous run from the things that we saw from them in the summer split, and really being able to trudge through all that as a team, and the fact that we get to see that kind of extra mentality come through for that team. When you're looking at the documentaries, you're seeing behind the scenes the togetherness that I feel like that squad had was second to none.
Yeah, I do have
predicted
one question to
RNG.
kind of walk it
That
back.
was my-
did
that was my
either of
crystal
you guys
ball.
predict EDG to win
Yeah.
Worlds going into Worlds?
So the thing was, I went.
I
on
also
to all
predicted-
the different,
I also predicted
accounts
RNG.
that I have on League EU West, and I just bought the different ones and predicted each
Nice.
LPL team
At
to
least
win.
you're right
So
in
one
some
of
world.
so somewhere. Yeah, somewhere I could say I predicted EDG to win. But yeah, I mean, the real answer was I predicted RNG. I was really
All three of
hoping that
us.
we'd kind of end up with a golden roll, but didn't have it. And then,
Oh, wow.
yeah, I thought coming into it, EDG didn't look like they looked great, but I just didn't think that they had the star power essentially, or the maybe star power is the wrong word. I didn't think that they had the play. It was like a jack of all trades, right? I didn't see a certain play style where they just kind of outright won against some of the better teams, especially when you're looking at a team like Damwon. I was like, how does this team actually beat them? And it didn't feel like they had an answer until we started to see them kind of swap up their style and then have those standout performances.
They
from
just had a
pretty much
more
everyone
sturdy
across
boat.
the team.
Yeah, I feel like for EDG, the reason why I didn't predict them was, when EDG are performing like every player's playing at their best, they look prepped like for finals when they're taking away all of FPX's picks and this kind of thing. I think EDG do look like, even, before Worlds, do look like a team that could be or is best in the world. The question is like, can EDG do that the whole tournament long? That's what I didn't know, right? You slip up one day in one best of 5, whether it is against Damwon or whether it is against an RNG, right? It's like, well, your whole tournament's suddenly over. So that was where I didn't have faith, but I mean, heck, I think that makes EDG's win even cooler. The fact that I don't know how many of us LPL casters actually
On that, I
predicted
will
EDG
say,
to
as
win.
like
I think
LPL
someone
casters,
did.
like, yeah, they
I just
could
can't remember
be,
who.
But here's the list of all
yeah.
the cons that we have.
Let
Like,
me
just
get
so
my
you're aware,
folders
these
out real
exist.
quick.
It's not like we're the best. It's like we could be, maybe, if we just do this and this. But yeah, I think the thing that I wanted to hit on off of Jordan's piece there was just like we saw that like lack of prep kind of hurt them in groups, right? Like when we look at EDG in groups, they didn't look anywhere near as strong as they had in playoffs. They were struggling to try and adapt to this Enchanter bot lane, and we saw Mako getting caught out quite a bit and trying to facilitate that style. It really didn't look comfortable, and even just kind of trying to transfer that pressure rather than playing around the bot lane as they had traditionally in summer, like moving that pressure up towards Flandre in the top lane took a bit of growing room, and it had a few growing pains. So I definitely think like EDG improved over the course of the split, where they were having the scrims in the background to get them to where they look comfortable, but I don't think it was like ever going to be smooth sailing. And the fact that they came in groups and looked dodgy, and even when we're like talking about them coming into playoffs, it was like, look, they really do have the potential to show up, but this is a team that does really well when they prep, but also is a team that needs time to kind of get used to the style.
And I think that's the most interesting part of like seeing that whole growth throughout the end of that season. But also for me, that lends extremely into 2022, because when you're looking at this EDG roster, they running it back. I mean, there's like it's crazy to me that you can stick with this team who showed so much growth, who showed such an incredible anime arc, if you will, in 2021, and get to see an iteration of that again.
I just love how you say incredible anime art.
Lyric, don't
I'm
take
trying to
it
think
away
of
from
an
us.
anime
Come
arc
on.
where some rich guy throws a bunch of money at his problems, because
It was.
I was gonna say I feel like that roster was pretty good the whole year. I don't know if there was some crazy transformation, but yeah, running it into 2022, I think they're going to be a big winner of early split because I think literally every other team in the LPL has a roster change. I don't think there's any single team other than EDG that made no changes. So I think EDG should be able to do well early. My question is how EDG are going to do in the meta. You would expect it to be fine, right? Because there's like a lot of agency on bot laners right now. So Viper's going to be able to do well. Flandre can just chill. You have like Lee Sin, Xin Zhao meta. So, JJ's going to do well. I just know this. I expect this shouldn't be the perfect meta for Scout, right? The Victors, the Corkis, the Orianas. Not that Scout's bad on any of those champions. It just feels like Scout pops off when Scout can play high agency. So I wonder if this team will still end first. I think they should be considered favorites, right? They just won Worlds. They're running it back.
Do you still doubt the Kings?
I don't know. I guess the amount of changes from other teams
some art, like a
still a question mark. I'm like,
EDG hoist the trophy for a second time, and I get to keep this recording and throw it in Lyric's face.
I'm just saying, like, every other team is a question. It's not, is EDG worse? Is one of the other
I think that's
teams that try to make a super team or
I also
something
expect EDG to have like kind of some jet lag coming into the split because every year we see teams that like have a deep run in Worlds, they end up coming back, they take time off, and it means that you are a bit slower to pick up on the patch. And that's obviously going to be twice as true here because you got 3 weeks quarantine going back to China. So by the time you actually get some time to relax and then you're moving in towards scrims, it's going to be messy. But I agree with Lyric. I mean, you've got top 2, if not still the best AD carry, although it's going to be tough, obviously, with Uzi coming back for Viper. I think you've got an ability to play around bot lane that's going to be great, and Viper would do well with those resources. So it feels like a meta where EDG will do pretty well, apart from, as Lyric was saying, for Scout. So I think, despite they might have a rocky start coming into it, I still think EDG are top team coming into LPL, especially because I just don't see a huge amount of star power in the bot lane for a lot of the other teams, right? Like Billy, I'm going to take out of the equation, but like RNG for Gala and Ming, right? Like they are a strong duo, but they're not like an insane carry duo, right? It's been kind of like, hey, we'll do our thing in the lane phase, Ming goes and roams, and then we'll kind of come back later where Gala's strong in team fights. Like, there's not a huge amount of teams where, like, WE has got Xing and Kadai coming in. LNG, I actually want to see Iwandi start. I don't think Lumao is that great. And then you still got Lights, who's not amazing. Like, there's not a huge amount of teams where I go, oh, yeah. Well, like, LWX and Hung, I think, are actually probably the other duo that I'm looking at going, yeah, they look insanely good. But everyone else, I'm like, yeah, sure. Jackie loves Zhuo, but there's no one really where I'm like, oh yeah, this is a standout bot lane that they look comfortable playing around as much as EDG do. And if the meta stays that way, I'm pretty confident EDG are going to look well.
I was gonna say it's actually kind of interesting when you bring up bot lanes, because you're right. It's like, okay, we're looking at BLG's bot lane. I honestly don't think it matters which iteration they run in terms of, like, Doggo or Uzi with Crisp is going to be super solid. FPX's bot lane's good. The only other bot lane that you didn't mention, I think, is Weibo's. I think, Weibo, FPX, BLG, EDG, pretty much everyone outside of those, it's like, not... There's an issue somewhere. Either they have an AD carry that seems like a bit mediocre, or they have a support, which I'd say in the LPL, once you get past the top, like, 4-ish supports, I think the role really takes a pretty big hit.
Yeah.
I think Sword Art, again, individually, no matter what you think of him, I think with Hwanpong, you can even see Demacia Cup, like, it looked good, they looked happy, they looked comfortable, they were doing pretty well. So, yeah, it's going to kind of be interesting to see if that bot lane dynamic influences early standings with the teams we just mentioned, considering you do have things like Jinx and Caitlyn and Aphelios coming back into the meta, right?
And being able to see that kind of shine in the new season with all the changes coming towards this, with everything coming into 2022, that's where, like, I look to that side to shine even harder, right? We know that there's some late game possibilities with the bot lane and trying to sync that up, but especially towards that top side, EDG, that's where the spotlight is for me going into this season.
And the thing I love about you bring up topside is, like,
he's got
Andre always does well
right?
at the beginning of a split. Every split, I don't know why, but, like, you think about 2021 summer, he was just popping off. I remember early summer split EDG was either a Flandre or Scout highlight reel. It was like every other game. It was just interchangeable which of them were
true,
carrying
but,
series. So
there's another
I
roster,
am
and
looking
you
forward
kind of
to our
alluded to it
Overlord
that
early
I
split
want to talk
Flandre.
about specifically, not just because I'm one of the only casters to have gotten to cast him, but Uzi's BLG roster, if you will, the star power roster. You mentioned, right, Chris being good with Uzi and Doggo, but the question and the thing that I find the most interesting about this whole team, but specifically this bot lane, and we can kind of break down the rest of the roster, but Uzi and Crisp, right? In 2021, I feel like Crisp was very much on the heavy roam style of support, and I'm wondering how that plays into Uzi's style coming into 2022. Does he represent a different play style coming into it? Is he still the resource hungry bottom lane king? And so I really find that an interesting question and conversation to have.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to how Crisp will pair with Uzi, I think it'll be totally fine. If anyone's familiar with Uzi's streams, him and Crisp are actually like super good friends. Crisp has been a top 4 support in the LPL for years. I mean, heck, 2019 was the best. Him and Ming have kind of always fought in that conversation, and Mako, of course, with how EDG's been up and down over the past few years, kind of going in and out. But let's remember that 2019 FPX just played all around bot.
Like,
so,
yeah, let's go
yeah, so I think Chris will just be chill, and if the other members of BLG can adapt to playing around Uzi, because I do think Uzi is a force that will pull you around bot, whether he is consciously like actually doing it, which I think he is. I think he's just a very vocal player, but I even know this from my time coaching teams that had star players, whether it was like when I was in Brazil with BRTT or when I was in Turkey and had Naru. It's like other players that are working with these guys are conscious of either how good they are, the reputation, all this type of stuff, and they just kind of tend to go that way. I remember, Dag, you were talking about this the other day, is like, but how does this team work together on paper? Because you look at pretty much everyone in this team has performed best when the team that they were on played towards them. W with Breathe, I think Weiwei's best split was still 2020 V5, when V5 just pretty much were all like, hey, PB got in mole roaming and enabling Weiwei. Fofo's obviously Fofo, and I can't imagine him sacrificing his resources for anyone else. I just don't know. Right? This team I actually don't expect to be as high.
No, but I do find it really interesting.
I don't know, Mazel.
Yeah, and that's where my biggest question is as well. Is like Fofo was never kind of a big roamer when he was on any of his past teams, so I'm really curious to see what happens when he comes into this. Now, we have seen him perform well in champions like Galio, and he played a little bit of Twisted Fate there in playoffs, but I still think he is definitely performed best when he is the main carry, and Leon was playing heavily towards him. So I don't know, it feels like you're going to need a very different style, and I know that Breathe in the past has played more kind of like a kind of weak side, where he's just going to kind of sit there, do his thing, and get to the later portion of the game. But I really don't know is the answer. And especially when you add in the fact that there's so many egos on this team as well. I am quite worried. And one of the things that I was looking at as well is like, Uzi's never found success off of RNG. Like, when you look at him with, I think it was Chowga Reapers, when he went to OMG, like OMG, I think it was 2015, where he was like struggling to basically find like ways to play the game with the rest of the team, because he had his own style of trying to play the game. And now when you come across the BLG, where you probably have very similar things with how people want to play the game, you're looking at like Weiwei style of jungle is quite set. Fofo, maybe he can change. Breathe, maybe he can change. But there is definitely going to be a style that Uzi wants to play. And if that isn't the way that the rest of the team functions, I can see this team just imploding. So I feel like this is either going to be like a top 2 team, or it's going to be like barely.
So then I guess
playoffs.
the thing for me to lead into next is like, what kind of season are we going to get out of Uzi? Because I, as a big fan, low jokes aside,
Did we get a season?
I still would love to see a return to former form Uzi, right? I know that's never going to happen. Health concerns are absolutely precedent, and you have to take care of your body. I would love to see that driven Uzi who wants to be a part of it, right? Or can be a part. It doesn't want to. He always would want to, right? But I want to see if that is the kind of Uzi we get in 2022, or what iteration of Uzi do we get? How much is Doggo going to be playing? How does that interact with their strategy and the way that they approach the game, right?
I will.
So I was just gonna ask how much do you guys think Uzi will play?
I have a feeling
I'm on the low end.
as
I don't think
usual,
Uzi's playing
right,
much this
where
split.
He kind of goes, all right, I'm not going to play until after Chinese New Year,
Okay.
and then I think we will get him. Like I've been watching a bit of his stream, and he still looks insane. Like game-changing level of play. Like the dude is just a monster.
Yep.
So and it feels weird that you pay the probably obscene amount of money that you need to
Not
get
gonna-
Uzi because he's Uzi. Then you're like, all right, buddy,
Have
you
a
warm
good
the
one,
bench
man.
for us.
We'll
Don't
see you
worry.
in a
It's
little
like I
bit.
don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah. I do think though it'll be the same
yeah.
where it's like after Chinese New Year, that's when he really comes in. But I think we'll see him a good bit after that. And I still think he will define the team, right? And like define the games that he's in. He looks like an absolute monster. We still have things like Ezreal and Kai'Sa. Like even though you've got like kind of the Jinx Caitlyn, like you got Crown of the Shattered Queen Ezreal, that's really good. The Luden's Echo Kai'Sa build is looking really good. Like these are things that he can just pop the hell off on. So I think when it comes to, and even Caitlyn as well, like he was renowned for his Caitlyn back in the day for how obscene he was on just controlling the lane and coming out like massive amounts of CS ahead. So this is the Uzi meta. So to not make use of this guy at this point just seems absolutely insane.
It's just a gut
I think
feeling.
it would be crazy. I don't know why I expect it. I don't have any good reason whatsoever. It just kind of goes along with all the mojo stuff of last year. It's just something tells me we're gonna come maybe to like
I'm not
week
gonna
5
lie,
or week
if
6
I
of
end up
LPL.
after
maybe
3
that
years,
starts
twice being teased with casting Uzi to not get Uzi, I'm gonna be so annoyed.
BLG,
I'm
if
gonna
you're
be
watching
so
this, don't let this happen, Dagda. Please don't let this happen. I just love it. Yeah, go ahead.
I do want to add though, just real quick on a note that even with the questions or skepticism, if this team can like mesh together, I still think that there's no way this isn't a playoff roster. I think this team just has like a level of skill where they're just gonna stomp. The Anyone's Legends, the LGDs, even like the bottom mid-tier team. I think once you get up towards like the 12th through 10th spot, even like the
OMG
IGs
as
of the
well,
world, I think
Uzi,
BLG probably just crush. So
killing people on Summoner's Rift is just like riding a bike, apparently. You just can pick it up at any moment. It's just fine. I'm really looking forward to that roster. But another roster that I think that I would love to get a conversation about is our previous world champions in FPX. And with the changes, the big changes that are coming to this long-standing roster this year, I just think it's beyond interesting. And then you get Clid thrown in the mix at the last moment here to kind of change things up for them even more. I think it's so fun. And for FPX, it's kind of like a rebirth.
I'm really glad that
By the end of this podcast, I want lyrics to be like, hanging over the side of his chair
he
crying.
did that.
That's
He
what
did
I want.
yeah, I think for FPX, like I'm silently hopeful for this team. Well, maybe not so silently now, but I'm like I think LWX and Hung look insane together. I love how they play around bot lane. I love that Hung feels like he's just unleashed. Maybe hopefully it's not just the Demacia Cup thing. I really do hope the Hung just plays like so crazy every single game that we actually get in LPL.
I'm scared.
I love this, but I'm really glad with the addition of Clid, because one of the things that I noticed from Demacia Cup was how quiet kind of Gory was in the mid lane. Wasn't really roaming now. He was on things like the Victor and that, which didn't allow him to roam a huge amount, but I still think that like having Clid, who speaks fluent Mandarin and obviously has Korean, is going to help out massively in just like trying to get Gory involved in it. And Clid as well, with the early game champions that he has, should be able to play relatively well around Gory as well, because Gory's lane phase isn't the greatest, so having someone who can try and like facilitate that and bring him into team fights where he's stronger is going to do wonderful. So honestly, I think with like Gory and LWX in team fights, I think you should be fine. My biggest question mark for this team is Xiao Hu. I think he looks very good for a rookie. The only thing is you can still see a lot of rookie mistakes, so it's give him time. I think he'll look really good. But definitely for spring, I think you might see teams trying to just exploit the fact that he's only just new and trying to find that weakness in FPX.
Yeah, I think
You've bought into
I
the
know
opium.
I'm 100% putting way too much stock in Demacia Cup, because like I thought about this when I watched the recent LPL talk that Dom put out with Kelsey
LWX
and
looks
Peter
good,
Dunn.
man.
that
I
they're almost
thought
not
so.
talking about like LWX and Hung at all. And I'm just like, oh my god. Well, no. But again, no, he
Yeah.
did look good. I mean, and I don't want to take. They said that, but the point is, like, they're all focusing on like Shallow, who last week was so good, and like this, all this stuff, and it's like, I never thought about that. Could have just been a one-off Demacia Cup performance, right? Like LWX has showed his peaks many, like on and off many times before. Just because LWX was so cracked in Demacia Cup doesn't mean he'll be like that all year. I want to believe.
Yeah.
LWX,
Lyric
and I think
found
especially
the
Hung
copium hose
Hung
that was
mechanically was
connected to
hitting
his
hooks
body.
he had
is now
no business hitting in that series. But dude, it's just, I just want to believe in this team. I think even looking at Shallow, who like when he came in last year, and even his Demacia Cup performance, I think was pretty good. I think he showed he was really good in lane when he was filling in for FPX. He obviously had that 1v2, or it was like 1v3 outplay, I believe, in mid lane on Jace last year as well. He could be a big carry point.
Does
I
it have
think
the
Gory
opposite
just looks
effect
so
of being bad
underwhelming in
Demacia
Demacia
Cup?
Cup.
He was really good in
Like,
regular season.
was
I think that works
in its
out.
own right. He's not.
Yeah.
Could be. Could have been jet lag. Could have been a lot of factors there with him. But I know in LCK is not known as a fantastic laner. Is known for like team fighting and his impact on the map later on. But even then in Demacia Cup, he got caught out a lot. It felt like he had some very hit or miss ults because half of his games were on Orianna, half of them were on Victor. So some shockwaves changed the game. Some shockwaves hit absolutely no one. But like Rob was saying, maybe with Clid coming on the roster, that will help him out. I do also think Beitron looks improved since he last subbed in for FPX. So even if Clid doesn't work out, I think this team is like a decent baseline. And if Shallahu can become like the star that this team thinks he could, or like the glimpses he's shown, then I think this is a solid team. Until then, I think they are squarely, like, comfortably upper middle of the pack. I expect them to be, somewhere between like 6th, 7th place. They're probably going to be much better than all the teams under them. And
gets thrown in
yeah,
there
I think this is one of the most exciting rosters we have in LPL right now.
Coming from seemingly nothing, like being able to come away from losing a lot of core pieces to the team and having a team that is vying for one of the top slots this year. But
I do find it kind of funny as well watching the gory story, because it's basically scouts, right? Like, it's like comes across, like, basically Gory starts on SKT, trains under Faker. It's like, do you know what? Maybe if I go to EDG and train under Scout for a little bit, and then I go back and I play in Korea, and then I come back to the LPL again. Like, it's quite funny to see. Just kind of the parallels there, and it'll be interesting to see how he does do an FPX. I am hopeful with Click coming across, but yeah, I have no idea what his level of Mandarin is. Obviously, he's been in China for a little bit before, so hopefully the transition will be easier. But yeah. I'm kind of the same as Lyric.
I just keep looking at all these rosters that I'm like, oh yeah, mid lane looks so stacked, and then I start looking at all ADCs. I'm like, man, ADC is just, and you just progressively go through all the rosters. You're like, my goodness, this year's gonna be insane. For me, like, one of the scariest factors going into this 2022 is the Tarzan Douyin combo for LNG. Like, that mid-jungle duo, especially with the way things are panning out, in the seemingly, at least in the meta, like, that is terrifying.
Lyric knows.
I'm excited. Bring it on.
I was gonna say, I'm actually gonna let I want Dagda to take it away, because I know that Dagda both loves and hates this roster at the same time.
Doom coming in is a massive step up. I think they've got a really cool way to play around the game. I just want Iwanti back. I don't know why they swapped out Iwanti. Iwanti was so good. He looked really, really good. Like, look, yes, I think he had his laning phase wasn't the strongest in comparison to some of the other supports he had, but his ability to play the map, the way he linked up with Tarzan, the way he was, like, the amount of times you saw him, like, getting these really smart resets so he could, like, be there for top dives and turn around top dives and everything. The dude really understood where he needed to be at certain points in the game. And then they bring in Lumao, and Lumao has not synced up with Tarzan in any way whatsoever. He got caught out like a bajillion times in Damascus. I can't remember who he was playing against. But basically, he sees like 4 people stacked on the enemy team in the mid wave, and then just decides, you know what, this is the best time to go and ward in the enemy jungle, and just gets caught out instantly. LNG have to like panic jump onto them to try and save the play, and they all die. And it's just like, what are you doing? Like, yeah, like I think Lumau's engages can be really, really good when they're set up properly. He's quite smart at like finding those like quick moments where you can get onto a carry, but the rest of his game, like, he just doesn't really understand where he's supposed to be. Like, this, he just, I don't know.
I can tell you, hey, you get on your soapbox, boo. I believe in you.
You know,
yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
you know, it's very like publicly known that him and Doinby are very good friends. Again, you can just see it on Doinby's stream, but you know, right? Lumau has some pedigree behind his name. This guy's an LPL champion, but I feel like when I look at Lumau in 2020 when he won, I feel like Lumau, one, benefited off the meta quite a bit. Things like, you know, his Bard being meta, Thresh at the time. For Loken, you had Jhin, Ashe, Varus, these sorts of enablers, right? But I also feel like that was one of the weakest support pools we had in LPL. Also, when you factor in that typically our strongest supports have been people like Crisp, Ming, Mako, and both RNG and EDG were like tragic that split, so it didn't feel like those guys even got a chance to show what they had. Then it's like, I think Lumau was just, I mean, Iwandi was just starting to like come in and
throw him under the bus like that real quick.
Yeah. So I feel like I do feel like Lumau was the best at like the perfect time where everyone was also kind of worse and the meta was perfect for him.
You've got to play away
I don't
from
know
bottom.
if this roster can really work when you look at their bottom lane, assuming they don't put Iwandi back in. Yeah, but I feel like even if you play away from bot lane, I don't know if this is a bot lane I look at as like stable and can hold it together. Like Light has definitely shown he can do that, right? Light did that all last year in LNG. He didn't play around Light. Light was mostly just chilling. 80% of the
Sometimes you just gotta do what you feel, all right? I gotta give him props for that.
I was gonna say,
as a play-by-play,
we've seen Lumau likes to go
in.
in.
The wrinkliest of brains, so we just do what we feel sometimes.
I do want to say, though,
God.
to point out a positive, I think even in Demacia Cup, Doinby was absolutely insane. Like, he was completely outlaning Gory when they did play against
was the play,
FPX.
like the
he had so many nice movements on the map. I think his damage percent was like 35% or something ridiculous like that. But I remember something me and Robert were talking about the other day was this team's coordination when it comes to like playing side lanes in late game is like surprisingly not good. You'd a lot of times you'll see like, okay, I think Doinby had like games on champions like Akali, and of course Holly was always playing these sort of side lane style champions, and always like, okay, Doinby's diving at a tier 2 when Ollie's coming off a reset, and then maybe the other guys are trying to get vision, or vice versa, right? Ollie's doing this crazy play when Doinby's roaming over, and a lot of times someone would just die, and it would give FPX specifically in their series a lot of agency to get back into those games when it looked like a series that LNG in each game had like commanding fundamentals of the landing phase. So
you're not sold apparently.
You know,
like,
I don't know why when I'm
see
talking about like BLG, I'm talking about LNG. I'm not too sold on some of our top teams yet.
Where's Mole? That's the big question.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Lyric. Like, even just you'd see them so many times like showing on 3 lanes and stuff as well when they're all trying to go for this 1-3-1. It's just like, cool, we can easily defend against this now, right? Like, we don't have to worry about people showing up in a side lane and destroying us. So it felt like they're going to have to try and get used to that. And it felt weird that wasn't there already, because Ally's been so used to playing 1-4, right? It felt like kind of a natural transition to have Doinby come in. You play that 1-3-1, especially with, as you said, Doinby popping off and getting these early leads, but they just weren't able to actually like sync waves and get themselves in order to make those plays happen. So I'm kind of curious to what the style that this team is going to play. I mean, Doinby was a big Victor player, I think even in, was it summer or spring? I know he was anyway this year, so yeah. So I think we'll see that a lot.
It's one of his career champions.
Fights, I think it'll be It'll be kind of
Yeah.
still that 1-4 style, and with Ale arriving late, and maybe they can find success that way. But it definitely didn't look comfortable in a kind of a 1-3-1, or even trying to play towards a bot side. I feel like this will still be a team that might even go against kind of the meta trends, still try and play towards Ale, and then have really strong team fights off of their mid and top, or like a strong split push off their top side.
I feel like we kind of have a time machine going on here in the LPL in 2022, just a little bit, right? I feel like we're going to the glory days because now we have RNG coming in the new split with Xiaohu in the mid lane. And right, I was like alluding to say we have so many stacked mid laners. This RNG roster, like I know we had them all as a crystal ball pick. Dagged, I'm going to include you, but I don't know. Your situation's a little bit finicky. But this roster is stacked for 2022. The fact that they have been coming in the top lane now to change up Xiaohu to that mid lane, like that combo in the solo lanes is going to be terrifying.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
This roster absolutely terrifies me. It scares me more than any other roster for one reason.
Okay.
I know. So, Mazel, before you came, 2020, I was the resident Xiaohu apologist.
You were always
Xiaohu
there
was getting
for
a ton
him,
of
right? You were
flack when
always
RNG was not doing well. No one on RNG was playing well, but I still believed in my boy. Exactly. I think mid lane Xiaohu's, at least in 2020, even when they were a dumpster fire, is still very good. I think especially when one of the easiest aspects to at least compare when a team is on fire like they were back then is laning. And I still think Xiaohu, in terms of laning phase, was a top 5, top 6 mid laner. Sure, he wasn't at the time like rookie or knight status or someone who is just going to dumpster.
To give him his
pretty
due
much
as
any
well,
lane they
he
play,
did end up on like
but he
Twisted
was
Fate
actually the
like,
tier
all
right
the time,
under that.
because it was just like he had to go and put out every fire that was happening on the map.
Got to get him a
So it
firefighter
kind of-
skin for that.
It kind
one.
of took a lot of his resources away. Yeah.
So I have no doubt that Xiaohu, I think, as like a laner and as a mid laner, will be totally fine. I think he'll be upper echelon. I don't know how much higher he'll go, if he'll go back to some of his like early career days of having MVP level performances, especially during the regular season. But the thing I'm most afraid of is how this team, like their macro game looks now, especially when it comes to around like both early game and then like transitioning into mid game, right? Because it felt like Xiaohu was a massive voice in the laning phase from the way that RNG played, with how coordinated they were around a lot of their plays towards topside. The fact that they kept playing this like 1-4 style in mid game also kind of shows that Xiaohu probably did give a lot of information or a lot of say in how they wanted to play the game. And now that you're in mid lane, like maybe from playing top, he'll still see these opportunities
Bin in his own
for
right,
Bin,
though.
but I think it will be much different and much harder when he's now having to focus on his other lane.
Yeah.
He's in mid now. He now has to look at bot.
Yeah.
Whoa, but they're different. It's not about being good or bad, right? Like Bin's playing to smash you. Bin's like Bin's sitting at his desk, smashing you with his fist, breaking off a steak, and like running at you
Xiaohu
to
is
stab you in
writing
the
that
face.
down to start
That's
carving in
that's not what Xiaohu did.
Gonna kill you with math.
Exactly. So, like, I think this roster could potentially has a higher ceiling than they did before, because I think Xiaohu is and can be a better mid laner than Cryan. And I mean, Bin, I think maybe more holistically has more potential than Xiaohu. I don't know if more potential is the right word, because we only got to see Xiaohu for 1 year. So, but you know what I mean? Like Bin's good and Bin can be great. So I think the potential's there. I just don't know if this team will work. I will say for Xiaohu, though, my favorite iteration of RNG is 2019 RNG, and all Xiaohu did was move to bot. Just, okay, pick
For
my
me,
Rumble, pick my
what
whatever,
stood out
push my
so
lane,
much
go bot. So
was
theoretically,
me,
that
and, like,
can just
watching
work
through
for
a lot of the mic
topside.
checks and things
But
along those lines.
I'm
And
not
I
sure.
really want to see like that control come through, right? Because if you are losing a little bit of that voice, I still think Ming has one of the biggest brains in the game, and so I'd still really like to see that continue on. I think it will, right? And I think that's something that's gonna help tie the team together a little bit, because he does seem to be a bit bossy, but it works. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
He is the team dad. Xiaohu's the
I agree
team
with
mom.
Merrick, though. I think if you look at names on paper, this team is an upgrade, right? Like, you end up replacing Crime with Xiao, who Bin coming in is one of our strong top laners. It looks great. My big question mark is how they end up playing the likes of their early game and mid game, because like the whole way that this team played was like how good Xiaohu was at controlling minion waves, how good Xiaohu was inside lanes and being able to find those moments where he could push for and like draw resources versus like joining the rest of the team and then like popping the hell off on Lucian and stuff like that. So I don't know what their mid game is going to look like. If they are just going to play around top side, if they're actually just going to try and play towards the meta for a little bit, and like Xiaohu is roaming bot to try and play around that. But Gala as a lane dominant carry isn't really a thing. So having these champions like the Caitlyn's and stuff doesn't really make sense. Maybe he finds a home and stuff like Jinx, but yeah, it's just a lot of questions on how this team actually functions, and I'm waiting to get answers. And if they end up popping off, I think wonderful. Like on names on paper, I think this team is an upgrade. It's just a case of trying to find their style that they want to, which might have some growing pains.
Gosh, I'm so excited to see this. Like it's again like a time machine to an extent, but also just like everything changing so much. And for me, one of the biggest stories that I'm really excited to see is Rookie finally leaving IG. And we got Victory 5 coming into 2022 with a stacked roster, man! Come on!
Let's go!
Dude, it's insane! Like, the fact... Oh, my God.
Let's go!
I'm so excited for this roster, just for the fact that you do get to see, you know, Karsa with Rookie. But Rookie has a moment to spread his wings. And I feel like that's just so important for me. It does.
It just, I don't know. It makes me happy and sad at the same time. Like, I love that's going to be so different. It just feels so weird, though. It feels so strange. It is nice, though, that, you know, we did get Karsa on the roster as well. Even though I'm not sold on PP God whatsoever. Still a very exciting player to watch. So I think brings some, you know,
absolutely.
potential aggression and playmaking to the team. I think this team is totally going to be mid-jungle oriented, though. Even just looking at the names of, like, Karsa Rookie, or even if they decide that Xiaolongbao's better and want to play him, Xiaolongbao Rookie, whatever variation it is, I feel like this should just be, hey, no matter if how you perceive Rookie in 2021, like, again, I feel like we've said this many times, we all hold Rookie to a different standard. We hold Rookie to the standard of, like, I'm probably the best player in LPL when I'm playing well. I hard carry like literally 4 corpses across the finish line. I do it consistently. So like Rookie had, I'd say an above average or like average to above average split in 2021, but his laning
and you could see
still
the
among
plays,
the best of all LPL mid laners. So if I'm Karsa or Xiaolongbao, I'm like
a step or two ahead of his team.
Rookie.
It was so interesting to watch.
I'm just going to say for V5, it's now my turn to put too much stake in Demacia Cup, because I am high as hell on Photic. I watched this guy in Demacia Cup and I was like, this guy is a mechanical god. And I know coming in from the LDL as well, like when he joined Top Esports back at the start of 2020, he was like arguably the best AD carry in LDL. We saw him come into top and he was kind of like, meh, but he was also like very Yanjin and stuff. It wasn't exactly the best of times. But now, after seeing him at Demacia, this guy's a monster. Like his Jinx positioning was absolutely insane. He was getting so much damage off. He like hard carried so many different points in the game. Like I am so excited to see what Photic can do, especially if you're going to end up having these teams like play around him. It could be absolutely nuts. My big question, which Lyric already alluded to, is his partner.
You're not a believer.
I'm sorry.
You don't have your
I'm going to be exiled. And blasphemy going to come out of my mouth here. I think 2021 kind of showed PP God is way over aggressive in lane, gets caught out, and can actually be a detriment to his team, especially if we're still playing enchanters. I think his enchanter game is just not on point. He looks way more comfortable in things like the Thresh, even the Leona. I know he's playing a lot of Glacial Augment Leona, as like Lyric was saying in a conversation we had earlier. But yeah, I think, I don't know. BP God is a big question mark for me on this team. I think the rest of it, like Karsa Rookie, I think is going to be insane mid-jungle. Especially like, I think the big thing for Karsa was like when you're playing on a team like Top Esports, they don't care what's happening to you like at all. But I think Rookie is like insanely good at kind of copying what his jungler needs and how he can like facilitate that. So I think having Karsa with a mid laner that's better at understanding that is actually going to help him significantly as well, and like try to set himself up for success. And if they end up getting Photic ahead in the early stages, this is 100% a dude that can hard carry games. I think Photic is going to make a name for himself this year.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. Yeah. Clip.
Wow. You're coming in.
All right, so I've gotten a clip for each of you. So my blackmail world is working out beautifully. I'm loving it.
I just gotta say, like, I don't necessarily think I'm down on Photic, but I'm just interested. Man, I feel like I'm not answering my opinions on any player, but like, because right, we think about when he was on top esports in the LPL, and I think he was a pretty like safe player, right? Well, not too aggressive, not looking for 2v2 kills. But Yu Yanja was the same. Yu Yanja wasn't very aggressive either, right? Yu Yanja was a Yumi player. But now you're playing with PP God. What is going to happen with this bot lane? Because in the Master Cup, we saw PP God in a lot of games being aggressive, which typically would end up with them finding 2v2 kills or getting 2v2 killed themselves. So I remember I think V5 had one loss in their group. If I'm not absolutely hard trolling, they did. And I remember whatever game that was, it was to OMG, their bot lane just got absolutely smashed by PP God running it down at like level 2 or 3, and then it just repeated over and over again. So I think if this bot lane works out, this team is very, very good. It doesn't even matter how good Rich is. We don't even need to talk about Rich. Rich, once again, apparently another player who very subpar in laning phase, very good in team fights. I don't know if you can make
Especially
it as an LPL top laner who can't go against a lot of these, behemoths we have, but we'll see. But again, Rich's performance, whatever, who cares? If their bot lane can play well and can work, I think Carson rookie playing through mid jungle and then, translating that either into like playing an enemy jungle or looking for dives or whatever, it can work. I guess the other thing I wonder who's going to be the main voice of this team. I know Karsa has a very big voice in comms on a lot of teams. He's been on can shut down under pressure as shown in the past though, but I don't know who else can be a voice because I'm going to assume Rich doesn't speak Mandarin. I don't think from any of the like comms I've listened to of IG that rookie was ever like a massive voice. I know PP God has always been cited as a shot caller, but I mean, I don't necessarily feel like any team outside of 2020 V5 summer has any team looked coherent in what they wanted to do.
You can see all the names on paper.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Even when we were talking about the BLG roster, like those names are insane, but does it all come together? Yes. What is your spicy take?
Wait, Mazel. Here will be my spicy take.
V5
this
top
team
5. All right, so
will finish top 5 in the LPL.
For Lyric.
Yeah,
is that what made the thinking easier for you? Yeah. Ooh.
Well, I'm just hoping V5 watch this. I have a V5 jersey. V5. You want to send me some more V5 jerseys, jackets,
but
shoes,
I do want to
mugs,
leave this
gift
conversation
cards,
because we're talking about Karsa, and you did
steaks.
allude to coming from top esports, but now top esports have their own new iteration, right? We've said it's all about changes this year. We are crazy in the LPL, and top esports is a crazy one.
I'm so ready. Look, I think I'll always be biased to how this
It'll
team plays the
never
game.
die.
I
Mojo
absolutely
never
love
dies.
it.
Come on.
The mojo, it's still there. I think on paper this team both makes incredible amounts of sense and doesn't make any sense at all. When you think about it, you're like, okay, cool. They bring in Zoom instead of 369. They have TN in the jungle now. They also have Xiaopeng behind him. So, two, I'd say, decently aggressive junglers. And then on paper, you're like, okay, Zoom, he wants to chill. Zoom's going to win lane by himself. He doesn't want no jungle help. Stay out of my lane, TN. The problem is, like, TS have always failed when they've played around their bottom lane, which is really weird because I feel like their bottom lane does better when they get no jungle pressure as compared to when they do. I feel like is when we see them like botch dives or int more or maybe Joel goes, whatever it is. So I don't know if this team can adapt to doing the opposite way, being like, hey, Zoom is very good. Zoom has always
the
been
norm
very good.
now.
Have teams ever played around him? Nah, we should just keep not playing around him as well. Like can top esports play around top side? Because I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be pretty successful for them.
I actually want to touch on some of the
just don't
Mazels
think
a
they
little
will.
earlier. What kind of alluded to was like the TP changes, right? Because I feel like for AD carries like Jackie Love, the TP changes are a straight
absolutely.
because it's just like he can just AFK brain push and like not
it's
worry
amazing.
and TP behind. So I definitely think for like, yeah, exactly. So I think for Jackie Love, I actually think the TP buff is going to help him. And you can just go nuts. I think as well, the funny thing, me and Lyric actually had this conversation. The hilarious thing to us was like, we're like, yeah, you're going to add Zoom to the roster, great team fighter, weak side, you just play around bot. He can set up these wonderful engages when you get in towards mid game and like objectives for top esports. It's going to go great. It's going to go wonderful. And then top esports just said, nah, screw this. We're going to play around Zoom top, and he's going to play Tryndamere. We're just not going to give a crap about any of the things he just said. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if they go for like Game 4, Game 5 Demacia Cup, or if they try and go for what we saw in like the group stage of Demacia Cup, which was trying to play around the bottom side, which, funny enough, actually worked like relatively well with Qingtian and Xiaopeng in. I thought they actually did look.
I'm looking at the other side though. Whoa.
So yeah, I don't know.
Give me Zoom Tryndamere. Give me Zoom Tryndamere.
That's gonna be a deadly combo down there. We've already talked. You've got the Uzi Crisp combo. You got Viper. You got Mako combo. But this is another one that I feel like is right among those ranks. Absolutely.
I feel like this is a very lane dominant combo. Like they're very not scared of trying to smash you, and that's why like
Insane.
Jackie Love's CS difference numbers are always ridiculous because even in the games where maybe they lose lane, well, in the games that they won lane, they win by like 50 CS or something like that. So
he didn't die for like 15
yeah, he had that
minutes.
insane KDA or whatever it was.
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he just
yeah,
didn't
something
die
around that.
forever in the first 15 minutes. I can't remember exactly what
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah.
And his damage is always absolutely ridiculous. I have incredible amounts of faith in this team no matter how they decide to play. I would like to see them play around Zoom more than their bottom lane, but, maybe this time around they could make it work now that Kars is gone, because maybe there could have been some kind of disconnect there. I think my biggest question mark is jungle, because Tien does not look good on anything other than Viego. Xiaopeng, I've been sold on Xiaopeng for a long time, I know Kelsey has come in and claimed the mantle of Xiaopeng, but I've been a Xiaopeng supporter since the DMO days. Actually,
I
started watching LPL a lot more after they rebranded from Silver Dragon, so Kelsey probably goes further than me. Sorry, Kelsey.
Yeah.
Now he's on the high pony.
Well, point is, Xiaopeng
I like this term.
is Xiaopeng's a straight up gangster.
Is
You
that
know what
he's
he's
a
gonna do?
gangster?
He's gonna gank level 2. He's gonna gank level 3. After that gank, he's gonna invade. He's gonna die. He's gonna respawn. He's gonna gank again. I love Xiaopeng because it's that style of LPO jungle that is.
I heard he's
hey,
the reason.
I need to go find that guy and kill him, and they just do that all game.
I'm gonna corroborate that as well. I think that's true. I think it's true. I want to start getting through a couple more because there's a couple more rosters that really stand out for me, and the next one that is another huge one that again shows a lot of change throughout the entire LPL is Weibo Gaming, who are formerly Suning but have a stacked roster themselves. Now you've got SOFM paired up with the Shy at top lane and Angel, Huanfeng, Sword Art, and On to back them up in the bot lane. Like that roster is insane. And so like we've said that about almost every one of the rosters we've talked about, but I have to put a capper on this one that this is going to be a top 3 roster.
I don't know if I'm as sold.
I
on
said
the
it.
top 3.
Drop the mic.
I think Sword Art coming back is great. And I think it's going to be a massive buff to them, especially like the thing I like about Sword Art is that they can now play multiple styles, right? You can play her in the bot side if you want to, Sword Art, a strong lane support, but also someone that can like roam if they want to go and play around the Shy, which is kind of what they did when they were successful in summer 2020. It was like, hey, we're just going to leave Huanfeng and things like the Jin and that, and we're going to roam topside and play around Bin. And that's the kind of style that I probably see this team playing. I'm pretty sure we'll see Sword Art trying to link up with SOFM and try and like play through that style once more. And it could work out for them, especially the Shy is a strong mechanical player and can carry if you give him the resources. I think Huanfeng as well is way more comfortable where he's like, cool, I'm gonna kind of sit back and he will be a carry, but I'm gonna play more utility, right? Like he likes his Jins, his Ashes, these kind of things. So And he can play things like the Jinx, like, don't get me wrong, but I certainly see them opting more into, hey, we're going to give over the Jinx or the some of these big picks like the Caitlyn, and we'll just play Jhin into it and play away from that. Like, let's play Jhin Leona, and we'll have strong bot lane that we can then move with Leona as well. I think that's more the style we'll probably see from this squad. And I'm glad that Sword Art is back, because, God, Sunny were boring. Like, they just did nothing in the early stages. They did absolutely nothing. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's one of those sweat.
That was, I was gonna say.
Whoa. That's a really nice prison,
I'm
man.
just glad that he made it out without
honestly,
any kind of
I'm surprised Sword Art isn't in prison for the steal he just moved.
no.
Like, that's what I'm
I think
surprised.
I think he messed with. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, Mazel coming in here, making out like Sword Art's some victim. You know, it's in his mind. No, TSM's mind is probably screwed up right now for what Sword Art just did.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's
Not with
a
$100 bills, probably like a stack of
Come
them.
on,
You know,
we only do
100,000 in each hand, wiping a stack of tears. But I will.
Okay.
I'll say I will never be sold on this team, I think. Because to me, this team, in certain metas, I think will be very good. Like, will be what they were in 2020. I think right now will be a pretty decent meta for them. Just thinking of the champions that are good. I think when you're playing off a lot of range, the Victors, the Orianas, Jhin and bot lane, Jinx, Huanfeng is a phenomenal Jinx player. And they could just be like, cool, we're going to like kite out these team fights. We're going to play off space. We're going to play for controlling mid wave first and being able to, set up for picks or set up for big team fight moments. I think this is where they'll be pretty good.
True.
I think the only thing that would make this meta better for Suning is if the jungle meta was the same as 2020 and we had like things like Graves coming back. But I think solidly, I expect them to be a mid-tier team. I think they will be better than before for sure, because I think Sword Art and Huanfeng will just be able to, dunk on some kids in mid-lane game team fights. The Shy is a big question mark, but I think the Shy can move them up a few places up or down. I don't think he does more than that. The Shy's playing phenomenally. Maybe this team jumps up from like a 7th, 8th, 9th place team to like a 4th, 5th, 6th, or vice versa going down. But I just have too many doubts on both SOFM and Angel to really think this team will be consistently good over a long period of time. I think if we start to change bot lane and mid lane meta, I think Angel will start to struggle, and Huanfeng can play anything, but I think right now is a good place where Huanfeng can step up and carry if Weibo are smart about putting resources
point out of everything you were talking about. But every time I see the Shy, it's like it's still so weird to me not to see Rookie in the same lineup with him. And like I always wonder what that kind of conversation or that relationship is like going into the season, and the well wishing and all that kind of stuff, but the competitive nature underneath.
Yeah, I'm really kind of like, what? Because the Shy was like, I will only ever play with Rookie. If I'm not playing with Rookie, I will retire. And then it was like, all right, cool. See you later, bud. Like, I'm sure there's a part of me that's kind of hoping for a whole anime arc that's just like the two of them, they hate each other, they're trying to like have revenge. But I'm sure they're still good friends. I'm sure there's no like bad blood between them. No, but there is a part of me that just wants to big up the rivalry.
I need the long lost brother.
I don't want that at all.
Like the longing to be together again, but they're separated by like a moat or something, and that moat is Weibo Gaming. It is really interesting, that team coming together itself. But another team that really stands out to me, and one of the last one we'll kind of talk about here, is JDG, right? Having a very interesting 2021 split, but coming in here with 369, Kanavi in the top lane, Yagao, LPC, and missing. Like, this roster, although maybe is not as much star power, does have a lot of strength under the hood. Yeah. They really did.
I'm all aboard the JDG hype train. They sucked at Demacia Cup. They couldn't even beat the amateur/LDL teams. They were atrociously bad. They didn't have Kanavi though, which I think is a big point. They have now added Hope to the roster as well.
I'm so happy to see
everyone who was here in 2020 absolutely loves Hope. I think he is just, he definitely deserves a place on a roster.
You hope.
All I know for this team is, I think on paper they even make sense, but I hope we see them do this, is like, Hope just chills down in the bottom lane. Missing has already said he much prefers to roam than play laning phase. That was one of the kind of disconnects between him and Elk.
Yep.
And then you have this guy top who is going to play in your face every second of every game, which I don't think is a problem. I think
it's
well,
that's
it could be a
after he's
problem,
already
but I think
jumped
there's a
off
way-
the edge of the
There's a way
cliff.
to
Like,
make that
it's
problem a
fine.
strength, which is exactly. Look, it'd be like if you had like a giant like knife or something for your
the
arm.
things you
Is
can
that a
do.
problem? Yes,
I feel like
maybe you're
that's a
gonna kill
problem
yourself
more
or hurt
often than
people.
not.
But at the same
I want to
time,
grab something
if you
delicate.
were-
Chopped it
Well, I
in
guess
half.
I just gotta stab it. I feel like
But in the
this causes
LPL,
more
I feel
issues
like
than
that's
anything else.
honestly, at this point, like maybe it's a good thing. Who knows? Chopping up the competition.
This is my 8th mouse this day.
If everyone else, if everyone comes and helps that guy to crush his enemies, it could work. So 369 worked best in 2020 when Top Esports just literally gave him everything. I hope JDG just do the same. You just look at your roster. Hope's really good, but Hope can be a late game team fight carry. Give everything to 369. Try and
Give me a
dominate the early game
coin flip.
laning phase, and
Yeah, it really, hey, it
coin
makes it
flip.
more exciting.
Give
to
me
the
another
very
coin
least.
flip team, because those
won't
are always
get
fun.
Into anything else about teams but I got to give a special shout out to OMG. Another one of the teams with EDG. They're not changing up a lot of their roster, but the fact that they are willing to commit to some of these pieces, and especially having Cream come back in, but also Aki in the jungle. I have such high hopes for Aki. So I'm really excited for OMG. Just had to slide them in there as like a little last mention. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about them.
Cream
He
is a beast.
Man, he is. He's nuts.
OMG.
It's gonna
OMG
be a
are
crazy 2022
pretty cool.
season. I'm so excited. We only touched through a few of the teams. There are 17 rosters to talk about the LPL games every day of the week. Yeah, it's
7 days a
absolutely
week.
nuts.
Let's
The
go.
last thing I do want to go on here is to get you guys on the take and be able to hold it against you more so than the content I already have on you does. But Dagda, give me your take. Sell me who wins LPL 2021 spring split, or 2022 spring split rather.
I'm gonna be the cop out and just say
no.
EDG.
That's the easy answer.
Honestly, I think EDG, they still look good. They have an insane bot lane. The meta suits that style. They've shown they can play multiple styles. Like, JJ looks phenomenal. Flandre looks good. Like, I don't know. It's when there's so many question marks around the other teams, EDG just come out head and shoulders above them because you know what you're getting with them and you know that it's a very strong very strong team that you expect to
I
do
like
well
it.
in
Lyric, what am I holding above your head here in 2022? Oh my god.
Look, Mazel.
All right,
EDG
good. That's
is
what I was
probably the
hoping.
safe and correct answer, but it's not the LPL answer, and it's not even gonna be the true
OMG.
answer, because the logical answer is never the right answer in the LPL.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna. No, I'm going with Top Esports, bro. I think you look at TES, and TES to me. Okay, maybe
How many
I'll go
asterisks
now.
do you need?
I was at TES always going to be the
This is not legal
Yes.
advice, and you should not follow this. Please consult your doctor before watching the LPL.
I'm just kidding. No, but on a serious note, I think Top Esports will win. I think if Jackie Love plays like he's shown he could do, keep walking forward, keep playing aggressive, but if Top Esports player on it right, if not, you can keep playing that role as a bit of a like space maker, distraction in team fights. Zoom, I think a team fighting monster can give Jackie Love a lot of space
Okay.
to work with. Lastly, though, I kind of expect this team to run Xiaopeng most of the split. I think Tien does still have some
Saves the
issues
day.
where they probably will want to sub him out. But then at the last second,
Knight in
Tien
shining
comes in,
armor. All
gets
right,
his
well,
Viego,
we've heard it
saves
already
the
from
day,
two here
and this
who
team
have
wins
joined me,
LPL
but
split.
I gotta say, Uzi got me into it, and Uzi's gonna win spring 2022. I'm really excited for BLG itself as the full team. Right, I was kind of talking about like all the stars coming together to make a star team, but the hopium is real. I've got like 6 tubes taped up to my back because Uzi coming back finally and winning a title in his first split back, it would make me cry like a child. And I want to see that. So maybe it's hopium, maybe it's copium, but I think it's BLG. We're gonna take it home. That's my final piece.
Just very briefly on a side note, because I was just kind of curious to see what Top Esports LDL jungler is. His name's Naruto, so maybe that's the real anime arc that we needed the whole time.
Dagger, we weren't supposed to talk about that. Cut the tape. I think we have to redo the whole thing.
I think on that note, Rob has ruined the show. Mazel, take it away, brother.
Sorry,
take it away,
That's
Mazel.
Exactly. We
Close us out.
telling you, you're done. I do want to give you guys one last moment. Any thoughts coming in 2022? Dagda coming into another LPL season, another great one.
It's gonna be sick. Like, holy crap, the level of talent, the names returning, new names coming up and making names for themselves. Names. But really, I think this is gonna be a phenomenal year, and I'm super excited to see how it all
What about you,
pans out
Lyric?
coming
Yeah,
into
any
spring.
final words for 2022 kickoff split? It is. Welcome.
Well, it's another year with you, Mazel.
Yep, exactly. All right, well, it's a heck of a way to kick off the 2022 split. We are going every day of the week, 7 days a week, all the way through spring, all the way through summer. I can't wait to be a part of it all. Thank you all for tuning in to this wonderful kickoff episode of The Last Hit. Thank you to Lyric, thank you to Dagda, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift, everyone.
Walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them. Watching the stars collide, watching them. So with every shooting star in this universe so far, I'm getting closer to you. In this endless space and time, you're the brightest star to shine. I sink into your light, watching the stars collide, watching them. Watching the stars collide, watching them.
他们说，要跟着那阵风，去征服每一座巅峰。然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅， 也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反又让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。势将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Yeah. Welcome, one and all, to the LPL Week 1 Day 3. I am Joe Stoshi. I am joined by, for the first time in full-time capacity, it is Dan Ox Harrison. My dude, so good to have you on the team. How you feel?
So good to be here. I'm hyped. I'm ready. You know, we've had a couple of good days for the Domestic Cup in the off-season, and we have exciting changes that came in last minute to play around with. So I'm just hyped to get stuck into it. It's been a long off-season, let's be real.
I think everyone's felt that. It's been the best off-season for us, though, because, you know, world champions and MSI champions, you know, cough, both international titles. But
it's kind of expected, though, you know, at this point.
Exactly. We don't want to brag, you know. We just have, 3 of the last 4 years in a row. But anyway, as we come back into this, not in a row, but anyway, we'll come back. I digress. Getting a bit excited. We come back. We'll look at what happened yesterday. We had a couple of games and. Definitely EDG, our world champions, hitting the ground running and kind of slapping JDG in game 1, but it was a little closer in game 2.
Yeah, game 1 looked like the score implicates it was very one-sided. Game 2, JDG actually got a pretty significant early lead, but really I think the standout sort of talking point in this was Fandre's top lane picks. Game 1, you had the Annie, which was making some really proactive tippers coming down. Game 2 with the Vladimir, so they allow them to come back in those late game situations. That combined with Scout's Vex, really hard to deal with in team fights. And then anyone's listening against LGD, this one on paper was looking to be a pretty close one. And honestly, it was a lot of back and forth, and anyone's legend only really just pulling it through in the end. So pretty exciting games we got yesterday. And, you know, more of the same, I feel like we're going to have today.
Yeah, we're going to look at today's games coming up. We've got Rare Adam coming up against Top Esports. Both those teams making some changes. We'll talk about that in a bit. And then we have Ultra Prime with LNG. Of course, LNG picking up Doinby. And of course, Ultra Prime picking up Cry. And again, we'll get to those roster changes a little bit later. But coming into our first match of the day, it is all about hitting the ground running. We talk about, how important it is to get that momentum, how important it is to start your season off on the right foot. And for some teams, it is all about that first game. It's how you present yourself and how you're going to move forward throughout the season.
I think that's the thing is Top Esports have already started things pretty well with the Master Cup, but they need to have a good season, right? We saw Knight have one of the best individual performances almost ever in the summer season, and yet Top Esports really flopped as a whole. So a lot of changes came into play to try and make this happen. And one of the things is normally you make these changes, you're looking for the gratification. You're like, okay, when are we hoping that our team will really come together? Is it halfway through the split? Is it by playoffs? They've already looked good, right? We saw them in the Master Cup topping the whole thing. So already a pretty big achievement. The question is, can they maintain that? Can they keep carrying on that form?
Yeah, and let's have a look at some of those roster changes coming in for Top Esports in our first game. You can see there, they've got in a lot of new talent, specifically in the top side of the map. They've got Zoom coming in on top side, Tien, Xiaopeng. Of course, that does mean that Karsa and 369 have left, but for all intents and purposes, this is, quote-unquote, a super team. They have top 3 in their role, in every single role, apart from maybe support, but I can kind of find an argument for every other role in this team.
And I think that the way I look at it, I think it's a team that I understand how it's going to function, right? Knight and Jackie Love are really strong laners. And in the current meta where bot lane play is a lot more desirable, Zoom is the perfect top laner who can play that more weak side style. But we saw them a little bit playing a little bit differently during the Damascus Cup. We saw a lot more top side leans coming out. But ultimately, some really strong performances. And it was just really powerful laning combined with excellence in team fights. I mean, if you have Jackie Love and Knight on your team, you feel comfortable to go late.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even see from these clips here that they start off a little bit shaky for the side of Top Esports. They're not really getting, you know, the full kind of setup. And then they just out-muscle you. They just out-team fight you. And they're just able to get themselves back into the game just by pure force of will sometimes.
Yeah, and an interesting thing to take away as well is that during the Damascus Cup, where we saw them come out on top, this was before we got the TP changes. But I'd actually argue when you look at Jackie Love, he's the AD carry who loves to move forward. He's the one who wants to push those advantages in lane. The fact that you're not getting TP'd behind bot lane at 7 minutes really actually will favor him. And we just got more of him being able to step forward, apply that pressure, and team fight as well as he can. And honestly, I'm hyped to see more of them throughout the split because already this team is looking on fire.
Yeah, they really are. Of course, as we said, they are the Demacia Championship champions, so they have already got that, as we like to say, premium scrim books in their back pocket. And they're coming up against a Rare Adam who are looking very shaken. They lost a lot of their core coming into this offseason. They lost Hung, they lost Fofo, and now they're trying to almost rebuild from the ashes because right now we don't really know what to expect from this team.
Yeah, and I think we saw only a little bit of them during the Damascus Cup because they went out in groups. They beat both the non-LPL teams in the group, and they lost to both the LPL teams. So, you know, not the best omen, but look at the roster changes. We saw Junjia, who you will have seen last split, subbed in for EDG a little bit. He was pretty hyped coming into this offseason. And the big ones are Strive and Zora, and then obviously we can see Fofo and Hung are the ones who have left. Strive and Zora actually came up from Rare Adam Period, which is their second team. And they actually won the LDL Summer Split. So pretty impressive performance. And I do respect the decision to bring in that sort of rookie talent and develop. But that's the sort of thing, as we talk about the gratification for the roster changes, Rare Adam definitely looking further down the line because the Damascus Cup performances, they had some good moments, don't get me wrong, but you obviously would want to get out of groups. And these are some of the clips going up against SDX and the team fighting was there in these games. It definitely felt like, you know, they were good enough to beat out the non-LPL opponents they faced. And you saw particularly Strive showing a lot of proficiency on the champs he picked up.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well. You mentioned the amount of young talent coming into this. You know, you look at some of these guys and you got to remember, this is a very, very young squad. It's going to be on the likes of Cube and iBoy to nurture that talent, to be the veterans on their team and to bring them forward if they want to have any kind of a decent season as such. And like you said, it was kind of a team fights that looked like they could have done it, but then every now and again, they just need to get a little bit run around and didn't quite coordinate on the same page.
I think what was interesting is they played Junjia throughout the entire of the Damascus Cup. But they're actually running Lian today, so a bit more of that veterancy, and I think that's important in the jungle role, someone who can sort of coordinate the team in those early game plays. So I'm excited to see how things pan out today. I do think they may struggle going up against Top Esports in their current form, but I think we have more time to talk a little bit about Strive. And again, it's not just that, you know, they won the LDL RA period, but it's the fact that Strive was actually the MVP for the series in that win. So really solid. I think when you look at the meta at the moment, we're seeing a lot more mages come in. We've seen things like the Victor really high priority. He was playing mages. He shown comfort on those picks. So really looking forward to how he performs.
Yeah, and we look at some of his stats now for Strive, you know, off of the LDL regular split, and he had a massive KDA. He was good at getting those, you know, early kill participations and general kill participations overall. So this guy is going to have to be the highlight player for Rare Adam if they want to try and see a similar success that they did last summer. And for me, he is the guy to look out for. You know, we always talk about young talent. We always talk about how we want to see rookies being developed. This is the guy, the prospect coming off of the LDL finals and being the MVP of that series as well.
I want to test to start it off, right? You're going up against Knight, of all people, you know, just such a story mid laner, such a strong individual performer. And a little bit of a clip from those LDL finals with their Strive on the rise and just really performing well, and his positioning consistently in fights, finding that damage, and ended up getting a quadra kill in this play. Just really excellent, and I think he's one of the most hyped prospects, definitely one of the most hyped mid laners coming out of the LDL this split. So that's where the focus needs to be, and I want to see how he does against Knight, because even if he has a decent performance, that still means a lot when you're against such a powerful mid laner.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. This is going to be a pretty big baptism of fire here for the Rare Adam mid laner. Of course, hopefully Knight doesn't go too hard on him. I hope, we don't want to lose our mid lane talents as such, but we are going to see the teams coming out onto stage. Yeah. We're going to see Rare Adam coming out onto stage, getting themselves introduced now into Shanghai. See a couple of little worried faces, of course. First game of the season, you can always get that feeling of, anything's possible. You could go undefeated, or you could go V5. Anything's possible at this stage.
And I think for Rare Adam, you come in this and you say, look, we want to get our rookies experience. We want to show a strong performance. We're against top esports within the Master Cup. They just want to do as good as possible. Keep expectations low, and they may end up surprising.
I certainly hope they do. But for top esports, anything but the win is a disappointment. Like we said, for all intents and purposes, this is a super team. This is a team that has such incredible individual talent across the board that anything but being in the top, half or even the top 4 of the entirety of the LPL will be considered a failure. So for these guys, the expectations are much, much higher.
Absolutely. I mean, coming off the Master Cup win, just the expectation in general for top esports, the fact they had a disappointing summer last year, everything's sort of leaning towards this needs to be a good split for them.
And now, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, the meta's changing. Of course, we have plenty of different games now from the LPL side of things. LCK is going on right now as well. So what are you expecting to see? Where do you see the priority coming from? What do you want to see from these two teams?
So I think bot lane is just the big talking point at the moment with the power of the new dragons, the fact that you can't have top laners TP in. We're seeing so many more scaling AD carries with objective bounties, but also AD carries who can really threaten in the bot lane 2v2. Caitlyn has had a massive resurgence, a 90% ban rate so far on the LPL. Almost every game that champion is banned in the first rotation as well, and the one game it wasn't, it was picked up. So really, it's these picks that can sort of apply that consistent pressure in lane, get some plates, scale up, and then just be absolute monsters. And I think it's teams leaning towards that bot side. So there's still opportunity to play towards the top side of the map. There's still windows to play to the other side, but it's generally that still get control of mid, lean that outwards, and look to scale up.
Yeah, we got Liang coming in, of course, as you mentioned there. Veterancy, man who is a world champion. No one can ever take that away from him. And he's definitely had his ups and downs over the last year or two. Not really feeling the meta, but I feel like this could be a meta that can lean into him. Having, like you said, that top side pressure, looking to maybe make more solo plays rather than going for those big dives in bot.
Yeah, and I think this series is going to be enabled by the mid laners. Whichever mid laner can sort of hold their own, junglers establishing that pressure there and the control, we can see them lean outwards. And I think, we expect, I expect top esports to be sort of leaning more towards bot lane, despite the fact that the Master Cup, they were playing towards the top side. And I think you can sort of counteract that by looking towards the top side of the map. You can look to lean there and play around that side, look to punish Zoom, and see if that finds you some advantages.
Come back in. Obviously, the big teleport changes are going to be a huge factor in that as well. We'll wait to see exactly how everyone kind of goes for it. And this is the big thing as well. We've come to the start of the season. It is, as we mentioned there, about, getting up, getting onto your best start, your best foot forward. And I think for RA, I think if they look competitive, it is going to be a success for them as we jump into pick a ban for a game one, because at the end of the day, no one's really expecting them to lose or to beat top esports, but if they're able to put up a fight, honestly, with the development that we were just mentioning, all the young names that are going to be on this roster, that's a huge win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, is it's a test, right? You bring in these new players, you want to see how they go. And honestly, just looking to see how Strive can compete in the LPL. We do have bans kicking off here, a lot targeted towards Knight. Not too much of a surprise. We see that Renekton maintaining that 100% ban rate in the first rotation. I expect Caitlyn to come in, not necessarily from Rare Adam, but probably for the third ban from top esports. And for Rare Adam, it's just kind of deciding what else you want to take away here. Viego could be something to deny away from the end, but instead going for the Akshan. I expect the Caitlyn ban to come out here from top esports, but we'll see if they feel similarly.
Yeah, actually, I'm one of those very kind of oppressive laners. He's able to get himself out, and of course, with the invisibility, he's able to move out into different lanes, create those odd number skirmishes before you have any time to react. So, getting him off the board, don't want to deal with him until they feel a bit more comfortable. Now, Top Esports going to round out their last ban with the Jarvan, taking that away from Leanne. So, kind of saying, look, we understand that you're going to be targeted, but I got to say something that we talk about targeted. Top Esports could technically just go back to the Viego. Tien literally went, God mode in the Demacia Championship final by picking Viego 3 times in a row when they were 2-0 down. So that's something they can look for if they decide to get that in the early rotation. But like you said, Rare Adam, they're going to prioritize one of the big 80 carries. They're going for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I feel like you have to pick it if it's left open in the situation. You do not want to give it over and just guarantee a rough time in the bot lane. We've seen Jhin often picked into it, another one of those 80 carries that's pretty solid in the current meta. Long range, can hold up in lane, and potential to pair it up with a more aggressive support in case, the Kate Lux combo that we've seen a lot of does come out, you have answers. And I think that's a big thing as well on red side. If they do end up picking Lux early, you can pick an aggressive support, and they can't really blind Morgana, who would potentially be an answer to that. Wouldn't surprise me too much to see the Viego come out here. I think it will be a jungle pick. Xin Zhao is another option that's open and available. And it looks like being toyed with Lee Sin, probably the other strong early game alternative. We'll see what Tien eventually wants to settle on.
Yeah, well, one of the most hyped calls of any World Finals was, of course, Tien on Lee Sin, where you got Kobe just screaming, "Oh!" And that's basically the entire play. But he is going to lock that in. It's going to be a very, very strong champion. It has become one of those very powerful early game junglers, and it's all about the setup. And like you said, it's all about those solo lanes. And now the Lux and the Corki, boom, boom. So you've got that late game, and you've got that early game secured here for Rare Adam.
Yeah, and we often see the Victor picked up into the Corki, so could potentially see that coming out. But a support might be important to take in this rotation before they get banned away and the pool thinned, if there's anything specifically that they want to lean on. But already Rare Adam, a lot of scaling elements here, a lot of lane pressure from that bot lane. And I feel like they're going to have to lean towards that. The Corki does allow that. You have to package. You can sort of offer that assistance. Your bot lane pretty important. But we do see Karma coming out from the side of Top Esports, so something that can offer a lot of trading power into the poke offered by this Caitlyn Lux. Still can be a bit precarious if you do get caught by a binding, a trap will follow, you'll be in a rough spot. But Karma Jhin, a very strong lane at applying pressure and looking to contest priority.
Yeah, and Karma's been seen as a little bit of a soft counter, if you will. We've seen it a few times now picked up against the Lux. Has worked pretty damn well, if I do say so myself, in the first game. I believe it was RNG versus FPX when they took it into it. So not exactly something that you want to be super confident in when the side of Rare Adam. You're going to have to be a little bit more careful to how you work your bot lane summoners. You don't want to be getting caught out with that. As we get the next round of bans coming in, that's in Zhao going to be banned away. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe even see the Viego here for Top Esports just ban away all those big early game junglers, and then you're running down the last few options here for the side of Leanne. But on the other side, I like this from the side of Rare Adam. Well, cool, let's give Strive, let's give this new rookie mid laner as much comfort as we possibly can. It could be technically a Karma in the mid lane, but we obviously expect it to go to the bot side, and the Vex being banned away alongside probably another mid lane ban just to give him some comfort.
Yeah, I like the fact that targeting a weak side top there with that own ban. I feel like Diego can come out, but they really just wanted to target the early pressure with it in Zhao. I think for Rare Adam, Victor kind of stands out to me as the sort of mid laner left open and available. I would look to ban in this situation. We've seen a few Corki Victor games so far, and we've seen the Victor actually find a lot of pressure in the matchup. Even found a solo kill earlier in the split. I believe Gory was the one who got taken down on that champion. But we do see the Zoe ban instead, something that obviously can pressure the lane quite heavily, and that just makes complete sense to pick up that Victor for Knight. So now Rare Adam need to take that jungler. Obviously the top priority strong early game junglers pool has been thinned a fair bit. They need a pickup for Cube. He's toying with the idea of a Gwen or potentially the Camille. It is going to be blind, and I think Gwen's fairly comfortable. I don't think there's anything that's too difficult for Gwen. So I think you could just lean into that one, and it looks like it is going to be locked in. And now the jungle pick.
This is the big one now for the side of Rare Adam. How do you make this composition all come together? The Gwen is locked and loaded, so that is going to Cube. Could see Zoom pick up the Jackson response, and ooh, okay. Rek'Sai locked and loaded for Leanne, so going with that early pressure. And I have mixed feelings about this champion, because when it gets ahead, it can look oppressive. But when it's put behind or even later the game goes, the more and more quote-unquote useless it kind of becomes.
But you know what? I don't even mind if it's useless, right? You are literally just going to use your scanning sense later in the game, and all you have to do is secure your lane as a good early game, right? Super powerful early ganks just to power the Rek'Sai, tunneling over walls, but on top of that, until he's in, he really struggles to deal with you. With the fact that you can knock up to interrupt the Sonic Wave, it just makes it a very hard duel to win, and I really like the pick. You know, they thinned out those early jungler pools, but they had a backup pick to come in. And if you look at like the bot lane, if you look at the mid lane, these are immobile champions. If you end up coming behind them, you'll absolutely annihilate them. And the second you start to find some momentum, Rare Adam should be pretty comfortable. We did see Zoom round things out with the Kennen, a pretty powerful pick, especially if you can get behind Rare Adam's backline off the sort of wing condition. But I think Rare Adam have navigated this pretty well. They've got super strong S tier bot lane. They have strong solo laners who scale pretty well, and they have that early game agency in that Rek'Sai to set things up.
They have a game plan. They have some setup for themselves in that early game, and they do have a little bit of late game insurance with that Corki. It's about Rare Adam making those moves on the early side, and for the side of top esports, it's about surviving. It's about getting to a point of which you know this Victor will take over. You know this Jhin will be able to blow people up from the backside using that curtain call and just keeping people safe with his karma. So both teams locked and loaded. I'm curious to see where they kind of go with it. I'm curious to see where this, both these teams focus, because like you said, the meta is definitely shifting away from that bot lane focus and moving more towards either the solo lanes in the early game and then obviously team fights in the late.
Yeah, I think really mid priority is going to be such an important thing in this situation. I think jungle as well, if we find opportunities to invade, if we find opportunities to challenge. But I think bot lane is just going to be such a fight here. Both teams have a lot of tools for contesting priority. Often with the Caitlyn lane, you want to be pushing in. With TPs being changed, there isn't that response. You can just TP behind them and then use that as an answer. So whoever finds the foothold bot is really going to favor themselves in this matchup. And I expect to see both junglers heading down there. But if you can bring your mid laner too, it's going to be even more favorable for you.
Now jumping onto the Rift, and ooh, okay, we got action straight away. Tien has to start with Safeguard. Not exactly the best jungle start for him, as we are going to see the Deadly Flourish lock down Zora, as he's going to have to flash away. Oh, does he get down? Yes, he does! It's going to be first blood going over to top esports, and out of nowhere, we're already seeing top esports taking the advantage.
And I like to see aggressive early invades, especially in this meta where if you lose a jungle camp, you're not going to get level 4 unless you're able to take double scuttles. So really strong performance coming out from top esports just to kick things off and answer that, even though it was Rare Adam who initially tried to find Tian. So battle's already starting here.
And the big thing as well, let's look at the replay here. You can just see all the amount of summoners that were blown. It's actually Zora who starts this one off, sees everybody, flashes away immediately because they know they're going to get hit by the Deadly Flourish. And then they just kind of re-engage on it. I feel like Zora should just walk away. They know that they're there.
Yeah, I mean, it's playing a lot of dangerous games. You can see they felt like Tian was going to face check. They could find the opportunity to turn it around. Unfortunately, the thing is, Zora is the one who is actually the strongest level 1. If you bind 2 people, really easy to find a kill there. So the fact that he went E level 1 meant they didn't have the power. The fact he was chunked out already kind of put you in a disadvantageous position, and ended up going in favor of top esports. And now you see them fighting heavily for this priority. Ends up being pretty even so far, but it's just that constant throwing out of abilities to try and not only trade with the opponent but also push the wave. And I have to say, a little bit of an advantage towards top esports on the bot lane, and the fact that they have 3 summoners against just the 1, just the exhaust available for Zora.
Yeah, the big thing as well is that we talked about the early pressure you can get with a Lux Caitlyn, but without a flash, without having those summoners available, you have to play respectfully. You cannot get caught out by a Deadly Flourish, because it's so easy to proc with a Karma and a Jhin as well. It's so easy for them to be able to get those AoE Qs off and move forward knowing that they can get that guaranteed CC. So, and you can see there, the extra shielding you get from the W off of Dro is just going to be so big, and already Tien moving down towards this bot side, trying to make something work for him. He knows there's no flashes. The Deadly Flourish lands, and it's tit for tat, easy as that. That is how easy it is to kill a Lux in this bot side when they have no summoners.
And that's a dangerous thing, right? You burn those early summoners, so you are vulnerable. And Tian actually made a very quick pass down to the bot side. You can see Lian is just going for that full clear, whereas Tian prioritized the ganking, skipped his Krugs initially and was rewarded for it. And that is the cost of that level 1. The fact that the flash wasn't available. And as you said, so easy to set up. You hit a Q on Karma, they're slowed. Very easy for Jackalove to follow up the Deadly Flourish. And once the root comes down, that's pretty much it.
Yep, and that's pretty much how this laning phase is going to go for the next while. We're going to see now what Rare Adam can do to stem the bleeding, maybe make something work. But you can already see they're putting down defensive vision on the side of top esports. They know that Zora is here. You can see in the mini-map as well, top there in the bush as well. They know if Lien tries to go in through that bush, they're going to spot him out. So a lot of different avenues being cut away from here by top esports to try and just stop Rare Adam from getting any kind of a foothold. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit risky, because we know top esports, we know this team, and we know that when they can get ahead, they will just keep pushing forward, keep getting advantages, and they just become such an unstoppable force that it's almost impossible to do anything.
Yeah, especially in the bot lane, if you can keep applying pressure, that momentum will just go heavily in the favor. But I love this from Leon, right? He knows the quick path bot for Tian meant he hadn't done his probes, right? So now he's cleared that out. He has priority from Strive. He's able to take the Raptors here as well, and Tian's going to get there, and it's going to already be gone. So you've now missed out on 2 camps. You're still level 3. Leon's getting pretty close to level 5 at this point. So yes, you got a pretty big advantage in the bot lane, absolutely, but it really cost you this jungle matchup right now. Oh, and critically, just as Leon recalled, just before he went, he saw Tien on his tremor sense, so had a bit of information for Strive. You can see he very quickly backs off, but now this is the response, right? You took my Raptors, I'm going to take yours. You can see Zora's moving over to try and defend. Strive is doing his best, but they will be able to get this and get away, which is really important for Tien to sort of make back some of that difference in the experience.
Yeah, you can see as well that it was just unfortunate back timings. iBoy had reset on Caitlyn, wasn't able to walk up there as well. You had got pressure in mid and in bot side as well. So Leon just going to try and clear out as much of this vision as he possibly can. Has picked up the serrated Dirk, and this is the build we see from the Rek'Sai now. You know, you used to quite a while ago see the tank build, and now it is just all damage. You need to try and burst someone down with that Void Rush, try and get on top of someone and break them away from the team fight at minimum, and at least burn summoners. So right now it is going to be the pressure in towards this bot side, and this Karma into this Lux is just so good at just keeping them down, stopping that very oppressive poke from really doing anything.
And a big thing with Lux is one of the reasons she's so frustrating to play against in the bot lane is her damage is almost undodgeable when she throws down her E. Very hard to avoid that the skill shot is so big, and it slows you initially. So, you know, it's really easy just consistently poke. But the thing is, Karma is similar, right? Mantra Q, everyone who's played against that knows the skill shot's like the size of the lane. Yes, you might dodge a couple, but the war of attrition will eventually favor her. And so it means that Zhou in this situation is able to just answer back and keep trading back and forth. And now that you have the advantage, they are holding on to that. Just sort of going back to the Rek'Sai point you said before about the damage, I think Prowler's Claw, and I'm going to hold that thought. They look for Knight.
Yeah, they're going to go into the Gravity Field has been popped down, as well as the Chaos Storm. You can see the Strife's trying to go for it, but Knight's just 2v1ing this very nicely and just keeping himself at a really nice health. Yes, he just came back to lane, but that's fine. You're happy with that trade, and it means now that Lien doesn't get any real advantage that he was looking for.
Yeah, Strive doesn't really have the damage to follow up there. And honestly, before 6, Leon isn't able to 100-0 the Victor, so will force the ultimate, but not really too much of an advantage, and will be forced to back away. Going back to the Rek'Sai point, I think such a big change for Rek'Sai is when we got the new mythics is how Prowler's Claw changes how you can play this champion, because there's a lot of situations where you're tunneling towards someone, you might be like a tiny bit out of range where you can't knock them up. With the Prowler's Claw, it just increases the range at which you can easily connect your knock up, and once you do, you obviously can get your combo off the nuts to 100-0 someone if you have that ult. So a really powerful tool, and he isn't spotted yet. This should just be an easy kill.
They should be able to get minimum summoners as well. They are going to see Jackie Love getting sped up. He gets knocked up as well. They both flash at the same time, but the binding has hit, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing there from the Rare Adam bot side. They will pick up 1 kill, maybe even 2. Do they have the damage? They do, and they get the double. Caitlyn with 2 kills there. Great response here from Rare Adam.
Yeah, it took a while. We were talking about those gang paths from the Rek'Sai, but Leon finds one in. Great flash coming out from Zora to capitalize. And Jackie Love, a bit over-aggressive. He saw the window to turn the kill around. He was fishing for an opportunity to ult. Ended up overstaying. And Weibo and Zora was unrelenting to find this one. We'll see the play. And again, it's one of the situations where the vision has been swept. The fact that you can traverse over the wall makes it so easy. And then that binding, unfortunately, there Joe just flashing a little bit too much of a straight line. And there, you saw how low Leon was. Jackie Love on the Jin didn't have any ammo left, so wasn't able to finish it off. And just some really excellent play coming out. But Top Esports, not going to let themselves be knocked down. We'll quickly head over to the Herald on either side and just able to secure that one.
Get the Herald. They get themselves an objective. Gold is pretty much even, about 300 gold in the favor of Top Esports. You have got a package now for Strife as he looks to maybe go for Jackie Love, but Jackie Love recognizing that everyone was top side, he's got to go back bot. So everyone's just backs themselves away. Now Dragon hasn't been taken just yet. We are coming up to 9 minutes, so it's going to be a little bit of a late soul here. Neither team really fully engaging onto that one. I want to see now where Top Esports prioritize themselves coming out onto this map. They have got the Rift Herald. They may look to try and just get a kill and then move back onto the, getting those plates.
Yeah, I think the package coming out from Strive meant he's able to zone Jackie Love pretty far back. They send their bot lane mid, and obviously Knight can't compete against two champions, so it's a nice sort of lane distribution that allows them to easily pick up that Dragon. It's actually quite tricky to take Dragon against the fact that, Jackie Love and Joe can often contest priority, and if you get stuck in the Dragon pit against a Curtain Call, really dangerous. So I like that lane assignment that just allows them to pick up that Dragon. As you said, pretty late, but better to get one on the board now than not at all.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You get one now, you kind of delay the soul just a little bit. You can see now iBoy going to see if he can do something here. They land the light binding, but they're not going to get any much more damage. iBoy now in a little bit of trouble. You can see Jackie Love is fearless inside of that ultimate. Just says, I'm not cancelling, I'm still putting down the damage. They will end up trading back a little bit in favor of Rare Atom as both junglers were here. So both junglers, I must say, for Leanne, he's keeping up with Tian right now and saying, look, I can be where you are. I can react to what you're doing. And both of these junglers trying to have a bigger impact on these fights.
Yeah, and I think it's so focused on the spot lane as we expected. But it's just the fact that this is why this Rek'Sai pick is working, right? You go bot, and you see Tian there. Tian lands Sonic Wave, and it's like, well, I can't do anything. You can't go in. If you do even get knocked up instantly, you won't be able to follow up. You'll just get locked down. So a strong pick in this situation, and it's working well for what they picked it for so far. There's been a lot of back and forth. Ultimately, Knight pretty comfortable, though, on this pick there. Did get that earlier kill and doing pretty well in farms. So I'm still a little bit concerned about sort of how the late game fights are going to pan out, because particularly Victor has just shown to be such a force to be reckoned with.
I think that's the big thing as well. If Top Esports can get to an objective first, if they can set themselves up where Victor's in a great, position to pop down that gravity field, get themselves the zone control, it does become much more heavily in favor of Top Esports the longer the kind of, the setup goes. But for Rare Atom, if they can catch someone on transit, if they can catch someone before they get to the position they're supposed to be in, everybody on the side of Top Esports will be blown up by Rek'Sai +1. Anyone in this team should be able to blow them up pretty damn quickly. So curious to see how they're able to set up around objectives, and even if they do or don't, as we can see Leyen just going to be able to get himself the scuttle on top side as Tien backs himself away, and they're just kind of focusing now a little bit more onto that mid lane. They will get the kick. No, nice flash there from Strife. Keeps himself safe, but the push now in favor of Top Esports in mid.
Yeah, Tien making the right call there. If you flash there, you probably are just going to trade your life. So I think the right call is just take the flash from your opponent, get some plates, and then the Herald is available as well. Not gonna oh, they are actually gonna throw it down now. I was thinking they might wait a little bit longer. Just be 2 plates coming in for Knight, and gonna be a fair chunk of gold coming in. Leanne stepping up a little bit too much, and the thing, this Lee Sin still poses a lot of threat. With that kick available, we'll get 4 plates here off this play, so a massive influx of gold. And ultimately, the wave play will come out from Strife, but can't really do much else other than just watch all that gold be transferred over. And now that mid lane tower is a point of vulnerability, right? If you move away from mid, as we see Strife pick up the package and walk away, gives the opportunity for the enemy team to potentially take it down.
Yeah, well, they are trading it for a little bit of pressure on bot side. Rare Adam's bot lane recognizing they are still the Lux Caitlyn, so they can do a lot of damage should they be given the time. And they get themselves about a plate and a half. They should be able to convert it into another plate eventually. They gotta hurry up though. They've got a little bit over a minute to get that last plate. As TP used by Zoom into the top side just to defend his turret. Nothing really to say about top lane. They've kind of just shook. Yeah, they kind of just shook hands and just said, all right, we're kind of happy to both just sit here and do whatever we need to do. But they have a ward there. iBoy needs to be a bit careful. Great fancy feet there from the Rare Adam AD carry. And now Leanne is down this bot side, but so is Tien. So junglers, and they know he's there. The Tremor Sense was used. They know exactly where he is.
See if he still goes for it. Oh, this could be bad.
This is very bad. They flash forward, light binding the kick. The core drinker, not enough to keep him alive. They will get Zora very, very low. Now flashed in, and Jackie Love gets knocked up. They're trying to jump on the Zhou, and they will burn both flashes and the summoners off of top esports. Great little capitalization there from Rare Adam. They don't get everything they wanted, but at least they get something.
And it's just time and time again, Leanne has the extra information that Tremor sends. Nice rotation down from Zoom, though. I mean, a good opportunity, right? You find the priority top, you lean down towards mid, you pick up that vulnerability, that tower. It wasn't even as much as Strive leaving the lane. It was simply the fact they knew Leanne wasn't there was enough for them to secure it. So despite the fact that Rare Adam get a favorable play on the bot side, top esports are able to answer back.
That is going to be the first turret going down in that mid lane. They're prioritizing Knight. Zoom just being very clever with his roam down, and now Knight with his priority maybe going to try and work up towards this top side to say, hey, I can do the exact same thing. I can put pressure here. This time around though, Leanne is in the vicinity. Dragon has spawned, and no one really looking at that one just yet, but let's have a look at the replay, because again, this is just, as you said, information. Having that extra little bit of knowledge, knowing the TN is there, makes it so much easier for the side of Rare Adam to make this one work.
Yeah, and I just love, again, the confidence from Zora with the splash binding. Follows up the knock-up, make sure they lock down the Lee Sin, and great play from Leanne as well. He knows his bot lane's actually low. If he gives Jackie Love the opportunity, he will just curtain fall and kill them. So forces them back, burns double summoners, and able to get his bot lane out safely. Now top esports have priority the Dragon. They're there first. It's a Rare Adam to try and move in, but the package is available. This could be bad for top esports.
It could be. Top esports will get the Dragon. They'll back away. The gravity field, like we talked about earlier, that setup, that zone control with this Karma and this Victor, it's very, very difficult then for Rare Adam to walk in on top esports. But in the same vein, you got double AD carry. You could do a hell of a lot of damage to this turret given the time of day, but right now, it is still top esports maintaining that control, maintaining that priority, and backing themselves away. But, you know, with first items starting to come through, this game is starting to feel like it's reaching a boiling point. Both with a Dragon each, both with equal on the gold. This is a little bit closer than we were anticipating coming into this first game.
Yeah, I mean, Rare Adam are holding them well, and I really feel like Rek'Sai pick has been such a massive factor. You know, we're looking at the bot lane to be a point of congestion, and it has really allowed Leanne just to find those advantages over TN and keep his bot lane in the game. And I think both teams are happy to go late in this situation. Both teams are comfortable to lean into the later stages of the game, so it really comes down to who can find those advantages. And now, get a cross-map situation. Herald will be thrown down for Strive, and that tower is going to go pretty quickly. You can see the other side, Cube confident, right? You're playing that Gwen, you have backup from your team, you can clear the wave out. And Rare Adam going to get the second charge on this tier 2 top, so finding a big advantage here.
Yeah, big move here coming out from Rare Adam. They're using that early priority, and when you have that Prowler's Claw, you get 2 towers unanswered right now. Tien flashes in, just get the Dragon's Rage kicked down. Knight not really jumping in with him right now. Now Tien needs to back himself up. That was very risky. The jungler and mid laner of top esports not on the same page, but now Zoom in a little bit of trouble. He just gets deleted off of the map. Rare Adam are coming out trumps.
And I just love to see the Prowler's Core combo. One of the big things with Rek'Sai is without Flash, you used to be so useless. But the fact is the Prowler's Core gives zero counterplay for Zoom. Had his Flash and ult, just wasn't ready for it. Gets knocked up, gets taken down. And Rare Adam are continuing to get advantages. Not only did they get 2 towers to 1 on the top side, they also managed to pick up that extra kill. And Knight, he saw, despite the fact down being the kick to try and take out Cube, what can you do against a Gwen, right? You're a ranged champion, you walk up to her, oh, she just presses W, and suddenly you can do nothing at all.
Yeah.
Saying that, though, might get run down.
I was going to say, you know, that's exactly what you just said. You're just saying exactly what happened there. You know, you walk in, you drop your gravity field, she just jumps away. There's nothing else to it. There's nothing else you can really say about that. And now, as the game's starting to move on, it's 1,500 gold lead now in favor of RA. They were about 1,000 gold behind after that disastrous early game start. And with Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes, it's not going to be a priority for the moment. But Rare Adam, if they can continue to get these picks, if they can continue just to weather the storm in those side lanes, they are looking very much in an advantage. And it's about top esports. What can they do to force the issue?
Yeah, and I think, honestly, they can feel pretty comfortable in the side lanes, right? Corki, completely fine there. Cube, completely fine there. And honestly, you must be a little bit careful. He doesn't step up too far in a long lane due to the fact that Ghost can just run him down. So they'll lean bot, they'll pick up this tower. You have to be careful, though. Ivory and Thor are a little bit overextended. He's Zoom running in.
Zoom is zooming, but has flash and Proto Belt, doesn't pull the trigger on that one. They just absorb the pressure, get the bot lane tier 1, and then they can move back up. The Knight will be able to answer back. You should say, geez, I say that, and that Gwen is coming back up onto this, so Cube should be able to answer here. And this is exactly what you talked about, the reason why this Rek'Sai just has one job, the Tremor Sense. It's just to go, cool, Strife, you have priority. You can do this. There's only 2 people here, and now we can see Leanne jumping in onto Jackie Love. Does not get the Prowler's Claw to get the knock-up just yet. Is going to have the flash away. The turret goes down. That's all they really wanted, but TP is being committed. The Curtain Call comes in. They're not going to be able to land the Vantra Q, but that's a lot of damage, and there's Zoom flashing in. Gets himself the Slicing Maelstrom. They will not get an answer call, and that's going to be 2 quick kills going over, and they're not done just yet. Top Esports get themselves a third, and they're pushing RA all the way back right into their own jungle, right underneath their own towers. The flash kick, excuse me, the ward hop kick. You still have the W. They still want this kill. He's got the Immortal Shield Bow. Can he trade it back? He will eventually, but a 4-for-1 is definitely in favor of Top Esports.
Oh, and Rare Adam were doing so good. You know, they were covering the laners, they were moving pressure on well, they were playing to the bot side, giving up that top tower, and then they just overstay, overcommit, and give that window for the turnaround. And it's something you have to be so concerned about. Yes, before 14 minutes, you can't have a Kennen TPing behind you, but post 14 minutes, that is absolutely what Zoom is looking to do. And he found this beautiful window. It's just a heavy overcommit, because realistically, what are you trying to achieve here? Okay, you're getting the tower anyway. You don't need to kill Jackie Love here. Take the advantage. Instead, they overcommit. Leanne has no mobility left. The rest of the team are there to try and protect him, and Zoom able to fly in, get 2 kills instantly, and now you have these 80 carries who are left isolated and alone, and Top Esports feeling more than comfortable to chase them down. It's just an overcommit, and Rare Adam make a critical mistake that allows Top Esports to feel a lot more comfortable in this game.
And we're back to pretty much even Stevens. It's 4 towers to 3, a dragon apiece. It will, however, go into the ascendancy of Rare Adam as they do pick up that one. It is only a Cloud Soul, so don't think Top Esports are going to be very unhappy with that particular trade. They got everything else they wanted off the map, and right now it does feel like Top Esports are the ones, as we said, who are finding themselves with the advantages. They're the ones who are looking to try and make something happen. They know there are summoners down, and that's why they're pushing the issue here.
Yeah, they are really, really trying to threaten this bot lane, and Zora, you know, it's a nifty dodge there, but playing on the edge right now, if Zora gets picked off, Weibo gets picked off, really sort of make things difficult. And I think a big thing as well is when you're playing the Caitlyn, you want to have control of an area, and you want to be able to be placing your traps down. So being ahead, super favorable, but in this position where Top Esports are constantly forcing in and threatening any area you move into, it does make things very precarious.
Yeah, and I want to say I really love this itemization coming out from Zoom as well. He's saying, look, my job is to burst the backline. Immortal Shield Bow, the E coming out from Lux, or the W. These are things that can stop me from blowing them up. So what do I need? I need shield reduction. I need ways of stopping them from getting themselves safe in these matchups. And exactly what Shadow Flame does. It's exactly what you need to do for your team. You're not trying to blow people up yourself. You're just trying to facilitate the rest of your team.
I mean, I'll say that the flat pen available to Zoom,
yeah, it's pretty big.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Zora and Iboy, I mean, probably everyone apart from Cube and maybe Leanne is just gonna have 0 MR when it comes to like going up against this Kennen, and it's pretty disturbing. I'll tell you that much. Knight's got a pretty. You saw him with the Lich Bane, obviously helped him take towers, but also if he does get in range of anyone, his burst is pretty crazy with that Q auto coming in. But I do like Leanne has that Prowler's Claw for the gap closer, has the Edge of Night to block an ability, especially like the kick for the Lee Sin. You know, it could be various things to stop you getting in range and to make things easier. And that's essentially going to be Leanne's job at this point. You see a target, you close onto them, you try and burst them out. If you die, whatever, hope your team can carry. That is the role of a Rek'Sai when it gets later in the game. Did pretty well early, so still definitely got enough damage to kill a Squishy right now. But as the game goes on, it's going to get worse and worse, especially when Zhonya's Hourglass starts coming in. The item just makes it impossible for you to really kill anyone as a Rek'Sai.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look at Shadow Flame, one of the newer items to come into the game as well. It is a pretty hefty, amount of health as well. You get 200 health, 100 ability power, and basically what it does is, to anyone who is unaware, is that when an enemy champion has been affected by a shield, I'm going to stop myself very quickly, as Knight does get 90 caliber netted, but when the enemy champion has been affected by a shield, you ignore 10 to 20 based on current health or maximum health, I believe it is. of an enemy champion's magic resistance. So it is a really big item of just stopping people from surviving your burst. And speaking of surviving your burst, it looks like Zora forced to flash over the wall. Chaos Storm did come out. That turret is still available here, and Tien is tanking it up. Don't think he really wants to be doing that just yet. And 2 minutes till Dragon means that top esports, they're still just hunting and they're still just burning summoners.
Yeah, and it puts Zora in a difficult position, right? You're now flashless. You're the one who has the wards. You're the one with the sidestone. You have to be walking forwards. It is a little bit alleviated by the fact that Lian has that tremor sense, but constantly we're seeing Rare Adam spreading the resources, right? They're putting Strive in the side lane, allowing him to farm up, allowing him to get gold. But the return is top esports are constantly threatening, constantly looking for these engages and diving deep. And as much as RA have been able to navigate it okay so far, it feels very much on a knife's edge. We do have about 1:30 until that dragon, and something Strive's done, which is, you know, what you should be doing on a Corki, is you time your package with the dragon. So every single dragon, it's available on the same cooldown. So you can just frequently pick that up, and we should see that soon, but Zora might be in trouble.
Sure. He might be in a little bit of trouble. They're investing a lot here to try and kill this Lux. They will get it, but that was a flash from the Karma. It was a Gale Force TP from Zoom. They're going to look to try and maybe turn this into a Baron. I don't know if that was the correct call. You're still a bit early for this, and with a rapid fire cannon just being picked up from Corki and a TP available for them, it's going to be very risky.
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous here. And like TP is going to have to eventually come in, but there's a lack of vision. And that's the critical thing. Without Zora there, you don't actually have a ward available. They have the control ward, but it's not the best spot to TP to. Fishing.
They are fishing. There's a tier 2 in bot side going down, though. Gwen holding a cube, saying, I'm calling your bluff. I know you want the fight. I'm going to keep pushing into this. Now we'll TP into the mid lane as they look to try and go for this one. They've got the Baron down to about 2,000 HP. Top esports, they back off of the objective. So yes, they bait out the 2 teleports, but they don't gain any objective from it. Now the curtain call comes in. Has to be immediately cancelled as Jackie Love realizes he's just in a bad situation. And they're being pintered. Look at these hellfires. They're going down so low. Zoom has to get himself away. You can see Knight has already been taken down. Does get the Chaos Storm over, so Leon will have to flash away to keep his own life. Zhou, with no flash, will also follow in that line, and this is just disaster for top esports. And now after baiting the Baron, they might lose the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they were the ones who got chunked out from the Baron. They still try and go for this play, and you know, Rare Adam play it extremely slowly. They wait for the longest time before teleporting in, but at the same time, they didn't have vision of Leand over the wall. They can't coin flip and 50-50 the Baron. And I think Rare Adam knew that. They didn't feel pressured. They didn't feel like there was an urgency. They slow played it, allowed top esports to get chunked, managed to clean them up after the fact, flanking round them, and now being able to secure that Baron. And top esports, yeah, they'll get a dragon, and what? It's 2 apiece. No one really cares at this point. Just excellent play from Rare Adam there. And we'll see the replay. So just the slowness allowed them to get chunked out. You see some rockets coming in, really hitting them. Jackie Love, very questionable ult there, right? Zora coming back in for the respawn, gets the ult instantly, stop it from cancelling. You see in this situation, everyone is chunked out and low. There's no way they can really do anything to close things out, and it's just cleanup from the side of Rare Adam.
That's just, again, we mentioned that as soon as they turned for the Baron, such a risk, because you had invested so much to try and kill off that Lux, and these death timers just aren't that long right now. 25, maybe 30 seconds, you know, it's not really that big of a deal. And now against the Baron buff, you're going to have a lot to issue, you know, kind of deal with this Corki, because this is your late game insurance. We talked about it a little bit, but to say that, there's going to be the Immortal Shield Bow popped as Strife for some reason just got caught. Just as I praise him, he decides to get himself caught out. Now Zoom, he's going to try and get in on the backside of this. He does pop himself out with the ultimate and gets the kill off of the Zora, but not really a priority target. You can see now, iBoy just moving forward, pushing in to try and make sure to get the trade back. They will get it on top of Gwen, and that's Q picking up a kill. Now, this Gwen is here to stay and here to make some serious damage. This turret is but a hair's breadth away from falling. It does go down. That's all your tier 2s now, all your outer towers pretty much gone now for the side of top esports, and I think they're just investing too much on the support. They need to pick a better carry to prioritize.
Yeah, I mean, if you're burning, the Cannonal is that big tool, right? It's the backline threat, and you're burning it to kill Lux 4. And I think at this point, Zora just doesn't really care at all. It's really the rest of the team managing to survive in these situations and able to turn things around. As the King will come out, Drive should be able to get away from this one, though. Saying that, in trouble.
Yeah, he has to flash. No way he could really survive that. Didn't have the Gale Force up either, so just unfortunately losing a little bit. And look, this is something that we know is going to happen from Rare Adam. We know that Top Esports are a fantastic team. They will force these out if you do get a little bit too comfortable. So it's about Rare Adam just keep, stemming the bleeding, keeping themselves in a good position so that they don't lose as much when they have to lose those summoners.
And I think the thing is, we still see mistakes from Rare Adam, right? It's not like they've had a flawless game, but their game plan has been solid and their execution has been good, and they've been really paying off in these situations. And I mean, this is that replay, right? Okay, you ult Zora, right? Cool, Zora's dead. But I mean, look at the burst damage that comes down on Tian there with the Prowler's Claw and the follow-up from the Corki. Just deleted. And then Zoom isn't in a position to get away here. Goes down after burning Flash as well. That's the critical thing. Flash burned, and you still end up going down, and you only got the luck. So very low value. It's just Top Esports feeling a bit desperate, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, and looking at Zoom as well, like he's just so desperate to get some money right now. I don't know if he's going to go back and pick up his Zhonya's, because not having that Zhonya's is just such a massive issue, and still doesn't have it, only has the Phoenix Codex, so just not able to really survive. Once he goes in, he's in. He has to stay away and, try and kill somebody, because he's just not going to be able to survive. And you're looking at this Corki, this Caitlyn, 3 items on both of these AD carries, 3 items onto the Gwen. There's just so much burst damage available to Rare Adam that this very squishy lineup is going to struggle hard against them.
Yeah, sorry, I got baited by the replay HUD, and I thought the flash was down. Yeah, no, Zoom plus flash. Okay, good. That's a good thing, because I really need that, right? When you're playing for these late game team fights, cannon flash is probably like the most important thing. So, you're okay, Zoom. You're doing fine. I made the mistake. You're good. And I think that's the thing, is that's what we're looking for, right? When it comes to these team fights, the Corki and the Caitlyn are problematic, right? Look at the Corki's items, 4 in the bag. So much damage coming out. The rockets are really starting to hit at this point. Not as much as the pure pen build, but still a massive threat. And you kind of need Zoom to be on those flanks. You need that TP threat, and on top of that, the flash. So that's kind of the win con here for Top Esports, but they are significantly behind in gold. And the thing is, even if you kill the backline, there's still threats like Cube on this Gwen, who's been silently farming away. 3.5 items looking like a massive problem. Top Esports going to push up mid. They want to try and find mid priority and pull Rare Adam away from the Dragon Pit where they have control. Rare Adam are just trying to get some poke down. The Corki has a fair bit of threat in this situation.
Yeah, they're trying to cut off the wave as well. Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming in. And while this is happening, this is a 4v5. You got to remember that. They're not under pressure. They're not the ones getting themselves punched into a corner. They're the ones with the Gwen on the side lane that's just chipping away at this tower. Important to note, Zoom finally has Zhonya's, the light binding. Oh, so ever so close. Leanne does take a chunk right to the face from Jackie Love, and now the wave can be pushed back again. They are going to use the ultimate to try and see if they can just piece down these. Yeah, they're not looking, so they're going to go for the dragon. They're going to lose tier 2. They may lose an inhibitor. This is going to be a pretty easy setup here for Top Esports. They've even got that objective bounties coming in, and oh my lord, this Corki's just doing a lot of damage right now, and it's just got a very scary time here for Top Esports, because they have to be grouped together, but they can't be grouped together. It's a catch-22.
Yeah, they get the objective shut down. From that tower, they lose the dragon, though. Again, it's not too much concern. Soul's not yet, and it's a Cloud Soul. It's not like team with Chems like a Hex deck or Infernal. But that's just the problem, right? Stride picks up the package, throws one ult down with the big one, and that's it. That's your team has to back away. This Corki is such a problem. And the thing is, it's the range, which is such an issue of this composition. This Corki outranges the Victor so massively. That's like the only person who could really contend in terms of range is Jackie Love. And even then, he doesn't match up to a Corki with rapid fire and those long-range rockets. And if he does try and step up, the fact that iBoy is also a champion with such huge range, they're going to package the Baron. It melts so fast, and
yeah,
they're approaching slow.
I mean, you can't approach this one. The choke is there, and Baron secured by RA. Now maybe they can look to try and take out Knight, who just about gets himself out. But Zoom TPing in. They know exactly where he is. He's going to try and pop his ultimate immediately. No, he backs himself out. He's trying to just survive for the moment. Does get a hit by the ultimate of Caitlyn. And after everything's said and done, no one goes down. TP was burned there by Zoom and his flash as well. So big tools missed out here from the side of Rare Adam, from Top Esports. And Rare Adam, they just need to get back. They just need to defend. They should be able to stop this turret from going down.
Absolute disaster. I mean, those are the big tools we're talking about, right? The TP flank with the flash, and Zoom looked Didn't find it. I think, I'm not sure what's going on. It kind of felt like he expected Rare Adam not to give up as much ground. Maybe thought they'd be pushing forwards and he could flank behind them. But I think he very quickly realized he was TPing into a bad situation, especially if you're against the Caitlyn and she can trap the TP, you're just going to die instantly, right? Or at least burn Zhonya's immediately. So he had to flash out of the trap to get away, but just ended up being so messy there. And now they don't have the flash available for Zoom. Don't have the TP. This gives so much confidence for Rare Adam to push forward, but
there's
a TN on the flank. Let's see what he can do.
They know exactly where he is. They know exactly what he's trying to do, so they're just going to try and keep themselves alive. That's a good tunnel from Leyen to buffer the stun of the Deadly Flourish. And they're just turning back on top of this, but Ivory's a little bit separated. He flashes in. TN does not get the exact kick he wants. Great damage there from the ultimate from Lux, and this is going to be the game. There's nothing that TES can do about it. They're just going to be pushed away. Going in with the Gale Force and the flash. Ivory picks up 2, and that's going to be Rare Adam breaking open the base, and with Baron still going and 3 people left to defend, Rare Adam are going to be able to take this scalp.
Just really well executed from Rare Adam. They find the flank, they defend from Tien, and they're able to answer. Looks like 3 left, looking to defend from top esports, but it just won't be enough.
It's just not enough there. It's just too much damage. Double kill, triple kill. It's a full house with trips on dubs, and that's going to be Rare Adam taking the first game of this best of 3. They came in with a game plan, Ox, and they executed on it.
Taken down already. Such a big win for Rare Adam, and top esports just not looking on form. And I think the big thing for me, right, is we talked about top esports, we talked about them wanting to play towards bot. That would be the plan, and we saw that in the draft, but the answer was there. The Caitlyn left open meant that the priority bot lane was going to be contested, and it was that Rek'Sai pick. You ban away the Xin Zhao, you ban away the Jarvan, and Leon brings up the Rek'Sai, and honestly, it served him so well. Constantly matching Tien, constantly had the information advantage thanks to the Tremor Sense, and it meant he could answer any situation. Even we saw at the end of the game, right? He's looking for that flank. He can't go in because he knows if he does, he's going to get instantly knocked up and deleted, and it just made things so incredibly difficult. Really well played from Rare Adam. I think more than anything, this was a smart game. There's a lot of mechanics on the side of top esports, but Rare Adam used their brains and their game plan worked a treat.
That's the big thing as well. Like you mentioned it during the game, is that this wasn't a flawless performance. This wasn't Rare Adam just playing exceptional macro or micro. It wasn't just an individual performance. It was smart gameplay. It was calling top esports' bluff. And I think the big thing there is that you can see it. It was very, very close. But I feel like that first Baron bluff coming out from top esports just wasn't the play. And perfectly from Rare Adam, they said, look, we know you're not going to go for this. We know that the cannon's off to the side somewhere. We know you're not going to try and take this Baron. And that was just such a pivotal moment in this game that Rare Adam were able to get so much off of it. They got a bot lane tier 2. They were able to get so much more gold onto Gwen. And that just, as you said, just became just such a big brain decision here from Rare Adam.
Yeah, I think it's the veterancy of Leanne and showing that confidence and just being like, okay, guys, chill, it's fine. They're not going to finish the Baron. If they do, I'll just 50-50 steal it. And you could see that top esports kind of, the Baron health was dropping, slowing. And they're like, yeah, we don't really want to do this. So let's just back off. And it's like, well, you're now chunked. You're now in a bad position. You're now getting collapsed on. And it felt like Rare Adam had a good read. And honestly, really strong performance from game 1. I'm excited to see how things go in game 2. I certainly think that we'll get a bit of a mix-up because, like I said, we've seen Caitlyn 100% ban or picked so far, and most of the time it's being banned. So there's a bit of a wild one to see it left open, but I don't think top esports will be giving it away again.
Yeah, honestly, the Caitlyn pick was doing, like, despite the bad early start, like any other start that goes like that with a 0-2 on the bot side, you're thinking it's over. Game's done. The enemy AD carry is going to absolutely be always an item ahead or so, but it just never really happened. And we'll see what top esports can do. They got to go back to the drawing board and figure themselves out. Rare Adam take a 1-0 advantage into this best of 3. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll see what happens in game 2.
我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
手捏左尿。
Don't be down! It's clean as hell, Lyric! Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu ends the game!
from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go!
If they want to go for this fight, in he goes, move forward.
Oh! He gets him!
No! This is Donya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. I went to John as well. The E dodged away from Flash.
Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. Oh, he gets it. But he needs to hit it. No, they hit it. They've got it. The satchel charge to secure.
Tarzan there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2. But FPX still firing out. And goes Viper. Turning it around. No!
Oh, the flash! That is huge!
He just can't do enough. It's a clean ace.
And EDG, the last of the LPL are headed.
I just believe more in the Dom 1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
This scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though, flashes in, Showmaker dashes forward, Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive. They've actually done it, the LPL is back on top, Fedius.
Turn a gun down.
Beautiful shots of Shanghai as we come back into a beautiful series with a beautiful co-caster. I am still just Sushi, and he is still Ox. And Rare Adam coming out swinging. Got themselves a game plan. And the biggest man in this one right now was Leyen. Picked that Rek'Sai. Definitely a bit of a I wouldn't say a coin flip, but definitely a riskier pick for some. But he made it work.
It's not something we typically see. It's not something I necessarily expected to see, but it made sense. It made complete sense. It allowed them in a bot lane where it was going to be constant contention for who can get priority, who can get the advantage. It allowed him to keep track of Tien, have information on him, and be ahead of him in that 1v1 matchup. And even when it got later, he had one job, right? Don't let the Lee Sin get near my backline, and anyone who steps forward, my job is just to Prowler's Claw and knock them up. And he did it absolutely wonderfully. Moments like this, you know, finding those good gang paths coming in and having Zora follow up. But honestly, I'm going to flat out say it, Zora did not look good in the Demacia Cup. He looked really rough, but this game was a lot better. He got caught out a few times, didn't let that bother him, constantly finding those windows to follow up with the binding. Like this again, another flash binding to come in and just to take Tian out.
Yeah, it is. It was a great game, and you could see, you know, just from that bot lane, the first clip we saw was so pivotal from the side of Rare Adam to get themselves back into the game, to get themselves, you know, an opportunity to play the way they wanted to play. And just how they played this game was like, look at Leyen in this clip here, is that he knows exactly what his job is to do. He needs to go into tunnel, forget about the Lee Sin, don't care about the Tien, immediately walking forward says, look, I need to be with Cube, I need to be the one moving forward as much as possible, because if I get on someone, they're dead. And I honestly think this is a thoroughly deserved win from the side of Rare Adam, a thoroughly deserved MVP or, you know, Man of the Rift for Leyen as well. Came in with a game plan, they executed on that game plan, and really, really solid, you know, move here. So for Top Esports, what's the result? You know, what's the response, if you will, coming into game 2? What do you want to see them do?
Well, I think range was a massive issue there. I think one of the big problems is that they didn't have, you know, those easy engage tools, you know, things like the Jarvan. It was kind of relying on flanks from the Kellen or, you know, the Lee Sin going in. And there were answers from that on the other side. And it's like, it's fine if you're not able to engage, if you have the range advantage, but they didn't. And you saw all those moments where Corki's just firing rockets down. So, you know, they could have banned the Corki away. They could have dealt with that. They had a lot of options and a lot of opportunities, but they just ended up giving over a little bit too much to the other side. And I think really in this situation, you need to make sure you have a clear game plan. And I think, you know, leaving the Caitlyn open, I think I have to say was a mistake. They're not going to be the ones banning away. Obviously, Rare Adam on red side means they are burdened with that ban away.
Yeah, they are burdened with it, but that, as you said, they're not going to let it through. They saw how powerful it was for them. They're not going to allow it to happen. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised to see them maybe go with a Jinx and a Felios ban. Literally just round out the 3 most OP carries you can think of. And Renekton and Twisted Fate banned again by Top Esports. They're going to keep the same bans so far. And I'm curious as well, Renekton has just become, no matter what the meta is, in LPL, Renekton is meta. And right now, it feels like teams are saying, look, we just don't want this in topside, so we're going to ban it away in first phase all the time.
Yeah, it's 100% ban rate so far. And I mean, it's because Riot literally, they nerfed his stun, and then he was really bad, so they buffed his stats, and then they were like, okay, we're just going to revert the stun change. But they didn't revert the stat buff, so he's just better than he was before, and he was already pretty hotly contested, so it's no surprise he's permanently banned. You are correct with that Aphelios ban away, so just Rare Adam completely targeting the bot lane in this situation, and it makes me think that, you know, there's two sides to this coin. One, you can see AD carry priority maybe drop down. It's like, okay, you've taken down the big ones, or you could see teams hotly being like, look, we need to pick up something good. Jhin is still open and available, and Ziggs was actually played a fair amount by Jackie Love during the Demacia Cup, so overly not too surprised to see this one coming out. And I feel like Rare Adam has to kind of expect it and should have some sort of answer.
I feel like, though, you think of Jackie Love, you think of those very aggressive AD carries. We saw him during the Demacia Cup when he was on the Jinx, the Aphelios, hell, even things way back when, you know, when he was on IG with the Draven. Ziggs doesn't scream Jackie Love to me, and this is going to be a very curious style that Jackie Love is going to have to adopt with all of these different AD carries now being banned away. Leona going to be the pickup here for the side of Rare Adam. They're looking to try and find something that can just engage, can just get on top of your face, and they may look to either pick up their jungler here or look to pick up a AD carry. Either or is fine in this moment.
I think jungler makes the most sense here. Obviously, you know, the Ziggs is already picked and is likely going bot lane. There's no pressure to take your AD carry here. But maybe the thought process is they did such a good job answering the Lee Sin last time maybe they feel like Leon's happy to take counter pick in this situation. And if a jungler is picked up by top esports, you have that third pick on red side, punch you counter. But Tian, you know, we saw this come out in the Demacia Cup. He got that Diego 3 games and dominated with it. So I feel like it's a comfortable one to go back to. And it scales well, right? That's the thing. If Lee Sin gets matched on his ganks and isn't able to engage late game, he doesn't offer anything. But all Viego has to do is get resets and be pretty, you know, pretty farmed up, and he's comfortable to be a massive factor in the game.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that I feel like Tien is slowly becoming a Viego one-trick. Didn't have a great game on the Lee Sin. Has proven time and time again that he is exceptional on this Viego pick. And right now it is going to be Rare Adam saying, look, we know you only have 2 bans left, so we're happy to take our mid laner here. Strife was exceptional on that Corki and, you know, really just did everything they needed it to do from the long-range rockets. And yeah, honestly, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Keep what you got going for you.
And honestly, this is a pretty heavy poke composition from Rare Adam. Because, you know, if you've seen the new Kai'Sa build, where she goes more heavily in AP, there were some changes that basically meant she got more for cooldown refund on a W when she's got that upgrade, the evolution. And so between her and the Corki, if it is Weibo on that more AP heavy build, that's actually a dangerous amount of poke. It really forces top esports to have a very reliable form of engage to start things off. I like the Syndra being taken away because not only does it provide a lot of threat in lane, but also has that pick opportunity. And top esports go for the Rek'Sai ban. I'm not sure it was going to come out here. I think it was a very specific pick in the last draft. And also it's the fact that, you know, Jarvan and Xin Zhao had kind of been taken out of the pool last time. But either way, they clearly haven't played against enough Rek'Sai in competitive recently to want to deal with it. So they will just take that one off the card.
Yep, if you don't want to deal with it, just ban with it. You know, you don't have to think about if it's OP or not, but they are going to ban away the Sylas on the side of our Adam. Zoe still available. We saw the Victor from Knight last game as well, so see what he wants to go for in response to this Corki and what the final ban is going to be. You still have the Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin, the Jarvan, which you mentioned as well, so honestly, there's so many options here for Rare Adam to go for Leanne. I feel like their draft is exactly what they wanted to get. They've got that hard engaging bot side. They've got so much poke coming out from the Corki, and they still have counterpick for top.
Ooh. Jack's gonna get taken away, so potentially something that can cause a lot of issues for things, you know, like the Gwen, things like the Camille, the Jax can be problematic. So I guess they were kind of expecting a jungle pick to come out here, and then potentially the last pick top from Cube, which is, you know, what you'd expect in this situation, right? You already know the enemy jungle. There's no reason not to pick up a jungler here, you would think, and allows Cube to have that counter pick. So potentially eliminating one of the potential threats in that role. We are going to see the Lee Sin come through, so that early pressure being provided. Also, a solid source of disengage with the kick if we do come to a later game situation where top esports are looking to engage. And Victor is kind of the thing that you think in this situation, but again, we saw range be an issue in the last game. We saw Victor being unable to get up close and personal, so might have a similar issue here in this one if it is picked up. But now though, we'll see what Zoom wants to take. Looks like he might actually end up going for that Tryndamere.
Yeah, locked and loaded. We saw it earlier today for Sandbox versus DRX for Dove in that top side. Now it's going to be TES going for it now, and that does give you a little bit of flexibility depending on what you take. If you take the Gwen here, you can alternate between the two, but I would expect to see the Tryndamere mid and with the Gwen up in top side. So now, Rare Adam, where do you want to go? What do you want to put Cube on that can deal with either of these threats?
You know, honestly, Jace probably going to do fine into the Gwen, and also on top of that, the poke from the side of Rare Adam is just disturbing. It is so hard to deal with, and I think the thing is with top esports, once again, you're in a situation when you have to find backline access, you have to find flanks, you have to approach from different directions. They don't have that much engage. It's kind of just like, hey, Gwen, Tryndamere, just run at them. You know, and I guess you do have the Nautilus, but he's very much single target engaged, so not the ideal in this situation. This is definitely a composition that, you know, has strength in the 1-3-1. If they find these sort of split up team fights that are able to flank, it's going to be good. But I feel like Rare Adam, you hit the mid game, you get the poke items, and that's it. That is the game plan for them.
And we'll see exactly how they want to go. So everyone now locked and loaded. Rare Adam find themselves in a unique position that I don't think anyone really would have called. They are one game up over top esports, the Demacia champions from 2021. We'll see if exactly what they want to do coming into this game now. It's going to be a top esports to look to try and get, keep this Zig safe, keep him to the point where he gets that item and a half and 2 items where he can just basically be in any lane and just farm up and keep the pressure. This Tryndamere is going to be in the mid lane going up against the Corki, so it's going to be pretty rough for Knight for the first few levels. Once he gets that level 6, that's where we're going to be seeing what they can do with this champion. So Tryndamere back in the meta, seeing what they can do with it, see if they can deal with the range. And Rare Adam, honestly, I think they just got to go with the same game plan. We'll see how they end up working this squad out and working against this top esports team. This could be a massive scalp for them to start the season.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bit of a different dynamic because I feel like with the side of Rare Adam, they're happy to sort of lean into this one a little bit later as long as the carries are strong. They're not really going to have as much threat on the bot side of the map. Ziggs can just clear waves pretty endlessly once he gets his back early. Tryndamere can kind of ignore the poke for the Corki, and once you hit that level 6 point, that's where things become a little bit precarious, because if Corki is pressured, then you can just look to dive him on repeat, right? You have the ult for the Tryndamere, there's not very much you can do against that one. And now we're actually seeing a flank come in. Leon might be in a bit of trouble. He does back away, and I think they get the impression that it is a heavy invade.
Get the impression it's a heavy invade. Jackie Love going to respect the fact that he doesn't have vision on Zora or iBoy, so he's going to go the long route here, but he doesn't know that there is a ward in that brush, so he's just keeping himself safe. He knows there's nobody there now, but oh dear, Jackie Love. It's going to be a little bit close. The flash forward, they get the Xenoblade down. There is going to be the blast cone to keep him safe. I still think a flash for an AD carry off a flash of a support is still worth it in the long run. iBoy tried to dodge that bouncing bomb, but doesn't get it. Knight now going to get first strikes. They will stop the vision going down. They're trying to delay this one as much as they possibly can, waiting for that Glacial Augment to come back up. They're going to go in, try and just go for something here, but Zora goes a little bit too deep on this one. The spin to win coming in here from Knight. The red buff is still proc. The red buff is still doing damage. It's like a 5th man here for top esports. What is going on in this early game? There's going to be a smite fight, a smite war to try and get this first blood. It does not go over to top esports. They do not get level 2. They do not get anything from this. The red buff isn't enough to bring down TN. It is not. But first blood to RA, and they get the red buff. Oh, this is disaster for top esports, but revelations for Rare Adam.
Yeah, and honestly, Zora, a lot of confidence there. And the big thing is, all the damage went onto him from the other side, right? Every time he goes in, the enemy team all focus him down. Whereas on the other side, Rare Adam, they were kind of splitting the damage pretty heavily. And initially, that often doesn't work at level 1s, right? You want to kill someone, you don't just want to chunk everyone. But even though Zora got low, they didn't finish him off. And Rare Adam spread damage so well that top esports quickly realized they weren't going to be able to fight this. And I love that early level 1 invade, especially with the changes to the Scuttle Crab, right? If you want to hit level 4, you have to do every single camp on your side. You have to do a full 6 camp clear. If you do 5 camp into Scuttle, you're not going to hit level 4. So by denying just 1 camp from the enemy team, Leanne has now meant that Tian is in a bit of an uncomfortable position when it comes to hitting those levels that we love to see from a Viego.
Knight, this is exactly what we expected from this mid lane as well. He's already used his ghost to try and get a kill off in that fight. Wasn't able to get it, so his early pressure of ghosting on top of it, the Corki is just not really going to be able to get it. Tien is farming up towards his top side. There is no flash on Jackie Love, so he has to be a little bit safer. I imagine he took his satchel charge second to make sure he could keep himself alive and safe. And this is a matchup where first strike is going to be so powerful for Strife. I'm going to have to keep an eye on it, exactly how much more gold he ends up getting in the head, because it will just start to escalate very quickly.
Yeah, you can just get so much free gold with the Tryndamere. Knight doesn't really care in terms of health, because you'll have second wind, you'll have Doran shield. He essentially, especially the Gatling gun, you proc and hit him with it, and you end up losing. He ends up gaining more health than he lost, but in terms of the free gold, Strive is just absolutely cashing in. And we see Natiana in this position where he's cleared his top side, cleared the Scuttle. Kind of not really much else he can do, because he wants to challenge, he wants to invade and try and steal a camp back. He is looking for Leanne, but won't find him, will just back away and playing things very safe.
He doesn't have priority in top, doesn't have priority in mid, needs to just respect the fact that he could just get jumped on, no flash available to him, and no Heartbreaker either, as it's too early in the game. He would be in a very dire position. This is the questions we had for top esports. You look at some of these names on paper, and they are just exceptionally talented, from the eyes, I suppose, of the average viewer. But Tien didn't look exceptional during, Demacia Cup. We wondered how he would be coming into the regular season. Zoom hasn't really looked on the same page as the rest of his team, and it just feels like, yes, on paper, this team is individually all fantastic, but they're just not quite making it work. And it will take time for this team to really make it come together.
that's the crazy thing. The domestic cup was working. Oh,
here we
he's
go.
coming
There's
in,
the
great
satchel. Yep.
satchel.
He's dead. Zora's dead. There's nothing you can do. The satchel was used. They're going to actually try and just delay this one as long as it's taken them a long time. They wanted to give it to Jackie Love. They will eventually get it to him, but it took a little longer than most. But yes, back to my point. It does feel like sometimes top esports just aren't exactly working as a team.
Yeah, and it's just interesting because in the Master Cup, we saw them be successful, right? And definitely there were some inconsistent games, but for the most part, they came out on top and, won the whole thing. But the meta shifted a lot, and I think the TP changes, in particular for coordinated competitive play, really changed so many things. And it was such a unique situation when we had such a big change come so late, not even in the preseason, right at the end of the preseason. And bear in mind, the teams didn't get much practice. It was only a few days between 12.1 going live and the start of the LPL. So the meta is likely going to shift, and we're going to see teams trying to adapt and overcome these new changes that have just shifted things so heavily.
Yeah, it was literally this time last week, 12.1 launched. We went live on Monday. So it was 4 days of practice, to try and get yourself an idea of what's going on. First Dragon goes over to Rare Adam, and honestly, this is the big thing when it comes to patches, when it comes to part of the League of Legends game, is that if you're quicker off the mark, if you're quicker to figure out what's good for you and what works for your team, that could mean a win or two. That could mean a couple of series. And we see now an engage in the bot side. Drew is going to take a little bit of health damage. They do get the stun down onto Jackie Love. He'll take a lot more. The Ignite goes down. He's forced to flash again, pretty much straight off cooldown. He loses that summoner again. And now with Leanne on this bot side, they're going to see if they can maybe go for something underneath this tower.
Yeah, and I mean, bare minimum, Leon being there means he can zone away Tien, and it means that Jackie Love's just going to have to reset. He does have the TP, so not too big of an issue, but you can see the threat there if Leona does manage to gap close, and the Glacial Augment we've been seeing a lot from the Leona, because even if you hit your E, even if you're not able to get on top of the target because you're interrupted, you still have that slow field that allows you to catch up and land your Q, stun them down. So Zora, a lot of praise for Zora. I wasn't too impressed with them seeing him in the Demacia Cup. He's one of the other new additions to this roster who came up from Rare Adam period, which is their second team, but he's looked much better in this series, really being aggressive and finding these windows.
Really nicely started as well from the RA, making sure they don't have the same issue twice, as we now see level 6 hit by Knight, and straight away Strife saying, look, I gotta play it respectful. I can't really just sit on top of you now and get those first strike procs anymore. And we can see there already Zora just walking around saying, look, I'm here, don't worry about it, get yourself some of the CS, and don't be thinking too much if he goes all hard in on you. So right now it is still a pretty decent start for RA. Top Esports will have options available to them, and Zhou trying to see if he can make some of those plays now as he roams into mid lane.
And both spots moving up. Herald is spawning pretty soon, and the top priority, we could see Rare Adam look towards that one if they wanted to. We see pings coming out, so it looks like they will. Tian's not even on that side of the map. And big thing to note, right, is we had that early invade, and that has meant that Lian is level 6, Tian is level 5. And it's such a massive spike for both champions that I really feel like Top Esports can't contest at this point in the game. Lian is going to take that blue buff away. Cube's looking for a bit of a fight here.
He is looking for a fight onto Zoom, and go into hammer form and just get himself to the skies and then knock back. I think if Zoom would have been in a little bit more trouble had Lian pathed up top side, but calculated that it wouldn't be needed. iBoy is level 6 now, so he's just roaming up towards this mid lane. And you can see both these teams, they're starting to pseudo posture right now for this Dragon, or sorry, for this Rift Herald. They want to try and get at this, but it's going to be about which support gets level 6 first. Both Zora and Shuo, are very, very close to hitting level 6, but not quite there just yet.
Yeah, and we sometimes, there's something sort of world where I think it was Damwon who let their support take a full wave mid to hit level 6 at this point. Now these teams have done it here, but a big factor is we now have a level 6. Oh,
they're not level 6. They have the package. Tien has to flash over the wall. He has got the Heartbreaker, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. He doesn't even use it in the end, and that's going to be the Rift Herald. That's another kill. RA are just reading the play. They're calling TES out and saying, we can play this better than you.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Tian now has that level 6, that huge power spike for the Viego available, but instantly RA look for him, and the big thing is Strive having the package allows for that easy engage. The follow-up is there. You have the long-range poke. Tian is taking out extremely quickly. And honestly, in longer fights, he is such an important piece, right? If you start to get resets, Zoom and Knight both have Ghost, so that will reset duration in the longer fight. But then once Tian starts using his passive, starts getting those resets from kills, that is where you find the longevity. But here, if you take him out quickly, it's just no chance. And he's split from the team, spotted in this ward, and look how they instantly move over. Zora finds him, the package comes down. Yes, there's a flash over the wall, but just chased down the entire team there to pick him off. And it really feels like that was good setup from RA and a bit of disrespect from top esports.
Yeah, and the thing is with the package there as well, you know, mini rumble equalizer, you couldn't follow up through that choke. You couldn't follow as top esports to say, okay, look, we can, you know, get up that ramp and, you know, punish the overextension, because you're just walking onto about a third of your HP dying. So Zoom already taking a lot of pressure in this top side. He's not going to have his mist anymore, so he needs to back away. And that's 2 plates here for Cube in this top lane. And this game is already 1,500 ahead for RA. RA are really putting top esports to the sword. What do top esports need to do to get back into this?
Honestly, I feel like top esports need to find a fight where they can approach from multiple directions, and RA get a bit overconfident, a bit split. But other than that, like, I feel like RA have a comfortable comp to lean in the late stages, right? Once we hit that mid game, once we get that huge amount of poke potential coming out from the likes of Cube, from the likes of Strive, we have iBoy. If someone ends up low, he can easily follow up on them. It just puts them in such a precarious position. And top esports, you know, they don't have that great of an engage. They kind of need RA to be in a position where they can sort of close down on them. I do think once a couple of items on Zoom and Knight, they're going to pose more of a threat. Potentially a 1-3-1 is an option, but for now, things are looking pretty dire.
Yeah, flash over. They're going to get the full CC down, and Strife is dead. He tried his very best to get out of that. He flash failed over the wall, so sadly not able to get that one. But while that's all been happening, Rare Adam do have advantage in bot side, as Zhuo did move up to mid, so they will take themselves a second dragon. It is going to be a Chem Tech dragon, so Chem Soul, which means a lot of questionable vision now available or not available for both sides. God, my God, like, that's literally 5 minutes. It's literally 5 minutes since the last time he had his flash. He has to immediately use it off cooldown.
Yeah, honestly, Zora just does not like to hold on to his flash for any length of time. But Chemtech's an interesting one, right? But we'll have a look at the replay first before we get into that. This is just simply Strive being a little bit disrespectful without that vision. Azuro using that Nautilus. Not the greatest AoE engage, but single target lockdown absolutely does it. And yeah, that flash, a little bit of a whiff.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff. And speaking of whiffs, Cube gets heartbroken down, so he's going to get taken out. And now top esports are making the plays. They're being proactive, like you wanted to see them do. You wanted to see them moving around this map, using odds number skirmishes to their advantage as they start to move back into this game. We are going to see Lien with the Rift Herald go bot side. They are being spotted, so they know that they are at a disadvantage, because this is the TP changes coming in. You can have their top laner TP in, but you cannot TP in yours.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, I think top esports got so comfortable there because of the Ziggs, right? That's the power of the Ziggs. You threaten to dive, he's like, the wave's gone. Another wave coming, oh, it's also gone. And I might look for this. You can actually just solo kill him.
Yep, straight up, this is going to be a solo kill right now. Jackie Love just not really able to go anywhere. Ooh, as I say that, good satchel charge. Keeps himself alive, but now he has to leave this lane. He can no longer stay here. Rift Herald gets dropped into mid. Is going to give 2 plates over to the side of Rare Atom. It'll be spread evenly between the jungler and the mid laner. So just kind of keeps this game a little bit ahead there for Rare Atom, but they are in a little bit of issue. As I say, that Zoom needs to back himself away. Should be able to just dash over the wall. No problem whatsoever. And that's going to be Cube just delaying his back even further. So we actually might see Cube take the tower now, because the third plates will be falling off in 30 seconds.
Yeah, he should be able to get it here, or at least chunk it down. The wave might be a little bit late here to get the full tower. But on the other side, Jackie Love finally getting access to the bot lane tower, something that Ziggs always wants to do. Will get a lot of damage down, but I don't think has enough time to fully take it out, especially with iBoy there to defend. So I see too much done in terms of those, just a couple of plates picked up. But I think probably supposed to make the right calls, right? Playing things spread out, looking for picks. We've seen Chan getting some momentum on this Diego. And again, resets in the fight, super valuable if you can find them. Yeah, I'm just gonna look for Knight, but I mean, it's a Tryndamere, right? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, ambitious.
He did what he wanted to do. He just took a little bit of a CS advantage. And oh, actually, as I say that, Lien gonna have to kick back Tien. Does not get hit by anything else. He just kind of walks away. They will secure that blue buff over to The Viego does have to use Smite at the end as the Shock Blast was coming in. He will use the Blast Cone over the wall, but Accelerated Gate is there to keep him safe. And that means bot lane will go pretty much in favor of the side of Rare Adam. There's no TP available for anyone on top esports to answer for that, but 4 people going to be on this top side. They're really trying to see if they can punish Cube here. Zhuo walking up, see if he can land a dredge line. They're going to have Lien not get hit. Now gets stunned up just a little bit more. They might be able to turn this one around, because while that's all been happening, Zoom is just happy PvEing against the turret. Ends up just being a trade of sides. The top turret for a bot turret.
Yeah, and I like the lean coming in. Knight easily able to find priority, and it's just because, simply put, Strive is scared of him, as you have to be when you're playing against the Tryndamere. You just have to play such a sort of scared play style, back away at any opportunity, and it meant there was that threat leaning towards the top side. Joe had come top to sort of assist, and the thing is, bot lane, they're not even able to get the tower because of the Ziggs, right? Ziggs is so good just being put in a solo lane alone, and now they're feeling comfortable to expand out, and this is kind of how things will go on the later stages, right? You have Jackie Love in the mid lane on a Ziggs. He can wave clear for days. And the side lane, you have the Tryndamere. Anyone going up against him likes to get run down. On the other side, you have the Gwen, who is a similar threat. So Rare Adam looking to prioritize this Herald. I don't think Top Esports are going to want to fight this role resetting. That's completely fine. But they've established their lane assignments for how they want to be longer on. And the more they take towers, the longer these lanes get, the more it favors the Tryndamere, right? More favors the Gwen. These champions with Ghost, the power of them is that in a long lane, they can just run you down and there's no real getaway.
Yeah, big move there from Rare Adam, recognizing the fact that if Top Esports contested them at Rift Herald, they weren't going to be able to reset in time for this dragon. It would be the 3rd dragon of the game for Rare Adam, so Top Esports, in my opinion, making the slightly more higher odds decision to say, look, we don't care about Rift Herald at this point. We care about the dragon stall point, so we're going to try and contest at that. They will have pretty much all summoners available to them, at least all combat summoners available to them. Won't have the TP on Jackie Love or Zoom, but while this is all happening, we can see now that Rare Adam are trying to see if they can get a little bit more control. This tower should go down without, you know, basically an auto attack and a satchel charge from Jackie Love, but he doesn't want to risk getting too close to the tower. Everyone now moving in. The dragon is live and has been started. They're going to drop the Rift Herald into mid to try and create some pressure. I don't think Rare Adam are going to be here in time. And with that Chem Fog, it's just so difficult for you to walk in. You just don't know exactly where everyone is. Flash forward, the hook lands, but you're a bit by yourself there, Zhuo. You can't really survive all this burst, and he will fall. They flash in. They're going to try and stop the Gwen. We can see now that Zora does go golden himself. Now he can try and keep himself alive. It's a fight on 2 fronts. Is now the Corki is trying to keep himself away and alive from this Tryndamere, who flashes over the wall, gets the crit down, and will be able to get that kill as well. It's then all said and done. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of Top Esports.
Very aggressive engage there from Joe, but the follow-up is eventually there. The Ghost champions, Knight and Zoom, able to chase down and clean up these extended fights. It's only iBoy who survives on the side, and they end up losing out on the dragon. And that was a big win condition, right? Pemtech Soul, the strongest in the game by a pretty wide margin. Honestly, they were able to secure that. Could have meant so much, but 2 critical things. 1, Rare Adam needed to set up and apply poke, right? You need Jace to be landing these big shock blasts to chunk people out. That's how you find advantages to move in. And secondly, they need the package. Something I praised last game was Drive had his package synced with the dragon, right? Every single dragon, he had a package available, and that meant they were just super heavily favored in those fights. This time, however, he didn't have the package available. It means you just have no clear route to offer all that pressure that the package typically applies. And Joe, you know, literally trades his life so his team can engage.
Trades his life, and you can see there Zora did the exact same thing. There was a fight kind of on 2 fronts. It was Jackie Love, and you can see iBoy, he doesn't really know what he wants to do. He's kind of hemming and hawing. Do I go back onto Jackie Love? Do I try and help my team? And that little bit of indecision does end up meaning that they don't really get as much as they possibly could. They kind of trade down a little bit, I suppose, depending on how you look at the mid lane turret and his priority over a dragon, but it is still... And whoa! Tien? What happened?
I don't know, but he ain't here anymore.
I mean, yeah, he's dead now, but yeah, and it's little things like that. Jackie Love, he doesn't have flash, and there's Zora. He's on the backside. Ooh, okay, misses out on 1, but it does not matter. They should be able to clean up this quick kill. Now it's a 4v3 soon to be, as we can see now. Zora does get taken out, but they're taking out the Nautilus as well. 4v2, can the Tryndamere and the Gwen do a lot? Yes, they can. iBoy flashes away. That undying rage is just so good at baiting in those fights, and Zoom is getting pretty big on this Gwen.
And that's the scary thing. Those extended fights Knight and Zoom are just such a massive threat. They will run you down. And there's just no tools to deal with them on RA, right? You have the CC for the Leona. Leona had already gone down. You have the kick from Leanne, wasn't available. And so as a result, even though this looks favorable for RA at the start, it does fall off quickly. And yeah,
no.
Not sure what the game plan was there. But as we get the follow on, they collapse on a Jackie Love, right? Jungle already dead. Jackie Love gonna follow, but they commit such a large amount into this situation. All the mobility used by Rare Adam to get in a range, and that just means easy pickings for Knight here. One dash, he's in range of the backline. They obviously can't kill him, and he just keeps running and running and running. Doesn't end up chasing Weibo down there, but it's that threat, right? The Trinity is such a massive problem, and this is why I think the poke was going to be such an important element for Rare Adam. If you poke top esports down so they can't even fight you, that's where they would win things out. But now top esports feel a lot more confident, and the Chemtech map is such a problem, right? Because you can't even tell who's flanking you when there's a Tryndamere or a Gwen sitting in the fog. And now you can see Knight actually finds Cube, will back away, but just dips back in the fog. And if there's something more frustrating than Tryndamere, it's Tryndamere with stealth.
Yeah, Tryndamere with stealth, and Navori Quickblade's picked up alongside that Gale Force, so he is just critting and critting and critting. He is just doing so much chase down, like you mentioned. Minute till Dragon spawns. It's still a third potential Drake for RA. Will be a second for top esports if they are able to get it, and that just helps out, you know, someone like this Gwen, someone like this Tryndamere to be able to get that extra, you know, maximum health, or excuse me, current health percentage damage onto these, you know, big tanky members. So it's going to be a curious fight to see how it ends up being turned out. But for Rare Adam, they have options. They have, you know, ways of making this fight work for them. If they can get Jackie Love caught out, if they can continue to just find these odd number skirmishes, they can just force the issue and work as a big five-man unit.
Absolutely. And I think a critical thing is landing from that early poke, right? If you chunk out members of top esports, that's going to be an advantage. We do now see Strive has the package synced up with the Dragon. So it does have that one available. That makes such a massive difference. A big reason why Corki is also so good in this matter as well is that having that package for every dragon when there's such high priority, when you have things like the Chemtech Dragon, makes it a lot more difficult to fight. Remember, a lot of melee champions on top esports, that package, that burn, makes it hard for them to approach. But look at this from Zoom.
Here we go. Zoom trying to get in. He's going to find Zora, but he doesn't quite find anybody else. He'll pop up with his needlework. Nearly kills Leanne, so that's going to guarantee the dragon. They will find Zora, who does get a good ult down to try and keep himself alive. They're trying to jump back on top of this. Knight now has to back himself away. He will pop his Undying Rage because he was about to get popped by the Kai'Sa, who went straight onto the backside. And what happened, Leanne? You got caught out. You didn't need to go back in. And that's going to guarantee another Chem Dragon going over the side of top esports. It's only a 1-for-none, but you can see the wheel turning back in favor of top esports. If they're able to get on top of these carries, like you mentioned, there's just not a lot Rare Adam can do.
Yeah, really nice flank from Zoom, and they just had to instantly back away and disengage. And the thing is, they weren't able to find that poke once again. They were threatened back, and you saw Leanne saw a window to re-engage. You saw that kick opportunity when the top laner and the mid laner had been punked out. So initially we get Zoom approaching, right? They just have to disengage. Zora's running away, throw the CC down, keep moving, keep moving. Leanne nearly gets blown up. And then this is the situation where things start to go a bit more RA favored, right? We start to get the poke coming in. We start to see Knight and Zoom both chunked out and backed away. And so this is where Rare Adam are like, okay, we can go. Leanne's like, it's hype time. I'm going to find a beautiful 3-man kick, but instantly gets jumped on. Dro played that perfectly, didn't give him a window to escape. And then they're able to back out after taking the jungler. They now have equalized those dragons. And that is so important when it's a Chemtech sold. Because honestly, if a team gets that, especially, I mean, either team, but especially if top esports, imagine a Tryndamere who you can't kill, and then when you finally can, he comes back, right?
Yeah, he just becomes full revive.
Not a fun time, not a fun time.
No, it is not a fun time whatsoever. But with the pressure they have in bot and in mid, you can see now Rare Adam going to start up this dragon. They will take a lot of work to put in this one, but Knight has been spotted out, so they know they can't go for it. They don't gain anything else out of it. They just test the water a little bit. They're going to miss the dredge line here from Zhuo. Bit of poke coming out from Jackie Love as they pop down a little bit of a dredge line to try and set up this fight. They will get the kill down. And look at Weibo. He just can't go anywhere. Gets himself over the wall and kick back to keep himself alive, flashing away. Everyone's just on their full retreat right now. Good shock blast from the side of RA and Cube to keep this damage a little bit even, but already top esports starting to turn the wheel, starting to get themselves on top of these carries and make life very difficult.
They just keep running at them. That's all they have to do, just run forwards. And it's like, you know, Zora tries to stop them, but he just ends up getting taken down, and then they keep charging, and then Rare Adam escape, and they're like, okay, let's throw some poke in return, and then Top Esports back off, and that's how these things have been going back and forth, and it just feels like Top Esports are constantly threatening to just run them down, and so much respect has to be given. We see similar situation here. Joe's running forwards. We see Top Esports once again zoom in a bit of a flank position, and the Leon is just a sacrifice because no one else from Rare Adam can step forward. iBoy tries to step forward and nearly pays for it with his life. A kick from Leon to get him away, and basically everything used from iBoy gets him out. But I mean, this is a horrific position to be in.
They're going for it. They're going to try and burn this one down. 2,000 HP. It's going to be Zora trying to sacrifice himself. The Baron will be taken. The support will be sacrificed. iBoy just trying to see if he can keep himself alive. Maybe trade this one back. He will not be able to. And now Leanne in a lot of trouble. The Heartbreaker over the wall. You can see him. He's not quite able to get over to the ward to hop himself away. The Heartbreaker back on top of him, and he will fall. You get out with only 2 of your Barons. I don't know if that one's worth it, Chief.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of a rough one. You know, I respect the call, honestly, is all I can say. Because personally, if I'm up against this Tryndamere, this Gwen, this Ziggs, I would not want to be trapped in a Baron pit. But they make the call, finish off, quickly escape over the wall. But they kind of went the wrong way on that one. They needed to just get out as quickly as possible. I really feel like they could have gotten 3 Barons alive out of it, and then I would have said it would be worth. But at this point, I think Top Esports are perfectly happy to have taken 3 members for that Baron. So I mean, this is when it gets pretty scary. So once again, Zora sacrificed to keep him away, and you see instantly 3 members jump over, and then Leanne kind of hangs around a bit and goes the other direction, and I'm not really sure why. I think he's thinking, oh, maybe I can save iBoy. Maybe iBoy is going to 1v5. It's not realistic. Kind of meant they sort of lost out on that play, but either way, it does pay off to an extent. It could have gone a lot worse for Rare Adam. They got the Baron. At bare minimum, that means Top Esports aren't going to have it. You see the ult coming down, putting a lot of poke down, and once again, Rare Adam trying to push forwards, but look at the flank.
They see him. They know he's there. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. That's going to be the next point of call. You can see Top Esports saying, look, we know you have to be in this little area. We want you to be all grouped up as 5 to try and get this one going for you, and you're not able to use your Baron buff in a split push. You're not able to make this one work for you. The blue buff will be transferred over to Strife, who has pretty decent items right now to do a lot of damage onto the back line should he need it. He even goes back and picks up a crit cloak just to make sure he is able to put out as much physical damage as possible. And now Leanne is going to try and sneak himself around, puts himself on the other side of the wall. They don't know exactly where he is, but they have an idea that he's somewhere in the vicinity. And now he's been caught out. TN is going to jump straight in on top of him. He will ward jump to safety. Bot lane is going to be pushed back, and the poke can now come in. Knight will heal up that damage, so not really a big deal. Jackie Love takes a chunk, but not exactly exceptional damage either, so not being one shot by the accelerated shock blast right now. Zhuo needs to be a bit careful, though, as the Dragon has been started. They're looking to try and see if they can take him. That's a great solar flare onto Zhuo as they try and disperse him down. Jackie Love gets away. The Dragon goes over in favor of RA. They're now on Soul Point. The fight has sort of started, hasn't really gone anywhere just yet. Zoom needs to get himself backed away. They're going to jump on the Zora, who gets killed off, but they have killed Knight. Knight is dead, as well is the Nautilus, but they've traded back, and now iBoy jumping straight in onto the back line. Zoom goes golden, but against 2, there's nowhere for you to run. They still have 2 Baron buffs. Triple kill for iBoy, and most importantly for RA, they get themselves the Dragon as well.
And they might actually just look to the end here. There's 3 alive. All of them do a huge amount of damage to turrets, and the massive spawn timers for Top Esports. RA might have just done it. This might just be the 2-0 to start up the split.
One big fight was all RA needed. They got Top Esports into a bad position. They've kept the minion wave alive. The inhibitor goes down. 13 seconds until the TN has spawned. They've got a couple of seconds left onto this Nautilus, but he will not survive very, very long. Nexus turret number 1 does end up falling. Nexus turret number 2 is next to go. They're going to focus down the Nexus. Cube goes in. He's got the shield, and now the rest of Top Esports are alive. They're going to get one more. iBoy tries to keep himself alive. One more auto attack will do it. No! They haven't done it! They haven't done it. Less than 100 HP, and they weren't able to get down the Nexus. Top Esports survive.
You know what? I'm going to say it. That was the right call from RA, because, you know, they won a fight, but they had lost so many. They saw the window, and it was so close. So close to having it. One thing to bear in mind, though, they have 2 TPs in the bag. They could potentially look for this play. Top Esports is going to take some structures in return. They do have a Ziggs to make it fast, but I don't think they have enough time to take anything more than maybe just 2 towers maybe an inhibitor on top of that if they really want it. But I think they'll take that first tower and back away on a knife's edge. RA saw it. They saw the win and they so nearly had it.
One more auto attack from anybody. It wasn't like it was a support and like a tank top. These are 3 massive damage dealers just trying their very best to just kill this off. And the heroics from Top Esports, they stay alive, but they're on life support, Ox. They have nothing left. They can't even leave their base.
Yeah, I mean, especially what's really scary is like TP with a package or something, but we can have a look at how close this was. And actually, Cube was tanking the tower there. I don't think he needed to tank the tower. I guess he wanted to do it so they can hit it before the minions arrive, but if he was healthier, maybe they could have got it. There's always ifs and buts. Whenever you look back when it's 1 auto away, you're like,
80 HP.
You think about all these tiny little micro things that could have been different, that could have made a difference. At the end of the day, they didn't get it, but well, close.
Ox, I'm glad you're here. Your first full-time cast, and this is what you can expect now for the rest of the year.
It's enjoyable. I'm liking this.
I'm glad you are getting the proper initiation into the LPL ranks, because this is exactly what we want to be seeing. But now,
heart issues, is that what we're going for?
Yeah. Heart issues and lack of oxygen to the brain sometimes. But like this is now, even though RA have not won the game, and yes, it is still like a heartbreaking moment for them, Top Esports can't do their game plan. They can't run around with this, Gwen and Tryndamere combination, because if they leave their base, they could die. They could just lose the game. They cannot move forward the way they want to, which means they're just being pegged back all the way into their own base, which just enables RA to get more control of the rest of the map, more control of these objectives.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not even just about someone backdooring. If just one ward gets placed a little bit too close, Strive could TP in with a package, fly over the base wall, and just end the game, right? It's still, as much as the Nexus is going to heal, it's still so low. There's double TP available. It's so precarious. It's got a decent amount of health now, but if you extend it out to go towards that Baron, if there's a ward you hadn't swept and he's able to get behind you, it makes things dangerous. So Top Esports, a little bit of knife's edge. The Baron's secured by Rare Adam, and it's a minute away from that next Chem Tech Dragon. This would be soul for RA if they could get it. It's such a massive power spike. This dragon is so insanely broken. It's actually got nerfs scheduled for next patch, like massive nerfs, because it's so powerful. And once again, Strive has synced up the package with the dragon, so this is probably going to be the big fight, right? If Top Esports can win this one, it's late enough in the game, they may just be able to end if they get to enough of an advantage. Bare minimum, they stop Rare Adam from getting the soul, but if Rare Adam win this one, they get the soul, but I'm not sure if it'll even matter. If they win this by enough of a margin, they can just end this game.
Strive's going for the end. Strive is going for the end. So this is a big thing. Top Esports have to fight for this Chem Soul, because if they don't get it, everyone can just literally pile in on the Nexus and kill it, because even if they die, they respawn. So that's the big brain play.
Look on the map. They're pinging out those wards in the blue side jungle. You actually see pings coming out from the side of Rare Adam. They
Top Esports can't contest
this. About using them, yeah.
They can't contest this, because look at the two TPers. They know that they're going for this. They're saying, look, we know that as long as we are not on vision, you have to respect that we can end the game. Free Chem Soul. They still kept the Baron. They still kept themselves on the package as well. They will have to use it very, very soon. But honestly, RA could just run up and end the game. They don't have to care if they die, because they respawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5v10 now. If you kill them, they'll still end.
Well, the Nexus has almost fully regened all its HP from 80 to 100. From 0 to 100, they've got themselves all the way back to the top. But now, you have to go one last fight. Here we go. They're going to try and end this one right here, right now. It's going to be Leanne going down first, but he's got himself the Chem Soul. They haven't got themselves onto the Nexus just yet, so they will lose 2 people, but they can't end the game. Top Esports found exactly what they needed. They got out when they needed to, and that's going to be 2 quick kills, but I still don't think Top Esports can leave their base.
It's still precarious. They need the inhib back up, but I mean, they kill Leanne. Leanne respawns, they kill him again. Now he's just dead twice, I guess. Zora too. You can see that Rare Adam are like, look, we have the Chemtech Soul. This thing is so broken, we can just march mid and they can't win a fight. And then they kind of realize, oh wait,
wait, never mind. They're Gwen and Tryndamere in the late game.
Yeah, we lost like 80% of the fights this game because we just ran at them. Why don't we, maybe that isn't the solution. So we'll slow things down a bit. Top Esports have some life.
They have options.
Yeah.
They have options. Like, again, like, this is the thing. We are late enough into the game. It's coming up to 35 minutes. These death timers are significant. And just to make sure you're also aware, your death timer doesn't start counting until after the Chem Baron soul has taken after its effect. So when you respawn and then you die, that's when the timer starts going down. So it's a little bit of an extra kind of setup for you if you're able to get those kills. So it's not as clear cut here for Rare Adam, and with the Ziggs, you have so much wave clear. Actually, everyone on the side of Top Esports has so much wave clear. Honestly, I think they're gonna have to wait for Elder, and even then, I don't even know if it's that clear cut.
Yeah, things are still very much the knife edge. The thing is, we had that fight that Rare Adam won, and it was kind of because they were able to land the poke. Top Esports weren't able to get on them initially, and then they have really strong scaling carries, don't get me wrong. Like, you know, Corki and the Kite in particular scale just so incredibly well, but it just depends how they play out. It's not clear-cut at this point. The Chemtech Soul just put things heavily in RA's favor. But at the end of the day, like, if Zori gets caught out and dies, and then dies again, it doesn't matter if he has the Chemtech Soul, right?
You see this poke doing less and less the longer this game goes on. Tien getting tanky, has himself the Sterex, the GA. There is a ward, and they may look to try and just go in on top of this, but they have no inhibitors just yet, so it would have to be the inhibitor and the Nexus. You would need a lot of time in order to take down both those. So, honestly, like,
I would love it, but oh my lord, it'd be such a flip.
It's such a flip, but it's honestly, like, you double TP people in, you need to make sure that you're going to be drawing the rest of Top Esports. Basically, as long as Top Esports are beyond the halfway point of the river, that's where you have an opportunity. But you can see them pinging it. They're looking for it.
Chemtech's so broken for backdoors because not only do you, like, if you're trying to kill the Nexus, if they kill you, they have to kill you again. But also, if you're trying to stop them from recalling, it's so annoying. Like, you know, you have a Leona who's trying to stop your recalls, you kill her, and then she's still stopping you from recalling. It's really infuriating.
Well,
so we'll see. That control ward's still there. Spectators keep looking over at it.
I mean, honestly, they're waiting as much as we are. We can see the pings. Look at the pings on the map. They're saying, go for these two objectives. We need to try and get something. I will say Knight and Zoom are hovering around, so they know that something is up. Minute until Baron spawns. That will be the third of the game for Rare Adam if they are able to get it. Rare Adam now pushing into mid, just keeping their lanes in order. They still have a tier 2 on bot side, which they haven't taken, and the poke isn't doing as much as I mentioned earlier. There is a stopwatch onto Cube as well. Very important to notice. They actually have an Oblivion Orb as well on the Strife, so he's looking just to try and get the healing reduction down. I actually quite like that pickup from him. Not a lot of healing reduction available to anybody, really, on the side of Rare Adam. And again, you got to keep resetting if you're Top Esports. You can't leave your base. It's so difficult.
Yeah, I think, you know, Rare Adam are trying to clear out vision as well as they can, because death threat comes from them being in the fog of war, right? If you can't see Cube and Strive, that is the issue. So by clearing out the vision, set themselves up, don't allow any, you know, potential flanks to come in from Zoom or whatever. They're playing for this Baron, and they want Top Esports to pull out of the base. They want them to pull away so they can potentially threaten the back door, or so they can win a fight. But either way, Strive moving down. He's going to grab the blue buff. He still has the control ward. He can still TP in. It's good.
There we go.
They're both
there we go. They're going to double TP in. They're going to go for it. They're going to pull the bluff. And now it's just about keeping everyone from recalling. Like you mentioned, here we go. Knight has gotten himself back. They're going to be able to get him all the way down. Now he has no undying rage. He's going to try and chunk them all out, but I don't think he can do it. I think RA are going to take it. I think RA with the backdoor double TP 2-0 over Top Esports.
Oh my lord, what a game, what a backdoor. They were waiting so long for the opportunity. They instantly pulled the trigger. The Chemtech Soul's there to guarantee they'd be able to take it down, even if they did manage to kill them. Oh, I didn't expect it. I'm just going to flip straight out and say it. Top Esports coming off a Demacia Cup win. And Rare Adam didn't even make it out of groups. Didn't even beat another team in the LPL. They lost to IG and LGD, and then they come out with a stormer in this one.
What a way to start your season. Not only do you get such a pivotal victory in such a fantastic way, but you do it against Top Esports, a team that a lot of people, myself included, will be like top 4 in the league. This is a massive scalp for RA, and the greatest thing is that you don't have to play them again for until minimum playoffs. You've gotten your scalp. You can move forward and saying, look, we played well, we played smart, we got the W.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, game 1, really intelligent. Leanne on the Rek'Sai, instrumental. This game 2, it was just hectic, but Top Esports had the advantage for a significant amount of time. They kept finding those team fights, but the scaling was there from that Kaiser Corki. And then just some great decisions, right? Laying down the poke to set up the fights. On top of that, the backdoor. You know, I was so worried when they got the Nexus to 80 HP, they would have a situation where they ended up losing from there. It would have been so devastating, but the fact they found the window back in, they managed to get that Chemtech Soul, just RA really holding strong, considering, you know, Zora in particular I want to mention, because I didn't have super high expectations from him. The confidence he showed on the LPL stage, going from LDL to just flashing on cooldown, making things happen. Doesn't care about KDA, only cares about getting the win.
Yeah, that was like I think the unsung carry of this will be Zora in this particular game, because he just sacrificed himself over and over and over again to say, look, I will die, but if everyone else gets out, or even only 3 people get out, that's a win for me. And even around that Baron fight, the one where Leyen ended up dying and they only got 2 Baron buffs out of it, he still did everything he needed to do. And despite Jackie Love topping the damage charts, despite them looking like Knight and Zoom, look at that just roller coaster of a gold graph. It's just insane how much top esports were able to ring back into their favor despite everything going against them.
I love that massive diff. It looks like a bungee jump.
It does. Like, whoa!
Yeah, man. What a mad one. What an absolute mad game, honestly. And, you know, it wasn't decisive. Game 1 was a bit more so, but this game 2 was messy. And often that can be when veterancy comes out ahead, right? You know, when you have these messy games where you can't really practice too well for them, because how often do you have these situations? But really, RA were on point. Absolutely on point. So credit to them, and a well-deserved win and a great start, as you said, to the season.
Yeah, really, really positive start here for RA. And for top esports, this is worrying. It's only the start of the split. I don't want to put any too much, you know, weight onto these kind of things, but this is a team.
17th place already?
Yeah. Oof. But this is a team that, for all intents and purposes, should be, you know, for lack of a better term, clapping a lot of these lower end teams. This shouldn't even be a question mark. These kind of games should be reserved for the EDGs, the RNGs, you know, hell, even the FPXs and the BLGs. So to see them struggle so much in this series against a team like RA, and again, no disrespect to RA, these players are here for a reason, but it's going to be very, very curious. But we're going to talk about that a little bit. We're going to send it over to Wendy, who has an interview with iBoy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited iBoy from RA with us. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory. And my very first question is, in this new split, you guys have a very new roster. So tell me more about the synergy inside the whole team at this moment. 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。我们也注意到 RA 这个赛季也换上了一个比较全新的一个阵容，所以说也想问一下，可能现在队伍的一个配合和默契程度到怎么样的一个程度了呢？
其实这场下来我们配合不是特别的好，因为你看我们就是打团还是就是没有想象中的那么好，因为我们玩的是打团英雄，然后打的还没有对面好，然后就赢得很艰难。
So I think based on our today's performance, I have to say that our synergy is not that good, because actually we have a team fight focus composition our draft, but I think in the actual team fight we didn't perform that good and even worse than opponent's team. So I think for today's game we really got the win so hard. It's a very hard victory for us, but you guys still show so many highlights for today's game, and I noticed that in the game too, you guys used the first 3 bank cards all on the AD champions. So tell us more about the reason behind this. 那其实我们也注意到第2局你们是把前3班都给到了个 AD 位置，所以说能问一下当时你们为什么会做出这样的一个 BP 的选择呢？
因为第一把他们是没有ban的，然后我们第2把我们是想ban的，因为杰克拉我和我的英雄池都挺像的，因为他也很能水，我们就绝对针对 AD 好一点，在紫色方针对蓝色方的 AD 好一点。
So actually in game 1, the opponent's team, they didn't use so many bank cards on AD champions. So I think in game 2, because I think Jackie Love and I, we had the very similar champion pools. And also I think like in the red side, it's a very good strategy that we try to use more bank cards on the AD champions. So that's a reason for us to do that, because Jackie Love is still a very good AD player. And also my next question is, in game 2 really looks like back and forth. as an audience, I feel like I was on a roller coaster. So tell us more about how did you guys manage to like focus on the late game, and also tell us more about the communications in order to just end up the game. 那其实我们感觉第二局好像是比较的刺激，有来有回，我们看起来就像坐过山车一样。所以说，能问一下你们可能后面是怎么样来团队进行一些沟通和处理，然后最后终结掉比赛的呢？
我们在有一波小龙团，就是把对面团灭了嘛，然后差点就推掉了，但是在推塔的时候一直我们在说推，然后一丝血，然后没有推掉，然后我们又想到了就是偷塔方式，因为打团已经很难打了，然后我们就一直在他们野区布野，然后等待机会。
So in the mid game, we won a very perfect dragon team fight, and also we aced the opponents, and then we tried to like push all the towers, and in our team's communication we just taught each other let's just push the tower, hit the tower, but unfortunately we didn't manage to end up the game. The Nexus still have very few health, so after that we try to find more opportunities to make the backdoor, because at that moment the team fight actually is very hard for us, but still is a very perfect game for us. So thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也是开门红，希望你们接下来也能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Always great to get the insights there and to get the priority on the draft as such. And again, like we mentioned, and like Wendy was able to get out of iBoy as well, like they came in with a draft, they came in with an idea, and they executed on that draft. That was how it all worked out for RA.
I love the respect as well, sort of being like, we know Jackie Love is good at carry. Banning, it never feels good when you ban 3 champions away from someone. It kind of feels like, oh, we respect this person too much that we can't deal with them. But I like to just open like, yeah, he's a good player. We have to deal with that. And just great performance overall.
Yeah, we're going to see our MVP, our man of the Rift is Strife. I will say that I got confirmation that ward that the double TP2 was put down by Strife. And honestly, great debut for this man. Really, really solid play from him. And I think we can expect big things from man in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of clutch moments, putting the control wood down, the call for the TP, and overall just really, really good, right? We saw him in the LDL, we saw that quadra kill earlier that he had in the finals. The expectations were high, but I think he delivered in this one. And, it wasn't a flawless performance, but you're up against Knight. I would have been happy if you just looked decent, right? But this was a solid performance from RA all around, and Strive in particular had some really great ones. This one in particular, the package just to disrupt the melee champions so they can't even approach. Really smart decision making.
And big moves coming out here, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. The veterancy of people like iBoy and Lian working in tandem with people like Strife. Like, this is actually a perfect example of it. You have Cube, who's been in the league for so long, alongside the rookie, and the way they comboed up their knockbacks to make sure that the Tryndamere just could not stay on top of him was just perfect, in my opinion. And it was just really, really nicely done. They didn't double up the CC. They knew what they needed to do, and they got the job done. End of. They are now 2-0 in the regular split.
Yeah,
or 1-0, I suppose.
Yeah, it's just a great start, and I think there were a lot of question marks coming into this series, coming out of the Damascus Cup. You see, a little bit of potential against the non-LPL teams that they faced up against. So I was like, that looks okay, but then being beaten by LGD and IG, my expectations went high, but pleasantly surprised coming out of this one. But top esports, a lot to think about.
Yeah, a lot to think about. We got a lot to think about as well. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will be going over to Suzhou for our second series of the day, Ultra Prime versus LNG. You won't want to miss it.
I am so bored. I don't know what's on TV.
Give them back an eye.
Sir Munchenborough here, coming to you live from what's referred to as an airport. Now, these are the natural habitat of the North American player, and often, immediately after the start of an international event, flocks of North American players will make their way to places such as these to find their way home. Back to you guys in the studio.
We welcome you today to a place full of courage. Right behind me is the main practice stage for the LEC teams. This is where they hone their craft of running it down, showing true dedication on the field. Let's go see if we can take a look, shall we?
Huh. Weird. LCK is just not showing up for some reason.
Welcome to the LPL Evening News. 2021 showed us crazy plays, hype matchups, star players, and everything you could want from our region and more. After claiming the World Championship title, the LPL is once again the clear best region in the world. As we look towards 2022, this humble news anchor expects more of the same. Now, for your viewing pleasure, let's have a look at some tantalizing play.
Doing this again, it's oh my god! Trigger! Pumpkin! What a move! Flashing to get it clean as hell, Lyric! No way out of sight! Ooh, look at the snow! It's very chilly over in Suzhou. Ah, we don't get snow like that out in the British and Irish Isles, do we?
No, it's been a while. Been a
a while since the beast from the east. If you were from our region, you'd know what that is. But welcome back, one and all. We just calmed ourselves down, got ourselves some water after an absolute banger of a game. We got ourselves potentially another banger coming up. Ultra Prime versus LNG. We gotta talk about LNG coming out off of a massive roster change. Talking about this guy is just, it's an injustice to say anything else than he's one of the best mid laners in the world. Doing B on this roster is going to be massive.
Yeah, I mean, doing B on A roster is going to be massive, but paired with Tarzan, oh my lord, it is a sight to see. That is the main talking point of this, right? Super exciting. But LNG have kept a lot of the pieces the same, right? They still have Ale, they still have Light, they still have Tarzan. They have got Lumao, who they've been running in the Demacia Cup, and they are going to be running today, but they still have I1D also in the support role. But little change is going to make a big difference because LNG definitely had a good summer split they can be happy with. But having Doinby in the mid lane, having someone who's such a massive force to be reckoned with, so good in those skirmishes, so good at roaming as well. And that's what we saw in the Demacia Cup, was a lot of these instances where the setup plays were there. And it was really a solid performance from them. They managed to beat out OMG pretty convincingly. FPX was a little bit trickier, but despite going down 3-1, they kept the games close.
Yeah, that was the big thing as well. It was that LNG showed a lot of promise. Yes, it is only one change. You could hope that we do a lot more with it, but pretty decent Worlds performance, in my opinion, coming out from LNG. Went 3-3 in the group, you know, the Group D of death, and were unfortunate not to make it out of that into quarterfinals. Definitely felt like could have, but feel like getting Doonby here is going to always be considered an upgrade, and it's going to take a little bit of time. The one big question mark I do have about them is how they work as a team. There's been a couple of times we saw during the Demacia Championship where they just weren't on the same page. They weren't working cohesively together, and that's something they're going to need to work on as the split goes on.
Yeah, that's the thing. What I saw that was great from them was when Tarzan was moving proactively with Doinby, when they were able to spread the pressure to the side lanes, things just clicked, right? It really felt like things were working well. However, side lanes were a little bit vulnerable at times. You know, when they were left isolated, they would just die to side lane roams or ganks or dives repeatedly. And on top of that, there was those moments later in the game where it felt like there's a few question marks, if like the coordination wasn't quite there. But I think this is a roster with a ton of potential, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, and looking on the other side of that as well, we got Ultra Prime, who are coming off of a middling summer split and a middling... Actually, they looked pretty all right during Demacia Championship. Did go 4-0 and then kind of got a little bit clapped, I suppose, is the word you're looking for. I need to look at the thesaurus and see if that's, you know, different words for that particular phrase. But they've come in now. They've got in a lot of new players. Elk, Shousey, Cryan. This team is looking revamped and looking to revitalize themselves.
Yeah, and I think this is a bit of an interesting change, right? The Master Cup was a weird one because group stage, they stomped. They win a kind of easy group. And then they went up against FPX and, you know, they didn't do too well in terms of scoreline. But honestly, because they got 3-0'd. But game one was pretty close and it felt like there was some fight there, right? And I think the changes to the roster are pretty interesting because Cryan in particular, on RNG was a bit of a crutch, right? He wasn't able to hold his own against the likes of Doinby or Knight individually necessarily. But he was that, you know, there was very clear-cut roam to the side lanes. And a crutch isn't too useful if you're trying to run, right? But Ultra Prime is still learning how to walk, and a crutch is very useful there. And what he achieves for this team is those consistent roam timings, playing things like the Annie, being a side lane presence. And when he's able to roam to bot, Elk is actually a good carry who you can rely on in late game situations. We saw that in this first game against FPX. You know, Elk was a massive issue, and the only way that FX actually ended this game was with a backdoor when Elk wasn't available. And as much as they did get 3-0 in this series, I think that Ultra Prime have a clear win condition, and that's the main thing teams who you expect to see low in the ladder need, is a clear game plan that's going to work for them.
Yeah, a game plan and identity, and having Cryan as that identity. Of course, we saw him on RNG. He is an MSI champion. You cannot discount that. Yes, he has a very distinct style, but that is still something that you can use. That is still something you can work with through your season. And just, you know, the reason why RNG worked on it, did it so much, is because it worked. Teams found it difficult to deal with. So looking at how Ultra Prime are going to do is more about how they're going to work as a team and how they're able to unlock that mid lane. And speaking of mid lane, both Doonby and Cryan will be our featured matchup because these are two guys that just want to get out of the mid lane. You know, it's a mid lane matchup without it being in the mid lane because these guys are on frequent fire miles. They go all the way around the world.
Yeah, often see them, some of those roam times. We saw that in the clips that we showed, particularly with Doinby playing with Tarzan, moving the side lane was such a common thing. But Cryan as well, it's what we just knew him for on the RNG when he's playing things like Twisted Fate, often roaming up top to Xiaohu. But look at the current meta, it is more bot focused, right? We've seen teams leaning more towards that bot lane, with TPs no longer being a threat before 14 minutes behind you. You can play things like the Jinx, the Caitlyn, right? So I expect to see these two trying to get control of mid and then leaning it down bot, and the team that does that successfully should come out ahead. So despite the battle being in the bot lane, mid lane will be probably the decider for it.
Yeah, mid lane, but definitely not in the mid lane, as we can see there. The big difference, of course, being the solo kills. 13 in the summer regular split for Doonby versus 3 for Cryan. Doonby is seen as that big playmaker. You know, we saw him so many times last year getting pentakills, getting individual efforts coming out and making sure his team were not falling behind. And now he's going to have to try and do something similar in on this LNG lineup. And for Cryan, I feel like for Ultra Prime, they don't really have a lot to lose. Like, yes, they had a very middling, you know, not really too bad, not really too great split last year. They're kind of looking to try and get towards playoffs, and you just have to try and improve on what you did last year. It's not as big, whereas on LNG, I think they're looking for top 4, top 3.
Yeah, I mean, for LNG, a lot of people are rating them high, especially this Tarzan Doinby combo. For Ultra Prime, I mean, they win those bottom teams. They did manage to get 5 wins, I believe, last split, but they were definitely lower end, right? And I feel like anything is sort of an improvement. And I like the changes they brought in. You can't expect, you know, Ultra Prime to suddenly turn around overnight and just feel this completely different roster. But the fact Cryan offers a game plan, right? He offers something that on RNG worked very well to a high level, which was those clean, crisp roam timings, and it comes down to having a team that will work with that. But then Elk as well, I think, you know, we saw a good run from WE in the playoffs in summer. Despite what we expected, they actually made a pretty deep run, and Elk was a big factor in that. And I think he is in this sort of meta where things like Jinx are available. He's an AD carry you can lean on. So, you know, I don't expect them to suddenly top the table or anything, but I actually think that there's potential for them to take some names, and it'd be a great start. We just saw RA beat Top Esports. Ultra Prime could be LNG. It is in the realms of possibility.
I think that's the thing about LPL is that, you know, we don't have the same dominance as certain teams in other regions. We tend to have 17 teams. That's 16 matches. That's a lot of best of threes you have to play. And, you know, prep comes into it, how you approach it. It's all different things. Meta reads, obviously, a fantastically important thing. So it depends on how hard you can hit those books and how well you can come in prepared for these series. That's really going to matter. And for someone like Dunby, he has definitely gotten a bigger champion pool. Last year, he was the regular season MVP. He was such a huge asset to the side of FPX last year. And this is still someone you're going to have to look out for. And this is still someone you're going to have to try and quell in those laning phases and make sure he cannot have the game his own way. And for Ultra Prime, that's going to be the big test for them today. Can they get Elk ahead, and can they keep doing be quiet?
Yeah, and I think obviously jungle's always important, because let's be real, the roles are broken. Mid jungle will be a big thing as well, right? What can you do for your jungler? We saw that a little bit in the last series. Early invades being really valuable because of the Scuttle Crab, no longer giving them as much XP. If you steal just one camp, then they're not going to be able to full clear and get level 4 unless they get 2 scuttles to steal a camp back. So those factors are a really big thing, and often seeing the supports move up, it's very much a team play thing, right? It's not just purely about these mid laners. This is their style, but this team setup needs to be there, and that's what we'll be looking for in this game, and seeing who can execute better.
Yeah, we'll see who can execute on it more consistently as well in this particular game. And like you said, RA just took down Top Esports. Anything is possible. And let's have a look at kind of like the expectations for LNG as we go a little bit, you know, waiting for this game to get set up. Because for LNG, it is all about, as you say, contesting for that title. They're not going to be happy with just getting playoffs. They're not going to be happy even with, you know, top 6 middling in the pack. They want to be getting that first round bye, or sorry, it's not even first round bye, 3-round bye to get themselves into that, you know, double elimination as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the goal, right? Because they made a pretty deep run, but you don't want to have to rely on a deep run like they did in summer to get through. And I think with a roster like this, I think bringing Doinby, who's such a hotly contested commodity in this league, I think you want to aim for everything. Because I think, they had a good run, and I think Arle, really strong top laner. I do have some question marks about Light and Lumao especially in the Damascus Cup. I wasn't too hot on him. They do have Iwandi, who they could also field, but again, it's early days. The development, the opportunity, the potential is there. It's just seeing how they sort of work on things. And right now, I really think the mid jungle, that Korean duo, is what we're looking for as like the main focus. But there's good pieces all around for this roster.
Yeah, again, similar to Top Esports, on paper, this looks like it should be a pretty damn sure thing, but as we saw with Top Esports, it doesn't always make it a sure thing. You got to execute in game. You got to make sure it works out for you. As we can now see the players on stage getting themselves all ready and set up for the first game to go into pick and ban. And where do you want to see the priority? Do we expect the counter picks to go back up the top like usual? Do we expect early jungle priority? Or where do you want to see these picks and bans go?
I mean, what we've been seeing so far is pretty consistently bot lane and jungle prioritize in the early rotations. First pick is often like an AD or a jungler, sometimes a support, but normally AD or jungle gets first picked, and then the enemy team answers with, AD jungle or support jungle, occasionally AD support, and then it kind of follows from there. You do see other picks mixed in, but those ones are sort of tackled early, and then it leaves counter pick for top laners later on. And also, it's just there's so many high priority AD carries right now, like Caitlyn, the Jinx. We saw that second game before where 3 AD carries found in the first rotation. It's just such a good meta to be an AD carry, right? You're not getting TP'd on at 6 minutes because you pushed like a little bit too far in lane or because the wave bounced. It means you have more freedom to just fully go out and win lane, win game.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Win lane, win game. And like you said, with the TP changes, you can be a little bit more selfish with that TP. You don't have to, sacrifice a wave. And if you're wondering why we keep mentioning TP changes and why we keep, going over how important it is that if you're not aware, pre-14 minutes, you can only TP to your towers. You can't TP to wards, you cannot TP to minions, and that makes it a lot harder for you to get those aggressive dives bot in, or globally even, around the map. So what we're seeing a lot more from is people taking that TP, using it a little bit more selfishly, and then post 14 minutes, they're getting an awful lot more use out of it. But we'll get to that if it becomes relevant in the game. We're going to jump straight into it. First, Ultra Prime on the blue, LNG on the red. We're already seeing that Thresh priority away from Shausi. You have to take this man off of this pick.
Yeah, and we see the Camille ban away from Ale, which, you know, makes a bit of sense, something he's very frequent on picking up. But interesting, the Twisted Fate ban from Ultra Prime, a little bit of a crying special, but they are actually the ones to ban away. And actually in Demacia, you know, the Twisted Fate was banned against them all 3 games in the quarterfinals. So if you want to be banned in that direction, we do see Caitlyn and Jin banned. Jinx is available if it wants to be picked up. The Thresh isn't there though, so potentially some concerns if you first pick it. It looks like they are going to take it, but this allows LNG to potentially take options that can answer it. Jarvan stands out to me as something that when you don't have that Thresh available can cause a lot of issues for a mobile AD carry.
A lot of issues. We did see Elk pop off on this pick, and it is a massive priority. We may see LNG just respond with the Aphelios or maybe even a Lulu Kog'Maw. They have a lot of options available to them.
Lulu Aphelios.
Yeah,
Pretty
Lulu
good.
Aphelios. They could go with either or. They have the Lulu locked and loaded, so that is going to be guaranteed going into Luomao's back pocket, and not too dissimilar to something like a Bard that he is very, very famous for. So I'm curious to see how well he's able to pilot this champion.
Yeah, and coming now for this second pick, there's 2 schools of thought, right? You can take your jungler here because you don't need to pick AD carry, right? Because they've already taken theirs. But that does mean that third pick is pretty much reserved for AD carry, because if you don't pick it then, you're going to get banned out in the second rotation. There's already 3 AD carries missing. So it does put pressure, and it means that if Ultra Prime want to take a mid, for example, LNG have to choose, do they answer the AD carry or do they answer the mid? It's also interesting that we get a Lee Sin, definitely something Tarzan is very proficient on, but usually when you see things like Lulu, you expect like the Xin Zhao is something that syncs very well to buff him up, but Tarzan wants that early pressure in this game. And on the other side, Ultra Prime, they're going to take that Corki for Crying. He had a really good performance on this in the Demacia Cup, has the package for that Roman potential, but ultimately strong scaling pick.
Yeah, big, strong scaling pick. Little fun fact here coming in over. The last time Luomao picked up the Lulu was in March of 2018. Spring split against Snake Esports at the time. So wasn't a win, sadly, for him. So it's been nearly 4 years since we've last seen this guy play this champion competitively. Very curious to see how he's able to work with it. And like you said, you got the Corki and the Xin Zhao locked in here. LNG now looking to almost certainly lock in this Aphelios. If you don't, you could get the Aphelios and, of course, the Ezreal or even something like the Ziggs banned away from you. So you have to pick up this champion. They will lock that one in. So we got the jungles and the bot lane of the AD carries locked in, still waiting for the support for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and so that's where it becomes a little bit, you know, restricting, is the fact that they had to take that Aphelios there. So now they haven't been able to answer the Corki. So for Ultra Prime, you're probably going to be banning away those mid laners. Maybe you ban away a top laner that you're concerned about like counter picking with. There's definitely that as an option. For LNG, though, you can really target the support pool. They're going to take away that Nautilus. They don't want too much pressure coming down onto Aphelios. And obviously, if Nautilus presses on a team fight, it can really shut down Aphelios' ability just to shred.
Last few bans going to be coming in. You'd imagine LNG will continue their pool stripping of the champions in support. Nautilus, maybe even the Leona as another ban. See now, what do Ultra Prime want to prioritize? Wouldn't mind seeing them done away. Yeah, I was going to say the Victor, maybe even something like the Zoe. Just try and take away, you know, things that can do well into this Corki.
Yeah, I think the Victor's a big standout for me. But I think, you know, I think that's the main one. I think other than that, you could definitely look at targeting top laners with the rest of your bans. You can take out Orianna as well, but it hasn't been seeing as much players like the Victor. The side of LNG, Leona is something you could get rid of in this situation, but they're actually going to go for the Jace, so plenty concerned about that being something ZS ends up prioritizing. We'll see what Ultra Prime want to do with that final ban away, and they're going to have an option that they'll blind in this situation for the top lane. You presume, I think LNG will just pick up a mid laner straight away and give Ale that counter pick.
Give Ale the counter pick. Tryndamere going to be banned away as well. Doomby or Ale, or Allah, excuse me, will not be taking either of those in the top lane or mid lane. So,
and it makes sense, right? Because not only have we seen it be good in the Corki because you can run him down, but it's a flex. If LNG picked that Corki on the 4th pick, I mean, not the Corki, so the Trinamere, you don't know where it's going, and it makes it very hard to adapt. And you essentially could end up losing, kind of picking both lanes. So they ban that away. Rye is going to be picked up by Dorian B, something that can lead into the side lane very well. That play style we do attribute to him. Also scales effectively, a lot of AoE damage. And now Ultra Prime. Toying with the idea for Kennen, it would make their team fight pretty insane. And if you can get on that back line, both of them are mobile, you'd easily be able to shred them.
The big thing here is you're looking at both squads right now as that Kennen's locked in. It's team fight. It's both teams looking to just group together and go for the full 5v5. Both have massive scaling, both have massive AoE. So we'll see where the final pick is going to be here. I do like the Rakan here. It would synergize so nicely with the Xin Zhao and the Kennen. But we'll wait to see what the final pick is. It is going to be the Leona. Still a good pick.
Yeah, I like the Leona, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It's the easiest sort of like big lane threat that you have going. Rakan is a little bit too passive into a Felios and a Lulu. Like if you dash in, you'll get polymorph and shredded. So I like something that offers a bit more of that early game threat. And also for roams, you go mid, very easy execution onto the Rise. And now we're looking at Arley, and it looks like he might pick up the Aurelia, and that could be problematic for a Kennen. Aurelia loves playing into range top laners because you dash through the minions, you dash onto the Kennen and can honestly just beat him up. So it does make things a little bit precarious in the top side.
A little bit precarious in the top side. The Aurelia locked and loaded can snowball into absolutely disaster, and we'll be keeping an eye exactly on how Ala does pick himself up. Of course, massive carry top laner in the league, known for his Camille back when he was called Natural, back all the way back on DMO. So very, very curious to see how he's able to do on this one now. And Ultra Prime, they've got themselves a decent one. I will say, though, that, you know, going with Cryin on this Corki, it is a little bit more lane-focused than it would say roam-focused. So I was curious to see now exactly where he goes and what he's able to make with this champion.
Yeah, it's a bit delayed because you're kind of waiting for package before you can make those, like, impactful roams. But either way, I think the main thing is that they have an advantage in terms of the range, right? When I look at team fights, you have a range advantage with Jinx and with Corki. The Kennen offers a lot of power there. So team fights, I think Ultra Prime is comfortable. What I'm concerned about is like in the 1-3-1, Aurelia can be really problematic. In the 1-4 as well, Rise is there, can also take up a side lane. And on top of that, you know, we can see a lot of early pressure come out. Lee Sin, very strong in the early game. You have the Rise who's going to be backing you up. If you get this Aphelios ahead, if you get this Aurelia ahead, things start to fall apart for Ultra Prime.
Start to fall apart a little bit, and of course we'll be keeping a very, very close eye on that mid lane, the Corki versus the Rise. Both have decent wave clear, both have decent options to roam and make impacts across the map. This is going to be a first big test now for Ultra Prime to see what they can do in this split. We've already seen one upset today, maybe we'll see another. If you're wondering what those percentages are, they are solo queue percentages on the win percentage likelihood of these champions. The only one that's really worth talking about is in Chinese solo queue is the Corki into the Rise, which, you know, I'd argue is, you know, Corki into everybody.
I argue it's also Rise into everyone. Rise is not a good solo queue pick, right? He's like similar to Izir, where like he'll be pick ban broken in competitive, and then he'll be like 40% win rate in solo queue. So
yeah, it's a different breed when you're going into solo queue versus you know, comms, competitive nature, the level of player, shall we say. It's not as quite cut and dry as we like to, but we digress. We jump onto the Rift, and we'll see exactly how both these teams want to start. They are going to get a little bit of an invade up here on the top side, so bit of early information available to the side of Ultra Prime, and not really going to mean much else, because when you know that you know, I think it was something that Cagel said on a stream the other day, it's like when you know that the enemy knows that they have information that you know, then you know that you can know what they're going to do. And I'm just like kind of makes sense, but basically you can avoid the information being given over, is kind of what he's saying.
Yeah, you know that they know that you know that we all know. Yep, got you. But, you know, either way, gives you some idea, and the main thing is, Ultra Prime are happy playing this early game a little bit slow, right? They really don't want Tarzan to be taken off. Xin Zhao scales really well now because, like, he's not going to be a hyper carry in the late game. He's not something like that. But essentially, you can soak so much damage because you just pop your ult and it's like you serve a great frontline. Oh, Ignite in a bit of trouble, maybe.
Bit of a trouble. They're going to pop the cleanse off of him as well. The Ignite went down from the Lulu, but Lumao, you can't do anything against this. Elk will just keep running you down. It was like, there's the Ignite. They'll back away, and it's like,
it's a zoning Ignite.
Away. Yeah, it's like low-key like whispering to his AD carry. They're not backing away. What do I do? But this is the power of Leona level 1. The Lulu is great when they hit those, like, you know, later level 6 and onwards, when you have so much kiting and so much shielding and help to give your AD carry. But in that first level, you don't have a lot.
You know, this is what I love about LPL Leonas. I was actually playing a ton of Leona in my solo queue games, and it's actually like something that I learned is just that they will go in level 1, right? Often Leona's like a level 2 spike, but they will just E in level 1, and the damage available just poses so much threat. The damage, seeing a little bit of how that matchup can go. RLA fully stacked jumps onto ZS, and yeah, I would not enjoy playing that matchup as the Kennen.
No, well, speaking of another matchup you might enjoy playing, it is going to be bot side. They're going to try and go for this dive, and this is a little bit of a risk. Yeah, they do have flash available to them. They have no cleanse, though, which means that Light's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He does flash away, but first blood goes over to Elk, and they're swapping the aggro perfectly right now. As Luma flashes away, can he get himself underneath the tower? No, he cannot. Perfectly executed dive. Ultra Prime get themselves 2 kills, and while that was happening, they didn't even get a TP out of anybody.
Yeah, so well played. The TPs didn't come in. Not sure if they just didn't see the opportunity for the defensive one, but that's the big thing as well. A TP onto the tower will force Ultra Prime to run away. A TP behind will guarantee a turnaround, and that's the difference with those TP changes. But I love the execution, and it all came from Xiaoxi playing aggressive on that level 1. You burn the cleanse and the ignite. The combat summoners, the ones that sort of change the dynamic of the all-in. Yes, the flashes are there, but what's a flash going to do when you're trapped in a tower? Oh, I'm still trapped under tower. And you can see that. That's literally what ends up panning out here. Chelsea, very patient, waits till the last moment, goes for the stun, flash comes in. You're still under the tower, you're still going down. And then they wait a bit of time, reset the aggro. Hacker flashes out, just survives a second shot. And Elf doesn't even get aggro, just flawlessly played. And now you have a 2-0 Jinx. This is a great start for Ultra Prime.
And this is exactly what you wanted to see from Ultra Prime as well. You mentioned it, the bot lane in terms of Elk and making him the carry. This is the perfect start. You're going back into lane against a longsword, against a noon quiver. Like, you just cannot compete right now, and it's going to be disaster for Light because he has no summoners as well.
Yeah, a really good start already. And the fact is, if we find another engage, Ignite is coming up soon. It's Glacial Leona as well. So if you land that E, that's slowed down significantly. You have the stun into the traps. It's just so scary right now for LNG's bot lane with no flashes available. Hacker's coming down bot as well again.
Yeah, but Tarzan is here this time around. They will pop down the traps as well. Tarzan's forced to flash away. Yes, he's here, and it probably stops someone from dying. As I say that, Elk flashing away. The Ignite did come back up here for Lumao. They will back them all the way up. There is a roaming Doonby. We talked about how these mid laners don't want to be mid. They land the Q, but they're not going to follow it in. It's onto Xiaoxi. It would be pretty much a suicide mission there for Tarzan if he did go underneath the tower. So they back themselves away. Doonby is now here. They're pinging out them. Yeah, they're ready for him. They know he's not back in the lane. They aren't going to see him just yet. Now they do know that he's coming in. They're going to try and deny this wave. It's 4v3 in this bot side. They're going to try and jump onto Elk. They will get it, but Lulu is next to fall. It's a 2-for-1 in favor, though, of the side of Ultra Prime. 3-for-1. They may be able to make it a 4-for-1 if they're able to get onto Doonby. He's trying to run away. He just about misses out on the wind becomes lightning. And again, despite the dive from LNG, Ultra Prime have an answer.
What a fantastic read from Ultra Prime. And it's the fact that because they knew Doinby was staying, they knew they're still going to go for this play, they're going to try and dive, it ends up being a 4v4. Except they have the tower on their side. It makes a huge difference there. Again, Xiaoxi making such a great call to go in there. Ends up finding the engage, ends up locking down the initial tower aggro take.
Doonby's not done. Doonby is not. He's still roaming, but that's just a terrible idea right now because you have the slicing Maelstrom. 1 kill, 2 kills, double kill for ZS.
He goes bot. They mess up the play, and then he goes top, and they fudge that too. Oh my lord, it is a disaster for LNG. Credit to ZS, he pressed that R real good, but what are LNG doing right now? This is the bot lane play. Chelsea instantly, as soon as things kick off, jumps onto the bot lane, locks them up, and Hacker is able to follow up. And then Doinby's like, okay, I'll come run and help. And except Crying is there, able to provide some pressure. And then there's top lane play. I mean, this is ideal setup for the Kennen. Instantly stuns Arley.
Doonby, like, used the Realm Warp and then started walking away from, like, I don't know what he was trying to do there. That was such a question mark ping spam on the top side. And now you're 2,000 gold behind. Now you have 2 kills on the Kennen, 2 kills and 2 assists on the Jinx. You've 2 kills on the Xin Zhao. The early game is, you need to stall. You need to try and some way of stopping the bleeding because right now you're hemorrhaging.
Yeah, so I didn't explain this clearly when we're talking about roaming. Normally, when your mid roams, you want to win the play in the side. That's the goal. I just don't know how this. Oh man, you're the one with priority. You're the one roaming. You're the one going with the numbers advantage top, and you're losing the plays. It's kind of crazy. But things, as you said, really bad state now. ZS feeling a lot more comfortable in that matchup in the 1v1. Now he's got a pretty big gold advantage with those 2 kills. Hackett is super strong. And on top of that, the bot lane advantage. Already, I said, one of the big concerns for me is late in the game, the range advantage, right? You have a Jinx, you have a Corki, and you have this great front line. You have the CC from the Kennen Leona to lock people down so they can't get close. That was my concern. And the sort of win con for LNG was like, if Arle is fed, if Tarzan is strong, you can provide threat to that backline. But when they're behind, I don't know, it puts it in a really precarious spot. 7-1 at 8 minutes. 2k goal lead for Ultra Prime.
That is not what you want to be seeing. And the big thing as well, specifically in the top side, like you mentioned for ZS, how he's going to be more comfortable, is that normally when the Aurelia gets that early Vamp Scepter, it's like, cool, I can sustain, I can go in and find no issues whatsoever. But now you're against the Sword Shoes, which you do normally rush on the Kennen, but also an Oblivion Orb that's been picked up so early. So that healing reduction, those grievous wounds, going to be so vital at just stopping this Aurelia from taking over. And they will trade out the Dragon for the Rift Herald, so at least LNG are getting something onto the map. They will pick up a Cloud Drake, so a little bit of early cooldown reduction off of, or ability haste off of their ultimate spells, so not the worst single Drake to take. But again, Ultra Prime, balls in their court, they need to be the ones making the plays, they need to be the ones pushing this advantage.
Absolutely, I like the Ultra Prime went for the Herald in the back of that. The Dragon is a concern, and honestly, as soon as that Dragon was taken and you see the second one is a Chemtech and you know it's not a Chemtech soul, like, oh, well, we're even more happy that we gave the Dragon for the Herald. And now Hacker's looking up towards the top side. There is a ward in that brush, and I believe, yep, spotted there. So Arle should just be able to play safe. And you can see already Doinbi and Tarzan moving over to cover. Hacker's just going to reset. No reason for him to overstay. I say that. This is a very big overcommit from ZS.
Big overcommitment. They did have the Zins out there to try and maybe go for this. They should be able to disengage. Nice flash away, but the flawless duet is just that. They land themselves the kill. 3 people top. While that's happening, though, you are getting plates into that mid lane. So Cryan is trying to push some kind of an advantage. We'll get a plate. So half of the advantage taken away there by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and it's just a mistake from Ultra Prime. You should wait until Doinbi shows mid before you go for that play. And if he doesn't, then you just reset, right? You don't need to get a kill there. You don't need to throw the Herald down immediately. And I think ZS got a bit greedy because it honestly looked like Hacker wanted to back away. But maybe the comms were, okay, bait him in. Bait the Aurelia in. He wants a 1v1, blah, 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 blah. And then they didn't really account for the fact that Doinbi was available to roam with that Realm Wolf. Because if it was just Tarzan, I think they would have been able to get out. But the fact that Doinbi Realm Wolfed in behind and then rooted ZS, that was the difference maker.
Yeah, the chain CC that you can get with a single target there of the Ruin Prison on top of the Flawless Duets. Big amount of single target crowd control you can bring down. So Ultra Prime not going to be too happy with that transition of play. They are still very much ahead. They are still like Kraken Slayer in that bot side, so they still have a very fed Jinx at this early stage. So they're not going to be too upset about it, but they will be starting to maybe reel it back a little bit, thinking about the plays just a little bit more before they start over-committing to them and maybe losing a bit more of that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the Herald in pocket and can look for a place to apply that pressure. I don't think mid is a good call, right? If you make mid along a lane, it just means it's going to be a lot harder for him to shove out and then roam. So I think you throw it down mid, you get 2 plates, and then on the next Herald, that's enough to take the tower, and that just gives you a massive advantage in terms of the importance of the individual structure. So Hacker look in there.
Kraken doesn't have a lot of mana. He needs to be careful with that. Yeah, a bit ambitious, but now they have Xiaoxi roaming up.
Herald made get 2 plates, take them. That's what I do in this situation. I'm not saying that.
Okay, they thought about it. They thought about it. They look like they want to go for it, but they do have their AD carry here, so it looks like they're not happy with just the plates. They maybe want to try and go for the full tower. They're trying to see if they can get it down to at least just 1 more plate without having to fully commit the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald's a little bit isolated. They need to be very careful with how they approach this one. Are taking it down, 1 plate left, down to about 1/4 of it, or 1/5 of its HP. It's a pretty decent trade there for Ultra Prime.
You happy with that? And I like the fact they had priority bot, so they even move L-Cup as well to secure that one. I think the decision is right, and now that tower is precarious. If Doinbi starts roaming, he leaves that tower in a vulnerable position, but we're sort of just clearing some vision out. They will back away and reset. It's Dragon in 1:30, so they need to be on the map and get some vision control for that one. But overall, positive from Ultra Prime. Other than that mistake top lane, they've kind of kept that momentum going.
Yeah, they've kept the momentum going. They've been able to see if they go. But again, Doinbi on the roam, looking to make something happen. This is a little bit riskier as it is a level 10 ZS this time around, so don't know if they fully want to try and engage on it. They are just going to try and steal away the blue. I like this play from Doomby, and this is why we highlight this guy so much, why we think he's such an amazing player for whoever he plays for, because he's just constantly around the map, constantly looking for even the smallest of advantage. If he can steal the blue, he will, and then you don't have that for your team.
Oh, and crying.
Oh, he's fine.
I think Tarzan should be able to ward hop. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
No ward.
He's got no ward. He's not going to need it, to be honest with you. He can just solo him out. He had the gore drinker there. And that's LNG picking up another kill. They're slowly bringing this gold lead back. It was 2,000, now only 1,500. And I don't think there's much Hacker can do here with Lumao and Light all sticking around. Shausi and Elk are in the vicinity. And yeah, LNG think a little bit better of it. There is TPs available for the side of ZS, so don't want to go for an ally. Needs to be a bit careful there. That bit of extra healing reduction on top of the Blade of Rune King is going to do a lot in this early stage.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to fight because he has that huge one-item spike to Irelia, but it's like, if you miss the Flo's duet, you will just get poked out pretty heavily, and he can sustain off the wave, but you'll have to be a little bit cautious now. Maybe is moving up towards the top side, just have that realm up. There's no flash for ZS, but I mean, he still has that slicing maelstrom. I think it's just a threat, right? You go in the fog of war, you threaten ZS, but ZS is just trying to pick up that wave, and you see Elk trading pretty heavily on a Light, and you know, that early lead we saw, the 2 kills in pocket, mean he has his mythic finished already. Light is just working with that Noon Quiver.
Yeah, just working with the Noon Quiver. We'll have second Drake going over to the side of Ultra Prime. It will be an Infernal Rift, so a lot of value out of that soul, should you be able to get it. We're going to have 30 seconds till the Rift Herald spawns as well. They should be able to get mid-turret as well with Cryan having the package available to him, so he's a little bit careful, and actually tanks up a little bit too much than he wants to, so backs himself away. But that tower is a sneeze away from falling over.
Yeah, pretty low. Wasn't quite able to get it just because of the wave fear, Doingby. But again, at this point, with the last plate gone, very easy to take that one down. Won't even need Herald. But have it available now if they do take it. Should be able to lean that into one of the side lanes. Cryan will use that package just to help cover top lane. And it looks like on the other side, LNG heavily committed to the bot side of the map. There's no dragon available at this time, though. So as much as they'll be able to get a tower, I don't feel like this is a great trade. Like, we're seeing Shausi and Elk go mid. They will just pick up that mid tower super easily, right? You're already sort of trading evenly in terms of towers, but because Ultra Prime are getting the Herald as well, they can capitalize even more off the back of this.
The first tower go over to the side of LNG. They do trade it for the one in mid lane. And again, mid lane is one of those towers that is so highly prized because it's such a short lane. It opens up the rest of the map. So you'd be feeling pretty positive for your Ultra Prime here. And again, like you mentioned, they just popped the Rift Herald topside, get themselves that tower. That's 2 towers for the price of 1. You didn't lose anything. So again, positive trades here for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and in fairness to LNG, when you're behind, you kind of have to take negative trades, but even so, Ultra Prime can be completely happy with that. They get those 2 towers down pretty quickly. The mid one, you know, being a central pivotal point in the map, and as you said, short lane makes things a lot better for them. Makes it a lot harder for Doingby to move around when he has to push deep and potentially distance. But Cryan, what's sleeping?
Yeah, caught sleeping, got hit by the Sonic Wave, and he's dead. Didn't even need the Realm Warp in the end, so that's another little pick. And again, these little small mistakes are just eking LNG back into the game. It's now 7-4 in kills. It's now only a 1,200 gold lead. It's these little small problems that Ultra Prime are going to find themselves in that LNG are going to 100% capitalize every single time.
And I love seeing Tarzan and Luma move around together because it's so hard to skirmish against, you know, an AD jungler and a Lulu who can just buff him up, speed him up. And it's sort of this situation, you know, you buff Tarzan up, you speed him up, and he just goes in and nothing really can fight him easily in the, you know, 1v1 in quotation marks, the Lulu support. So a little bit to secure the top tower, able to answer back. It will be a trade-off on the other side of the map, but LNG are keeping this one close.
Keeping it very, very close. We will see a trade from the top side and the bot lane, like you just mentioned, and then everyone kind of backs away. The problem, I suppose, there it goes. I was going to say for ZS is that he didn't have his Mythic yet. He didn't have the Proto Belt because he did go for the early Oblivion Orb to try and get that healing reduction. Now has it, so in a pretty good section. And actually, you have a rapid fire cannon here for Elk. So we were looking at the start of this game towards the potential carry of Ultra Prime. He is online and ready to go. All he needs is just a little bit of support from his team, and this Jinx will pop off.
I will say, though, we're seeing LA farming up pretty well. We see Tarzan 4-1. They pose threats to the Jinx, right? A big kick from Tarzan, you can essentially just assassinate Elk, and that's kind of a massive factor that needs to be available, because I think in a straight up front to back, Ultra Prime's range and the amount of time that can be bought by Leona, by Xin Zhao, by the Kennen, it will really favor them. So LNG will have to get a bit creative, but the fact that they have their Lee Sin so strong and the fact they've kind of mitigated some of those disadvantages, because again, they were 2k gold down earlier in the game. They're now only 1,000 gold down, and obviously the later the game goes, the less relevant gold leads are, you know, proportionately. So see Ultra Prime trying to get this tier 2, but I don't think they can go a bit too aggressive here, just fear of getting engaged on.
They're putting down some decent poke, though, and forcing the rest of LNG to think twice about whether or not they could defend it. They will have another wave, another shot at it. You can see there's a bit of a question marks going over between LNG and LNG and Ultra Prime, both checking that brush to make sure no one was in it. Absolutely no one from either team. And now, honestly, I think this tower is just dead. With a Corki and a Jinx, with the rapid fire cannon giving you that extra little bit of safety, you cannot defend it. And this is just them using that early power with the Jinx having those 2 items to push that advantage.
Yeah, and it's so hard to engage, right? Because if Lee Sin can fly in and get a kick, that's great. But honestly, you kind of want Arlo to be in a position to flank. You kind of want Doinby to get a range. It's the range disadvantage that's the thing here. Closing that gap is such a massive thing that LNG have to work out, a problem they have to solve if they're going to win these team fights. Because until they do, they'll just get harassed, they'll just get poked. And the second someone's low, you sort of question, can we even team fight? If Jinx gets a reset, probably just going to be we're going to be in such a bad spot.
Yeah, going to be a little bit of a bad spot if they're not able to keep it going for themselves. And still waiting to see. Apart from that very explosive early game, we've not really seen a lot. And I will say, Tarzan has all of the kills. Tarzan is 4, 1, and 0. He has all of the gold right now, and it's not really the carry you want to see on them. As we now see Shousey defending against this blue, will be given over to Cryan. So nice capitalization there from Ultra Prime. They also get themselves their second Drake of the game. And this game feels like it's more on Ultra Prime to throw it than it is on LNG to be able to win it outright.
Yeah, I think LNG are posturing themselves to look for mistakes. Someone oversteps, someone's too far forward, someone's out of position. That's when you'll find them. But Ultra Prime so far playing things. They did have those mistakes earlier, but you know, they used the package to kill the dragon. They're slowly approaching these towers and poking it down with rapid fire procs. They are playing this one as it should be, right? And credit to them for that. I also see that Cryan's going for the more poke heavy build, right? Going for the sort of long-range sniper Corki build, and honestly, I like that here. The range is a big thing. If you're in range to auto, you're probably a bit too close, so going for those massive rockets to poke out Light, poke out Doinby, I really favor that.
I love this from Ultra Prime as well. They recognize with the guns that Light had in mid lane, they cannot defend that tower. They cannot take that tower to answer back for what Doomby took in top side. So they rotate bot, they get that turret, they do not lose out in the trade. So it's still 1 tower to 1 tower, an inner for an inner. Again, this game is just kind of becoming a game of trades right now. It's going to be a little bit of a while before we see either side really fight for an objective. There's no real reason for Ultra Prime to go for Baron. There's not really any reason for LNG to fight around a Drake. There's no soul point on the cards just yet. So I think both teams are happy to keep scaling, keep getting to a point of which they will have themselves an opportunity to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime, though, happy with this. Just more influx of gold, right? All this trade of towers just mean both teams are getting more gold. But you look at their carries and them getting more items, it's just going to be a really difficult situation. Doinby has gone for the Thimblewind, I believe, which is a bit more for...
Yes.
A bit more bruisery Rise build. And I believe he's going to go a Frozen Heart after. So he'll be bulky, right? He'll be able to absorb damage a lot better. But it's not quite, you know, the Rise we had last year where you just, like, do an EQ and absolutely one-shot everyone. There's going to be a lot less AP or even mana scaling available, especially since the new Seraphs isn't really as a desirable option, since it doesn't give you percentage mana that scales so well with Bryce's kit.
Yeah, the big thing as well with the Fimbulwinter, if you're wondering why he's taking such a tankier item, the passive on it, or the unique passive on it, is the when you immobilize or stun. So obviously the Rune Prison coming out, you are able to use your mana to do extra damage off your spells. So it is, and it also gives you a shield strength. So it is a pretty decent item for surviving. You can see his health bar already coming up to about 3,000, which is pretty nuts for a Rise. It's going to be machine gunning and getting all that damage down as well. 2 minutes 20 until the dragon spawns. That would put Ultra Prime onto Soul Point. We now see the split push coming in with the Aurelia and the Rise. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit more tense. This is where the game starts becoming about small, minor decisions that can throw off either of these teams.
Yeah, this is where LNG are comfortable, right? When they have a spread map situation, RLA can pressure ZS, and you have to send Cryan from Ultra Prime to go and answer that top wave as well. So it keeps them in a position where LNG are comfortable. If they find Prios in the side lane, they can sort of rotate it in. But the big problem is this mid-tier 1 still being available, right? Because, Ultra Prime can keep moving forwards because they have this tower very close by them, right? They go forwards, LNG can't re-engage because the tower is so close. And if the side laners get priority, rotating in doesn't have as much value when that tier 1 tower is there to protect them. So LNG really need to find a way to crack this tier 1 for the time being. Doesn't look like there's too many options. It's a minute 20 until that dragon. Once again, Cryan's going to have the package available. And again, short range comp against a package, not a fun time.
Not a fun time, but there is a deep ward just sitting there. Thank you so much, observers, for showing them on the top left-hand side of the jungle. So, LNG have an option to get a flank with this Aurelia, with this Ryze, if they so choose. And maybe they try and force the issue. They now have cleared the vision, but there is Scuttle vision in favor. Doonby running away, gets flashed on, has to flash away. The Everfrost is good. The TP comes in. The kick is great to keep ZS away, but now he jumps straight in on top of the back line. Light in a lot of trouble, gets hit with the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's a good Moonlight Vigil to keep him away and keep his damage safe all the way, all on the top of the bush, though. They're going back in on top of this fight, and Doonby now in a lot of trouble. They thought they had the fight. They thought they could go back in for the re-engage, and Elk is just flashing forward, feeling like he can get something more. Light answers in kind, and now Allah trying to turn this one around a little bit. He gets the Corki down. They're able to keep the Jinx over the wall. The Jinx is pretty much free hitting, but look at this damage coming out from Light. Look at Light just put in the work right now. It's a 3 for 2 in favor of LNG, but these health bars are low.
Ultra Prime solo lane is really not wanting them to win this fight. Honestly, just such a massive overcommit. And you got to question, was it necessary? And as I say that, Arley's coming in. Not sure you're getting out of this one. No summoners available. I think Shao needs to go on a brush and Hex Flash. Hex Flash is the only way you're going to kill one of them. Looks like he's not going to find the window, and Elf will go down. This should just be Baron for LNG.
Yeah.
Absolute disaster. And it's ZS and Cryan. I have no honest idea what they were going for in that situation. Just really poor. And I'm sure we'll get the replay, like point out why. But for now, the Baron is being picked up by LNG. Cryan's flying out the package. 5k HP. It's ambitious.
It's ambitious. He's dead. Straight up, if he stays there, he's going to die. So he has to back away. Baron secured by LNG. They now have themselves a 2,500 gold lead. They have themselves priority over this dragon as well because they can go straight to it. And that's going to be LNG back in control of this game.
Yeah, Elk isn't even alive yet, so there's no way they contest this one. And honestly, we were talking about LNG were waiting for a mistake. They got one. They got handed one on a plate by Ultra Prime, and they did a great job of capitalizing.
Yep, that's going to be a second dragon for LNG. He's going to delay Ultra Prime from the soul again. And that's where the split push gets real dangerous.
This is the create. Well, we'll see the replay first, but I just really don't understand this decision making coming out. From like, why are you going for Light in this situation as ZS? Because he gets kicked in, but you're not going to kill Light, right? He's got cleanse. You're not going to finish him off. He now gets taken out, and the whole team funnels into this choke. It's an atrocious position to be in. Honestly, I think ZS just splashed over the Baron wall and gotten out that way, because they chased in this choke, but then they start to turn things around, right? Elf's free hitting, Elf got reset. But this over chase is just ridiculous, and Cryan is especially guilty here. This flash over the wall doesn't kill Light, misses the rocket, gets instantly deleted, and then what can Elf do in this situation? He can't get over the wall. Anytime anyone gets low enough to kill, they just walk out of range. It's so easy for them.
So easy. But the positive thing for the side of Ultra Prime is, despite losing the Baron, they have got a massive amount of wave clear. They have 3 items now onto Elk's Jinx, so just going to be able to one-shot those waves even with the Baron buff. But with the pressure you have in the side lanes, you're going to be able to keep taking these camps away. That's going to keep Tarzan with 100% kill participation just so relevant in these fights. And now we can see Light trying to see if he can get something going. Look at that, 2 auto attacks onto Hacker, and he's nearly half health.
Yeah, a lot of damage here. And critically, something we talked about throughout the game was this advantage Elk had early on the Jinx. Light actually managed to close the gap and is now equal in items. And that 3-item spike is so punishing on the affiliates, especially the Lulu buffing you up. We have Greenby, super tanky, Frozen Heart, Fimble, Winter Finish, has the Mig Treads as well. And because of that MR he's got, the pen build available to Cryan isn't going to do nearly as much damage as you'd like. Now, Tarzan's looking, and Hacker, you're just taking so much damage.
Yeah, Hacker needs to ult, but I think Hacker's dead. Yep, Hacker did not respect the pure amount of damage that was coming out. Like, Hacker has no real tank items. He even had a Zhonya's or a stopwatch to use, but now we can see Tarzan behind the wall gets the jinx, and that's the perfect combination that you want to see. Tarzan is just carrying this game, 5-1 and 6 on this Lee Sin, and has not looked like he's missed a beat. Now they rotate towards the bot side with the Realm Warp. This could just be game.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone from Ultra Prime oversteps and dies, they will just end, right? The Baron buff is keep the minions tanky. You cannot risk things in this situation. ZS does have the ultimate to make things difficult, but it's really, really precarious. They're going to try and end, so I think ZS just has to go in an ultimate.
Yeah, ZS just has to try and go for something. They will take the Nexus turret #1. They'll back away. Their Baron buff is worn off, but your base is in tatters. Ultra Prime have no real answer to this. It's a 7,000 gold lead. It's, 6,000 gold lead. And
No, it's 7. It's 7.
Oh, 7. My maths was correct. I'm just, I'm doubting
have faith
myself.
in yourself. You
Yeah,
gotta
I didn't have
believe.
enough faith. I didn't have didn't have enough faith in me. But that's why you're here, Ox. You have the faith in me. Don't believe in yourself. Believe in the me that believes in you. That's what you have to say. Gotta get my anime references in there somewhere.
It's just the lead they've been able to accrue off this Baron. Like, losing a few towers is fine, but like Hacker's stepping up here, you know the tower's gonna die. What are you doing? And then Tarzan, and I can't even flame out for this. Credit to Tarzan for finding this beautiful angle. Blast cones over, flash, ward hop, kick. There isn't counterplay there, right? If you have flash and you're fast, you can get out of that, but El didn't have his available. Really good execution, takes out the Jinx, which is such a massive threat, and now there's a 7k gold lead. LNG are in control, and they're right back where they needed to be. We talked about how the early game was going to be a bit of a disaster. We talked about the range disadvantage. When you have this much of a lead, you can just force on the enemy team.
Yeah, it's just so easy, and now we wait to see what you can do on the side of Ultra Prime. You're lost one of your Nexus turrets. Your split push cannon isn't really going to be able to do a lot against the Aurelia or even the Lee Sin or the Ryze, to be perfectly frank. You have a GA now onto Lights Ophelio, so he's going to be even harder to try and take out of this game. And look at this build from Doonby. I'm curious to see at the end of this game how much damage he did, because if he did a sizable chunk while going pretty much full tank, I'm calling BS on that, because that's just not fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Ryze. He's such a weird one because he scales off mana. He will just do damage even if he has non-damage items, right? He's not going to do as much damage as if he built full AP, but he's bulky, so he can get more combos out more consistently. He can step forwards more without getting chunked. A lot of value in that. You see like 3-item spikes coming in for Crying, a lot of damage potential if you can land the poke, but that's a problem, right? Poke compositions work well when they're ahead because you poke, and the enemy team are struggling to find an engage. When the enemy team's ahead by 7,000, they don't need a good engage because they're so far ahead. They just need unengage. And as soon as you step too far forward to try and poke, they will jump on you.
Yeah, important to note, ZS does not have Zhonya's. He has a broken stopwatch, so not going to be able to go into stasis. There are 2 Zhonyas available for Tarzan and for Allah. So Allah's just going to be able to walk into here, and oh, there we go. There's the Vanguard Jet on the 3. They're going to be able to kill off Crying. That's it. That's the game. There's nothing else they can really do about it. ZS tries to go in with the Slicing Maelstrom. Will get the GA out of the Aphelios. Might be a little bit too early to say any celebrations, though, for Ultra Prime. The Aphelios is dead. This Jinx needs to pop off something fierce if they want to try and make this work, but they're not going to be able to. There's just too much CC, too many people getting down in on top of your face. ZS not going to be able to survive off that either. They're going to get the TP in, end the game. LNG will take 1-0 in this best of 3.
And it was a stomp after that initial sort of advantage that Ultra Prime had. As soon as LNG got that winning team fight, they got the Baron, and it completely snowballed out of control. Really decisive from LNG, but honestly, a little bit surprising how Ultra Prime just managed to throw it away so much. I was really positive after the early game, and I think there was some great ideas of how to play the map. I think the early gank as well, really instrumental, but then they just completely fell apart. Chelsea, strong start, but then it was just that play around the Baron, just over aggression, and it very much felt like the hype had gotten to them, and they just stepped too far and got burned.
Yeah, the small silver lining for Ultra Prime is because they killed the Aphelios, they 2,000 kills for Ultra Prime as an organization. So congrats to them. They do not come out with anything else, however, from that game. And LNG, gotta give props where props are due. Like, that early game could not have gone any worse for what they did, and they were able to keep their calm, keep themselves set up, and look to where they could make their advantages. And those little things, taking away a camps, getting away a little bit of an overextension, getting a kill, that kept them in the game. And when it became, down to push and shove around the Baron, they were able to capitalize.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is that a mistake is only a mistake if it's punished, right? Is a lot of the situations you see, and LNG were ready said they were waiting for an opportunity. They found that opportunity, they instantly capitalized. And I think Ultra Prime, if they got the early game of Dreams, I'm not sure they'll get as good as an early game in this next match. And if they don't, I feel like it's going to be even more difficult. And you can see the goal difference, right? That big advantage that came in early, and Ultra Prime maintained it, but they didn't really expand it, which is fine. You know, their composition scales well, but that one mistake, that massive spike downwards, and then you see another humongous spike because it wasn't just LNG got the Baron and got some structures. They just really ran away with it, found momentum, found the engages, didn't give Ultra Prime time to breathe. And as a result, this game was over so quickly after that initial turnaround.
Yeah, very, very good one there. You can see, I'm glad to see Doomby didn't do more than 10,000 damage because I would have been really annoyed if he did. But
tank rise.
Yeah, tank rise. But yeah, I think the big thing as well for the side of LNG was that early Drake. You know, yes, we liked it at the time for the trade of the Rift Herald to keep Ultra Prime's momentum going, but it was that little extra time that they were able to give themselves, that little bit of extra momentum they were able to push forward with themselves to just make sure they could get the fights they wanted. And great moves here from LNG to get themselves back in the game. Still an expected one we expect them to win from. A little bit disappointing, to be perfectly honest, if you're an Ultra Prime fan. They had all of the pieces together and then they decided to flip the board.
Yeah, literally. And, you know, we'll hope they bounce back in game 2 because I think they started off well, and I loved Chelsea's aggression. So more of that, please. A little bit less of the inting later on.
A little less of the ending. We'll see if they take your advice. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, game 2, picking bans, will be right around the corner.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May rise up to the call for the glory and the dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah.
Beautiful lights. Suzhou was snowing earlier. I wonder if that's the same snow. I wonder if it's cleared or if it's on different days. We will never know. But we are Ushin and Ox, and we just got ourselves out of a game where Ultra Prime had the advantage, lost the advantage, and then swiftly just ran out of control. LNG coming out trumps, and a big reason for that was because Tarzan never let go. Our MVP, our man of the rift in that game was, of course, the man in the jungle, Tarzan. He was honestly a monster.
Yeah, no surprises here. He had such a... Honestly, it wasn't the greatest start just because of how the plays went in the bot lane, but then from there, he was just constantly being a massive factor involved in all kills, finding beautiful plays in the early game. And then as the game went on, he remained relevant, which isn't always the easiest thing to do on a Lee Sin, right? There's a lot of situations where playing a Lee Sin, you can fall off significantly, but he just kept that aggression, kept that momentum going.
Yeah, really, really nicely done there by Tarzan. And again, these little things. Look at the scoreboard. They're 7-1 behind. Okay, we get a kill. Okay, we're 7-3 behind. Okay, we get a kill. It's these little small things that do make the difference between a good team and a great team. And I feel like LNG, despite all the hardships at the start, definitely made themselves look out to be a great team in this game.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's the thing, is that it was waiting for that window that we're talking about. It's like they weren't in a good spot, but they kept looking for that opportunity to find their way back in. And eventually they managed to find the window. They managed to find the opportunity. And yes, it did come from a misplay from Ultra Prime. This wasn't ideal for LNG, but the fact that they found that opportunity was the important thing. And Ultra Prime, it's kind of back to the drawing board, right? You got the early game you can only hope for. Can they repeat that performance? And if they do repeat that performance, is it enough to win at the game, right? You had a Fed Jinx, which is kind of like normally a tick, right? If you need 3 ticks to win, Fed Jinx is probably 2 of them. But they just couldn't finish it off.
That's the big thing. So for Ultra Prime, how do you approach this differently? I definitely feel like crying on something that didn't have... I don't know, he built his weird, right? He built his Corki as if he was going to poke a lot, and then went in a lot as if he had a Mortal Shield bow. So it was a weird setup from him in the sense that he just couldn't really find what kind of style he wanted to do.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that when you're playing this long-range poke Corki, you have to play like it. And I just think, like, you don't auto for much damage at all. Like, him flying in there, he was trying to get the rocket in, but it's like you really lose out in close range. And, you know, we've seen a lot of Corkis going different directions on the build. You have to sort of understand, it almost plays like a bit of a different champion when you have that build. It's purely about the rockets and the Q for the damage, and more importantly is just lining up those big ones, getting the huge amount of poke and put it down. So some questionable moments, and that's the unfortunate thing, is if you're against a team like LNG, one of these teams we have huge expectations for, it only takes a mistake and that's enough. So, you know, I'm still optimistic that that Ultra Prime can put in a good attempt to the second game, but they definitely need to sort of sort out those issues later on, and you can't give any opportunity for the comeback.
That's the big thing, and you know, the small little things that are going to change your entire gameplay are going to be taken advantage of by the better teams. So for LNG, honestly, just squeeze up, you know, clean up a little bit of the early game. Maybe don't go as ham when you're not quite sure exactly if you can win. And that game could have been over in 20 minutes. That was such a quick turnaround from this game is in Ultra Prime's favor to all of a sudden LNG have won. This was such a great turn for them. And now coming into this next game, it is going to be LNG back on the red side. So I wouldn't mind seeing the exact same draft from them, even if they wanted to go that way. Again, just clean up the early game.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the main thing, is clean up the early game and just focus on not having such... I mean, it was honestly kind of hilarious, the plays we saw.
A little bit. They were a little questionable sometimes.
It was almost on the point of comedic. But, you know, I think it's a testament that they bounce back from that. But you do mistakes like that against, you know, the likes of FPX. You do mistakes like that against RNG. I don't think you get a second chance. So,
yeah,
definitely, you know, it's the first series of the split. You can be excused a little bit, but this is where you really need to iron those things out.
Yeah, it's all about improvement. And of course, for Ultra Prime, like we said, they went 5 and 11 last split. So bottom 3, not exactly the most incredible team in the world, but this is the moment now where you need to try and see how this team works together. How can you make this one work for you going forward into the new split? And it's about, again, similar to what we said to RA earlier, it's about being competitive. It's about kind of coming out and showing your best, putting your best foot forward. And sadly, it didn't look like their best. I feel like they had all the opportunities in the world and just weren't able to take them in that last game. So I want to see them do a little bit better. I want to see them come out and really give them a proper going to, especially considering LNG gave them so much in that early game.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that, you know, you have a win con, you need to stick to it. You need to be more clear, because even ignoring the fact that Cryan made that, like, you know, unfortunate play, you need to think about, how is my team going to win this fight? Okay, it was a front to back. It was like, use the long range advantage, don't just dash in. And it just felt like there was this sort of lack of understanding. It's like some teams, like, they're like, okay, we sort of saw this in the first series as well. It's like a team will win a fight, right? Or they'll be winning the whole game, and then they'll get overconfident and they'll start playing in a way that doesn't suit their composition. Like that second game between Rare Adam and Top Esports, Rare Adam won a fight, and then they're like, okay, we can force now, and they just ran down mid, and then their front line died, and then they had to back away. And it's like a similar thing. It's like, you win by playing at range and letting them come into you, but then they're like, oh, we're really fed, let's just run into them. And it's like, no, you have to think about how things are supposed to interact with each other. Overcommitting, me and your backline can't really sort of get into the fight. Having things all mixed up and having like them approach from the flank isn't going to work. So it's just important to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's going to be very much a play to your conditions, play to your win conditions as such, and then we'll see now Ultra Prime, can they do anything? And same bans again coming out from both sides, both teams recognizing where they need to go for it. Very surprising to see Ultra Prime banning the way that Twist of Fate, something that Cryan has been so proficient on, and this time around though they ban away the Lee Sin, they do not want Tarzan back on as King of the Jungle.
Yeah, understandably, massive impact in that game, but the big takeaway here is that Caitlyn is now left open and available. We did see it first picked in the last series when it was left open, but it looks like instead they're going to take the Jinx once again. I feel like, is this LNG just going to answer with the Caitlyn? Makes sense in my mind. They don't necessarily need to pick it right now, but it looks like they are going to go for it.
Yeah, maybe look for it. They can go for it whenever they really like. They can wait till the last pick to kind of get something else sorted out for themselves. Maybe even an early jungle pick here just to secure it into their team and move on from there. I don't think there's much else they could really kind of expect from this particular side of the draft. So Jarvan is going to be locked in. That's going to be going over to Tarzan. So good engage, good early power as well in that Jarvan, and just very good at getting in and out of situations, especially if you want to be going for those early game dives that we saw them try and do in the game one.
And I think as well, like a big thing for me is you pick Jarvan when you have immobile carries in the enemy team that you want to deal with, right? And you already know they have a Jinx. You already know that Thresh isn't available to get the Jinx out. So it makes sense, like, in this situation. I actually thought they could have picked it last series. I feel like the Lee Sin wasn't necessarily the optimal pick, but it worked because Tarzan is very good at Lee Sin, and Lee Sin's just generally strong. But in terms of dealing with the Jinx, Jarvan does a great job. Ultra Prime need to pick up the Corki because Corki is a carry who can dash out of the Cataclysm. If you had Jarvan and Jinx, then it becomes so much easier for LNG. But I think LNG could be pretty happy, right? They have the Caitlyn. Something we see paired with the Caitlyn a lot is the Lux. If you Cataclysm and you Luxel on top, very difficult to deal with. So we could see that coming in the third pick. But now, though, Corki going to get taken. And we'll have to see whether they take a support for Ultra Prime or they take a jungler. To be honest, they're not going to take a support here because it'd be blind. I think they will just take a jungler. The exception is maybe they could take a Leona, but you might get countered by Morg. So probably going to go for something just to have Hacker in a comfortable position.
I'm seeing Corki basically 100% pick rate throughout the day, so it's a curious thing to see how much of a priority people are putting into this, and I think it comes down to just how versatile. Wait a minute, I'm going to come back to that in a second. Hacker going on to the Udyr.
Yeah, so something which has that early clear pressure. We saw a lot of Udyr, obviously back when it was already broken last year in spring, and then it sort of got nerfed, and obviously the jungle got changed quite significantly to where it's just not as significant. This is not going to hold well up in the late game, right? Udyr just doesn't serve halfway there, but you can definitely get a speed, a clear advantage. And also, if you get up in Jarvan's face, you just absolutely massacre him in the 1v1. There's very little he can do other than run away, and you have the speed to chase him down. But with Udyr being taken, no Leona, easy Lux pickup that Lux Caitlyn bot lane, and now LNG can honestly just ban away the Leona here, and there's a lot less threat towards this bot lane. They've already taken the Jace away from ZS. Ultra Prime are going to respond with the Camille away from Arley.
I will say, and this is not a good stat, I will say, for Ultra Prime fans out there. Throughout his entire career, Hacker has had 13 professional games on Udyr. Guess how many of them he has won?
Hit me with it.
It's a 1 in 12. So he's one win, 12 losses, and they all came from last year, like you said, when Udyr was in the meta in 2021 spring and a little bit of 2021 summer. It isn't looking amazing for him, of course. You know, when you lose with a champion that's considered busted, I feel like that's kind of an unfortunate situation.
To be fair, it's kind of hard to have a good win rate when your team doesn't have a good win rate, right?
That is very true. That is very true. So we'll see how he's able to pilot the champion coming into this one here. But early indicators say, results-based analysis say it's not going to look amazing. Well, I would gladly love to be proven wrong with the last. It could be the last we see of this Udyr as well, because the rework's coming in this year. Could be the last time we see this man professionally as the Victor's locked in.
I like the Victor finding the Corki, and honestly, we've seen Victor actually have pressure versus Corki. Earlier this split, we actually saw Corey solo killed in this matchup, so has more pressure in the match, but obviously Victor scales incredibly well. Is still a bit of a range issue into the Corki Jinx, but I think it's fine here, right? You have the Caitlyn, you have the Lux, you have the Jarvan. If Jarvan gets a Cataclysm on the Jinx and Victor can, you know, ult or flash ult, really easy way to win a team fight off the back of that. I think LNG, I think the draft's a lot more favorable this game than it was last game, so they're looking to be in good stead.
Yeah, we're going to see what the final pick is. Could see Shousey back onto a hook champion like the Blitzcrank does give a lot of kill pressure. And yes, boom, love this. If you have something that's super oppressive in the early game, like a Caitlyn Lux, one hook is all you need. One hook is all it takes. And then you're back in the game.
It's sort of like a double-edged sword though, right? Blitzcrank can be super impactful, but if you don't hit that grab, you are basically useless. Let's be real. So can be a little bit coin flippy. Fiora being threatened here for Arle, and it looks like he's going to lock it into the Gwen. So hoping to take that 1v1 and using that counter pick. It is a bit of a shouty pick for Arle, but overall, I think LNG a lot happy with their composition. There, there's elements of Ultra Prime, like the Udyr can potentially threaten the Jarvan, the Blitzcrank, if he finds momentum bot lane, get some kills, he can rotate around, threaten the Victor. But ultimately, I feel like LNG's composition is in a much more comfortable spot than even that composition game 1, right? So if they won game 1, I feel pretty good about their chances for game 2. It really comes down to Shousey, and in fairness, I did praise him in game 1 for his aggression, so we'll see what he's able to do.
Yeah, and for Alda as well, he's picking up that Fiora. Picked it 3 times at Worlds, including play-ins. Was 100% win rate there against the likes of Team Liquid, Gen G, Team Peace as well. But, we'll take the good with the bad. And really something that has been very successful for him, and that's the style that he loves to play, the split push, the Aurelias, the Camille's, that you see so many bans thrown at him because he can just take over a game, and Fiora is a very similar style. So want to see what they're able to do. And someone like Doinby, who we've seen is so active at moving around the map, trying to make impactful roams, it's just a really good recipe for success for LNG if they can get it rolling.
That's the thing. I expect them to be able to. I really feel like the comp lends itself. So my question is, what can Hacker do on the Udyr, right? What can Bearman do to stop LNG? That's going to be my question. Because I really feel like both Blitzcrank and Udyr are very binary champions, right? And they either work or they don't. And we talked about these solo queue win rates comparison. Pretty LNG favor in that regard. And obviously, it's not the most meaningful thing, but I just think Kate Lux in particular is such a problem lane. And if your Blitzcrank isn't able to grab them, right, it's just going to be so hard.
Very, very difficult. I'm curious to see if we see Hacker go for maybe a sneaky early play. And they're getting the ward out of there straight away. So I actually have a feeling that LNG, if they're even slightly overextended, we could see a level 2 play bot side. Take Reg, go immediately bot, try and make something work for yourself, because like you say, this Caitlyn Lux is so oppressive. If you don't have an answer for it, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. ZS now sees that Ala has dropped down a little ward on the blues. They're trying to get perfect information of where's Hacker's trying to be. So that's going to be the big thing right now, is if they can get information of where Hacker's starting, they can just delete or mitigate a lot of his pressure early on.
We do see that Ignite has been picked up for ZS, but not for Arle, so a bit of an advantage in the 1v1. Did see Fiora taking Ignite occasionally, similar to like when Camille was all the time. You kind of needed Ignite to sort of win that 1v1. Obviously, doesn't have as much safety as some of the other picks that just kind of give up having Flash. Now, it is a Guardian. Lux tend to see this whenever it's a sort of, when it's an all-in lane, you take Guardian. When it's a non-all-in lane, you can sort of take like Airy and have more constant pressure. I think not Airy, Comet is usually the typical one, but already Lumao can just apply that pressure, but just get grabbed here.
Yeah, they're going to actually flash forward. This is Elk trying to say, look, I can get the kill here. Flashing gets the first blood onto the Shousey. It's an all-in lane. Yes, it's a super safe bot side, but Light and Elk are going toe-to-toe right now. Shousey will have the Time Warp Tonic to keep himself nicely topped up, but great start for Ultra Prime again in this bot side.
Oh, but Tarzan's coming. This is just a kill, 100%.
Yeah, this is just a kill. They're going to try and maybe trade it back, as I say that. Level 2 has been hit, and now you can see Elk trying to see if he can get a trade in on top of this. Oh, he predicted it! He gets the zap, and Tarzan flashes away. They will not give over the trade, so it's still a plus move here from Ultra Prime.
Oh my god, Elk. Oh, he's so good, man. That predict, that light falls for it. Beautiful. I was seeing Jarvan come in. I'm like, okay, Ultra Prime got an advantage bot, but Tarzan's going to come clean up. But now he's like, just really ruined his pathing, and we're going to see more action.
More and more action. This is exactly okay. Never mind. I'm going to move back on to what we were talking about.
Nothing. But yeah, it's just Lumao's disrespectful on lane. And I can honestly be really critical of this. Like, why are you walking up in this situation? But it's a little bit later. Just Elk playing it perfectly. Hits the level 2 thanks to Shousey hitting the minion. gets the autos in, and the like, man, it even puts a purple thing on the ground. You see it coming, right? You know where
I
it's
know.
aimed.
I think he was so. Oh, I'm gonna stop myself as Hacker and Luamara here. Doomby walking down as well. They're not gonna be able to get that steal. No one's taking this. Why is no one taking that? Okay, now they talk it. Now Hacker flashes away. Sorry, very confused for just a slight moment there, but. Yeah, I was going to go a little bit to Light's defense and say that he was so focused on the auto attacks that maybe he wasn't paying attention to where the zap was and, you know, all that kind of jazz. At the end of the day, it still ends up being a trade, so you're not too unhappy with it from the side of Ultra Prime. And God, Summoner's absolutely everywhere. And this is why the Blitzcrank is so much fun to watch. It can create this kind of chaos in the early game, and that's what Ultra Prime are going to need if they want to try and take this game.
It makes sense, right? When things are in a situation like this, where you have these mobile carries, and you would typically lose in terms of lane pressure, Blitzcrank kind of turns that all on its head, because you land a grab as like almost a guaranteed all-in kill in most situations when you're playing against Lux Caitlyn. So
Tarzan's here. It's a 3v3 in the bot side. They're gonna go straight in. Yep. Tarzan's just like, I can't. I'm sorry. Bye. Just literally was decided. I am done here. There's nothing else for me to do. Cryin, I was gonna say, needs to be very, very careful. We're getting very used to. Oh, he's probably dead here. Actually, if he doesn't have a flash available to him, he probably should have it. Tarzan's gonna walk in, knowing that he doesn't need to go too far for that. And these junglers are having to be so active in this early game, but it is actually the Udyr that's coming out on top. Tarzan is a little bit behind in farm, has got the kill behind as well, so needs to start kind of farming up those camps to really catch up to this Udyr.
Yeah, I mean, he really sacrificed his pathing to go clean up the bot lane mess. And then while Hacker's just clearing easily on the Udyr, and then it ends up backfiring because there's a 1-for-1 trade. And I respect Xiaoxi just always looking for the windows to throw the grab, and he kind of has to be that way, right? One of the downsides is when your grab is on cooldown, you'll have pressure, but you need to be fishing because, you know, chances are you're going to miss a fair few when you're against an LPL bot lane. But the fact is, you land one, that's a kill. And both of them are still flashless, right? You land a grab on Luman, he's just going to go down. Elk follows up with a trap. It's easy picking.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it is you miss all the shots you don't take. So got to keep throwing them out, see if you can get anything working for you. You see Hacker now roaming in, seeing if he can maybe make something work for himself. Recognizes that he doesn't really need to stay much longer than intended. So bit of a better positive trade there for Doomby in the mid lane, as we can see Cryin, as we can see the Hex Flash coming out. So they're going to try and get on top of this one. There is the Light Binding, not going to land. He's trying to just play fancy feet, but your feet aren't fancy no more. And it's almost like you just said, oh my God, he's going to be able to get out alive. Oh, they tried to donate it over to, oh dear. Ultra Prime, this is why this is a team game. There is no such thing as kill steals, there's just kill secures.
Yeah, and you know the critical thing here? Xiaoxi had Ignite, right, and held it because he didn't think he needed it. And if he'd ignited there, the heal would have done nothing, wouldn't have been able to get away. Just a little bit disrespectful in that situation. Just confirm the kill, right? It's not kill steal, it's kill secure. That's what you need to remember.
Like, straight up though, like if the support gets that, at least you get it, but they now haven't got anything else for that bot lane die, or, you know, it should have been a free kill. But anyway, I digress. It happens. You move on from an Ultra Prime, still looking to be very active in this early game. That is 700 gold lead in their favor, maybe about 500, 600 as we get the waves crashing into the top side. So we'll see what they're able to make work with it. And for them, it's going to be about early dragon seconds, I feel they need to put pressure onto LNG by getting those early dragons going for them. Xiaoxi will walk over a ward, now decides to take it, so recognizes that he's not going to be able to get the first kind of move in this mid lane.
Yeah, but clearing the vision, taking that first step, you clear the vision. Second step, you get a roam off. Like, now you have the Moby boots. I want to see Xiaoxi moving around. You show up mid, if you grab the Goinby, he is just going to go down in most situations. Pile Blitzcrank, so the more we see this Blitzcrank moving, the more positive I feel. Tarzan is trying to get some vision control, and we see a pretty heavy move towards the top side to get some vision control around this Herald. But don't think they're going to be able to do too much. Still 30 seconds away. They'll reset now, but it means with the Scuttle, they'll know if anything goes down. Udyr obviously someone who clears very fast and can just go and pick up the Herald pretty comfortably if he wants to. Now, Xiaoxi is alone, but will zone Light back a bit.
Yeah, they don't know that. They don't know that he's alone. They could be an Udyr in there if they so choose. There is the Luminescent Singularity being thrown out to get a little bit of vision. Light does hit level 6, so does have the ace in the hole. But Elk just picking up a nice free plate for himself. Exactly what you want to see from your bot side. The support not getting any of the gold. All of that gold going over to the Elk on this Jinx. So looking to try and get up towards that Kraken Slayer. I actually wouldn't mind maybe if he went for a Gale Force just to get away from the light bindings or something like that. But we'll see what build path he decides to go for.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gale Force makes a lot of sense in my mind, but I can understand the DPS from Kraken is pretty powerful from Jinx and the attack speed you get as well. But either way, we're seeing top side Herald being picked up by LNG, and Ultra Prime going to make a play on the boss side of the map. Flash is available to loom out, so not really going to catch him, but again, more damage to the tower, going to be secured. But LNG making the right moves in this situation.
They steal the blue buff as well. They have a package here, so honestly, I don't know if this Caitlyn Lux can stay here. They need to leave now, and even then, I don't even think they're going to be able to get out alive. If Cryan decided to go in with the package, it would have been pretty damn easy for him to be able to get it. So they do recognize that the Udyr is at the Gromp at the moment. The ward goes down, the ward gets cleared. They will start to get a little bit more pressure here. So what can you do now as LNG to respond to this? Where's the counterplay coming in as you get so many people piling in on the spot side?
Well, the thing is, they have to reset and answer the wave mid, right? After a time, the package is now gone and unavailable. It allows your bot lane to be in a bit more comfortable position. And you have the Herald, you can threaten, right? If you see a window, if you see an opportunity. Flash can be traded mid, but nothing more. Obviously, that means a little bit concerning. We do see Xiaoxi, who has his flash available, show up mid, but maybe could be in an uncomfortable position. So I like this sort of ebb and flow of pressure from Ultra Prime. For now, LNG's bot lane, still rough, right? It's still so scary going up against that Blitzcrank. And the thing is, like, the whole point of this Lux is you're trying to apply that consistent pressure, and it's just not really being available because every time you step up, there's a threat of you potentially getting grabbed, potentially getting killed on the back of that.
Yeah, we are going to see a trade in the top side. Alo and ZS will trade off the ultimate, not gain anything. And the ignite actually from ZS. So really felt like he'd go for that all in. What's been happening? LNG will take the first dragon. This is a very surprising objective for LNG to be able to take, considering how many resources Ultra Prime put in bot side. This shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they had that window to take the dragon before. They took the blue instead. They had the package available. And one thing as well is you want to sync the package with the dragon timing. So there were a lot of reasons why I think they could just pick that one up easily, but they opted instead for the threat on the bot lane tower, the plates, and these are now being answered back, right? The resets came in, and now Light's getting a couple of plates here, getting a bunch of gold, and Tarzan's going to find a route in, has the Herald available as well, and probably wants to use it here to secure this tower. If Xiaoxi steps up too far forward, could get turned around on.
Yeah, they're trying to bait him. You can see him flashes in, the flash away, and now Tarzan can find himself a pretty easy kill. That's going to be Light getting that kill donated over to him, and that's just a very, very smart macro play coming out from Tarzan. They even have Doomby here as well, should they want to try and go for Elk. They might just drop down the Rift Herald and go for it right now because they really want to put this bot lane down. Flash over, flag and drag over to the Cataclysm. The flash away, the ace in the hole, another kill for Light. He's back in the game with 3 kills now to his name. There is the Light binding. Nowhere for you to go. Luam now picks that one up. We're all the way back into LNG and the ascendancy in kills, even on the scoreboard, and there's just not a lot that Ultra Prime can do about it.
Yep, there is not much they can do, and with this extra influx of gold, you know, we saw the rough laning phase, but it's now 3-1 for Light. Gonna get all these plates on the first tower gold. It's gonna be a pretty fed Caitlyn. Now, so he's gonna try and find a window onto join. Remember, flashless.
Flashless, can he land the Q? Yes, he does. They will get a bit of decent damage on top of him. Can they get the kill, though? The answer is yes, they can. Cryan will pick that one up, so a good response here from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, still finding the value of this Blitzcrank and Xiaoxi doing work, but ultimately the pressure fire on the lane really has kind of gone in the other direction. Yeah, I mean,
So
Light flashes
close.
away, but once the Blitzcrank is committed to flash, there's no way you get now. And then they managed to find the continued play, and Elk just trapped, right? You know, does manage to flash away, but then you're still taking the damage. Tarzan up in your face. There's no way you win that duel.
I will say it was pretty close for Light to actually get hooked there. It might have been a little bit worse for him, putting in the range of the Jinx, but didn't happen. And we see in the top side there, the Fiora and Gwen. It's actually Fiora coming out with about a 400 gold lead, and that's basically down to farm and plates. So doing a very decent job is Ala to get himself the advantage. And again, similar to game 1, we just don't really see much happening in the top side unless Doomby decides to roam up there. But this time around on the Victor, not really something he's been pushing towards doing. And we wait to see now first items being combed out. So we actually have the Gale Force here for Light. You still have the Kraken Slayer for the Jinx. I don't mind this, obviously. It's still fantastic damage. I like Gale Force because of the what's the word I'm looking for? Skill expression you can get with it.
Yeah, the problem is, in this situation, is Gale Force can't get you out of Cataclysm, right?
That's fair. That's
one of the
very
issues.
fair.
There's a lot of things you can dodge away from, but maybe as a result of not being able to do that one, Kraken Slayer. And the thing is, it's not just the damage from the true damage you get from the Kraken Slayer, it's the attack speed and the mythic passive scales so well with things like Jinx, just because by the time you got a few items, you are getting a ton of attack speed. I believe it's 10% per legendary item you complete.
It's roughly about that. As we see Elk finally getting the turret on bot side, gets full plate gold as well, so he's going to be coming back into this game a little bit. He's still about 500 gold behind, and Doomby.
I've seen this before.
I've seen this before, definitely. We got Hacker running in at him as well. He'll flash in, try to get the stun down. He will be able to get it. They will try and get that one over to Cryin, who ends up dying again. These donation kills are crippling Ultra Prime, and now you've got Lumao here with Light to try and just take down the rest of these kills. They will get the Gwen in. That's a fantastic Jink roster from downtown, though, to get these Velt bars low. It's all on ZS to try and kill off both of these people to make this worth for the side of Ultra Prime. Good side step, and Light just out of range of the snip, so not quite able to get taken down. At the end of it all, it's still a favorable trade in favor of LNG to go 4 for 2.
Yeah, now it's trying to find Tarzan, but isn't able to. It's so close. And here's the thing, right? You think about the massive influx of gold that Light was able to get. You think about the fact that he's 5-1. If Light was any weaker in this fight, they would have lost this a lot more decisively. And they would have seen potentially ZS able to clean up the end. It just gets a bit messy at this point because yes, it's a 2v2, but Xiaoxi and Hacker don't have that much damage between them. It's only when ZS turns up and this great Jinx rocket comes in that they're able to really find more momentum. But Light, it is so close down to the wire. The red buff making a big difference, but it's just very inch perfect, able to dodge away this final snip.
Oh, one more auto attack on that. It just goes down. Well, Xiaoxi died. We'll move on from that as he ends up probably went for a kill. Didn't end up getting it. And that should be the mid lane turret pretty much secured here. They are going to just fully commit to it. You have got the shielding from the Lux, so pretty easy for them to be able to pick that one up. And now 6-1-1 for Light. It was Tarzan in game 1. It is Light in game 2 who is just putting Ultra Prime to the sword.
Yeah, and you know, as much as we have some kills in the favor of Ultra Prime, as much as we saw that strong early again with Xiaoxi's aggression, and I have to praise him once more despite the fact he just died, Xiaoxi has been really good at setting up plays and make them happen for Ultra Prime. The problem is though, LNG were able to find their way in this one. Tarzan had a really strong performance, and we already saw in game 1 that Ultra Prime struggled to win with a lead. Now they don't have a lead. I am really concerned. RLA is causing issues in the side lane. LNG are maintaining that momentum. Their comp is cohesive. It's looking a little bit desperate for Ultra Prime right now, and they need picks, I feel like, is the main thing. They need Xiaoxi to grab someone when they're isolated, take them out, and then that's the play.
Yeah, we see now it's just Elk getting caught out, almost dies as every single laser under the sun gets on top of him, and Xiaoxi just says hello, and then he dies. So
yeah, that's not even like if Xiaoxi had gone for a grab and then it got caught
or like
out,
did something to defend his AD carry or something, you're like, okay, honorable death.
Yeah, I just, man, if it being like I'm going for a big play and I end up taking take down, I'm like, fair enough, Xiaoxi, fair enough.
Yeah,
But
you put respect on the name.
He just walked in front of the tower. I'm like, come on, man. I'm
just
trying
didn't see the trap that was between the tower and the wall.
I'm trying to say
and
nice
died.
things about you. Make my job easy, please.
Yeah. No, that's the point. You say nice things, then we curse him forever. But speaking of cursing him forever, ZS now in a lot of trouble. Doomby going to be here now to try and put down the laser in the gravity field. ZS trying to see if he can trade this one back. Not going to be able to do it though, as we can see the Cataclysm going in on top of the Corki.
That is brutal.
Yeah, that is a brutal combination. Nowhere for him to go without his flash, and they're going to be able to pick up 2 tier 2s now. One in the mid lane, one on the bot side. I feel like this is just going to be a very easy game right now. Elk, maybe he split pushes all the way to the end, but I don't think he's going to get much more than just maybe another charge here from the Herald. Yep, they're even going to TP up top side to make sure they don't trade back into the tier 2.
Yeah, this is very crisp from LNG. Like, nice little no skill combo coming out from the bot lane and Tarzan. They all press R, and it's like you can't miss. You literally cannot miss. So really unfortunate for Cryin and this momentum that they found. 5,000 gold lead at this point of the game. Pretty rough to face up against. And the thing is, every time you step up, Tarzan is ready to engage. And the fact that Cryin, you know, he'll flag and drag, force the Valkyrie, and then ult after you. The fact that like this is a mobile carry who's getting caught out, but in immobile carry it's even worse. I mean, ZS tries his best to win the 1v1 by keeping the last vital against the wall, but OMG just like just makes it unfair.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else to really say about it other than try again next time, I guess.
Luma's going for the crown of the Shattered Queen. I honestly expect it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to do a lot. See Xiaoxi now nearly dead as he gets pretty much all ultimates on top of him. The ace in the hole was available. I'm sure he would have gotten that too. So now the last tier 2 in that top side is going to be taken. They get the flag and drag. They get the kill onto Hacker. Looks like he's going to go from 1-12 to 1-13 on this Udyr in his career, and it's all LNG. This is not even 20 minutes. There's not even a Baron to steal, Ox. There's nothing. Then what are you supposed to do?
I'm working on an answer, okay?
Yeah, I'll come back to you. Here we go. Cataclysm. Elk gets himself the flash out. They are already on to the inhibitor turret. There's some good damage. Elk has got himself a little bit more in the tank than they may have appreciated. They will back away. Yeah,
and that's the problem as well, is like they only really have a rocket grab and Hacker running at people. That's like their engage tools, which not exactly stellar. And that's the thing, is like, yes, Cryan and Elk are long ranged, but it's like I don't think LNG really are bothered, because how are you ever going to get in range of Victor or Caitlyn or Lux? Like, the Blitzcrank worked early, but now they're behind. Blitzcrank just suffers so much when he's behind, because oftentimes you're not in a position to hook comfortably, and on top of that, you have these scenarios where if you step forward, you just get the lead, or you grab like Tarzan, and then you end up losing off the back of that. I feel like, you know, unless you grab Doinby or Light, you're probably still going to lose the fight. Even if you grab Lumao, you'll just get engaged on and die.
Yeah, it's a rough setup right now for the side of Ultra Prime. Don't really have many options to go for. Don't really have any ways to see where they can go. You can just keep throwing out that final spark every single time, because oh my god, I didn't even notice his health bar. I just assumed it was just like a random kind of like, I just want to stop your backs, but no, he was actually going for a kill. So more and more pressure. They're going to be able to pick up the dragon now in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, you know, I talked about the range issue that Doinby might have on the Victor, and it's just like, it doesn't matter, because Light and Lumao just firing from miles away. It's just completely irrelevant. They're just sniping.
And as well, it's a collector onto Light, so it's not even, like, arguably not exactly the greatest of, you know, setups for Light. But as I said that, we're gonna see if they're gonna go for the package play. They are. Tarzan did flag and drag away though, put enough distance between him and the wall. Hacker and Cryan 100% come out of that much worse of that play. Now they're going to keep going on to it. There's the Cataclysm. The flash is going to be used to bring the Jarvan back out. Jarvan will die. It does go over to Xiaoxi. Not ideal distribution, but hey, a kill's a kill.
Yeah, kill's a kill. We learned that lesson earlier, right? We learned that lesson very well. We ain't messing about. We ain't waiting to see who can grab the kill. We just take them when we can. And Tarzan a little bit overextended, but you saw, like, I don't know what the play initially was from Cryan and Hacker. I just didn't see how that worked. Fortunately, they mind controlled Tarzan into running into them. So they managed to get one, but it's just a kill, right? LNG still get the dragon. They're gonna have 3, 1 away from that soul. It is a cloud soul, not quite Chemtech, but the movement speeds I'll definitely appreciate when they are looking for these frequent engages. If they're able to secure that one. 3 in the bag now. Baron is up and available, and honestly, you know, if Ultra Prime want to go for a Baron flip, I would respect it, because at this point,
what else
I'm
have
struggling.
you got?
I'm struggling.
70 CS down and top side. You're 6 kill or 5 kills down on bot lane. Like, yes, your mid lane is having an all right game, but how do you come back into this? You kind of have to hope that you either get the Baron flip or you get enough time for this Jinx to get an IE, and then maybe with an Infinity Edge, rapid fire, and a Kraken Slayer, you could go for some kind of a miracle fight. But I just don't see it happening right now. Probably still about 1,000 gold away from Elk getting that particular item. And they can just straight up start this dragon. They even sweep out all the wards to make sure there's absolutely no way in hell they can even get a sneaky play on the backside. And I don't even know. The Tarzan has a force of nature. He's going to be tanky against the damage of the Gwen and the Corki as well. So Baron has been started. It's going to be a pretty easy setup here now for the side of LNG.
They're not really perfect traps, but they're going to make it difficult. Hacker's fishing. Does have flash to get over the wall.
They may look for it. They know exactly where he is, though, so they know exactly what they want to be trying to go for here. There is the final spark to try and keep away Cryin. The Baron down to about 1,000 HP. There we go. It is going to be secured over there by LNG. However, Victor is dead. Doonby has fallen. They will trade that for the jungler right now. Never mind. The Jinx is dead. It's a double kill for Allah. It's a triple kill for Allah. And he's going to go hunting. He wants that pentakill. He wants the first pentakill of the 2022 split. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it, though, because they're all running real fast.
Yeah, a bit too far away now. It's going to have timed out. I think, honestly, LNG can just look for the end here if they really want to. At bare minimum, this mid inhibitor is going to go down, but it just feels like Ultra Prime kind of fallen over. They didn't even have a lead to give away in this game, but they are struggling at this point. So much damage coming out from the other side. They just don't have the real tools to engage, right? It was literally Hacker running forwards, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
That was the game plan. And you see Cryin, he's gone for the Poke Corky build. I'm not sure I agree with it here because you kind of need to shred through this front line. You need to help Jinx get resets. He's kind of just sitting back, firing rockets from a distance. I mean, we'll see how this play panned out. Hacker's trying to go for the steal, gets zoned off pretty heavily. You see Cryin get chunked away. And then it's just like, Hacker's like, okay, I'll just run a Doinby. Right? And credit to him, they actually managed to take him out. But look at the turnaround. Look at just the sheer damage coming in. Like, Cryin is sitting back, firing rockets, which is what Poke Corky should do. But it's like, you're not really contributing.
Yeah, it's just bad after worst. It's not really doing a lot for them. They gotta try and find something. They did kill off a Baron buff off of Doonby, so, you know, positives in that regard, but 25 minutes are just shy of it. It is a 10,000 gold lead, 7 turrets to 2. They're 1 dragon away for LNG to get themselves the Cloud Soul, which honestly just does them so much. It's not praised a lot, but when you have things like a Fiora and a Jarvan, pretty damn well to set you up for different ganks to get that extra burst of movement speed. So we'll see what they want to go for. They got Fiora on the top side. Allah has got himself the TP. He's going to use it straight away to try and buff up that minion, make sure it cannot die. That's going to be the tower broken. That's going to be the second inhibitor falling, and there's just only so much you can do. Ultra Prime watching as the rest of the base just falls apart.
And Hacker once again running, but he's going to get turned around on.
He's going to get turned around on straight away. They can just do so much on this. Fiora will die. There's a good Cataclysm, and that's going to be the Jarvan falling as well. It's a 4v2, and there's an Infinity Edge on this Elk. Elk has got some decent damage, but Elk cannot survive. He forgot where Doonby was in his positioning. There's the ace in the hole. Oh, nicely done there by Doonby. It's just the Gwen. It's just the lonely ZS to try and defend this one here. I don't think they can do it. I think it's going to be LNG starting off their campaign of the LPL Spring 2022 split with a 2-0 win over Ultra Prime.
Yep, and we'll see that will kill them out again. But it doesn't matter, the game is over, and it's kind of the expectation, right? I like the composition coming out from LNG more than their game 1 composition. On top of that, they had that early lead. They were able to find, yes, there was a bit of messiness in the bot lane with the Blitzcrank, but eventually they got that decisive advantage thanks to Tarzan playing around bot. And considering they won game 1, despite the fact they were massively behind, when they're ahead, I just had limited hopes for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, there was only so much they could do in that second game. I feel like this could have been a 3-game series had they been able to work out that first game, but wasn't to be. And LNG started their campaign off exactly how they wanted to. They're now 2-0. Very nice setup there for them. And honestly, it's refreshing to see. I feel like this team, there was a couple of question marks over how they would come together with Lumao and Doonby adding into the squad. I think a lot of people were asking, of course, for Iwandi to come back in, but especially after the Mosia Championship performance from Lumao. But this looked positive. They didn't get frazzled despite having the early engages go against them. And yeah, I feel like this team is going to take a bit of time, but it should come into its own pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely messiness, I think game 1 in particular, but they bounced back, and I think Tarzan really showing his pedigree, looked excellent in both games, honestly, just consistently finding windows to make things happen. And I think, especially that game 1, they needed that so desperately, and the Lee Sim was very easily finding engages. So credit to them. I think there's a lot of talent, a lot of potential in this LNG lineup, but yeah, as you said, just kind of need things to come together a bit cleaner, because I think Ultra Prime, the expectations aren't nearly as high, right? I want to see how LNG is going to fare against some of the other rosters, you know, your FPXs, your top esports, your RNGs. Well, after today, maybe not top esports, but you know what I mean.
Or RNG. I get you. Yeah, it's going to be a bit more of a test. and a bit more of a conversation to have once those tests actually, you know, occur. Once we see the results of those exams and see how they're able to fare up. I still think that Doomby's an absolutely insane carry. I think Tarzan is still probably the best jungler we have in the league. You know, it is going to be a very, very fun split to get the answers from. And again, we've only one game. This is 1 out of 16, so you got the first step forward, but you need to keep going. You know, you need to have a much bigger start than this. And you know, a lot of eyes are going to be on when their next game is as well, because you know, if you can get a couple of wins before the Chinese New Year kicks in, that's a big win for you.
Yeah, and I think looking on the other side for Ultra Prime, there was some good moments. I think Elk really looked solid, honestly. I think he
tried,
looked good.
man. He tried his hardest.
He absolutely tried. I think if the team can figure out some things, fix some problems, I think Xiaoxi and Elk are a really good bot lane, honestly. I love the aggression from Xiaoxi. I love Elk. Just his ability to carry when he's given resources is pretty solid. It's just the team cohesion isn't quite there. Some of the calls are a bit rough. I have no idea why they picked Udia in that game, but you know, I think there is some potential, and I think I'm hoping to see a bit more from them as the split goes on. I'm hoping they'll beat out their 5 wins that they had last split, and you'll see this one is kind of like they had that early lead, right? They had that early advantage from Chelsea, but it just, as soon as LNG were able to claim that advantage, you just felt like the game was out of Ultra Prime's control.
Yeah, I feel like, again, that the Udyr just doesn't really make a lot of sense with the composition. They tried to just snowball on bot side and just weren't able to get as much of an advantage as they even had in the first game. So it happens. You move on. You get yourself set up and ready for it. But a big win there for LNG. Start their campaign up next. They will go up against RA. That's going to be on Saturday, I believe. We're casting that again as well. So lots to look forward to. Lots of LNG. We're going to be very familiar with this team. So, you know, you look at the kind of teams they're up against before Chinese New Year. It's you know, RA, it's Invictus Gaming, WE, and then it's FPX. So it's kind of like you get a couple of good runs from the side of LNG before you're really putting yourself to the test.
Really? Are you saying that about RA after we saw them today? You know, could they be the best team in the league?
I withhold judgment. Technically, right now they're equal with LNG.
Yeah,
so
they're number 1, top of the standings.
The top of the standings with LNG and EDG. That's what they have for themselves right now. So, and OMG technically as well. So, it's going to be a long split. But again, you know, for Ultra Prime, a lot of really unfortunate things happen. I still feel like it's a bit of a red flag for them, the fact that they did have such an early game advantage in game 1 and just weren't able to convert it. And that to me is a lot more concerning than, you know, a lot of other things that I saw in that game, because, you know, these are all great teams and these are all good players, but if you can't convert that kind of a win, that's a concerning kind of setup for you going forward.
I think there's other teams in the league where they would have won from that position against.
Yeah.
I think a big aspect of it was LNG being such a strong lineup that one mistake is enough. There are a bunch of teams who similarly would have punished you for that, but I also think there are some teams where you would have gone away with that, right? And I think that's the thing to think about, is they can make a takeaway from this. They can definitely clean up, but at the same time, they did manage to find that early league. And what I don't like is when teams, particularly in the LPL, when teams who are, you know, weaker just sort of play very passively, play not to lose, and then just end up, you know, falling anyway. I think the main thing is that we saw them play to win, right? Ultra Prime came here to win. They came in with aggressive picks for Chelsea, who was making things happen. They got that early lead, and yeah, they didn't find it all the way, but it's better than them just sort of rolling over and dying. So, you know, I at least enjoyed watching them put their best in, particularly Chelsea, but LNG are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, really much so. And just wanted to kind of get you. We're waiting on the MVP or Man of the Rift for that particular game. Who was your Man of the Rift, Docs? Who do you think played the best in game 2?
Ooh, I gotta say Tarzan. I think
Tarzan, despite Light.
Yeah. I think Light was good, but also there was the whole. I feel like this is unfair because I'm kind of thinking about the fact that bot lane was just a mess to me. It's hard for me to unpair the fact that Luma just kept dying, and Tarzan did kind of save that. I think there's good arguments for Tarzan. There's good arguments for Light. There's even an argument for Alex. Didn't really do anything, but that's what you do on Pure, right? You just show up. They didn't even listen to the game, and you're like, "Hey guys, I'm here. I'm really strong." And he basically did that, and he got the triple kill at the end. So, you know, credit to him for doing that, I guess. It must be nice, right? That must be the dream. Like, you're getting paid all this money just to play PvE in the side lane until it hits 20 minutes, and you're like, "Hey guys, can I get a triple kill?"
Yeah. It's just it's a good start to the season for them, and I suppose we can wait to see exactly how they go on. I'm glad to see that Tarzan hasn't really missed a beat. I'm just glad to see that this team is kind of slowly coming together as a good cohesive unit. And like I said, it will be a little bit more time before we start seeing them clean up all of the issues that we've seen, especially in that bot side where they were kind of losing in the 2v2s a little bit too often, to say the least, in this series. But again, it's a very small sample size, and for Ultra Prime, they haven't really got a great run of form, sadly for them. But before we get on to that, we are going to look at Light, our MVP from Game 2. Honestly, bigger score, better player. That's just how it is.
Yep, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Plus, I think credit where credit is due. He had to deal with Lumao, getting caught by a bit too many Blitzcrank grabs. So, in fairness to him, to weather that storm and then bounce back and obviously have a really strong Caitlyn performance. Ended up doing a ton of damage. That flash that we saw just before this play, just before the grab connected, was really nice. And I love this kind of trio of synergy. I called it the unskilled combo because Jarvan presses R and then both Caitlyn and Lux do, and Lux can't miss. It's like we just see it here. It's like, what can you do? What is the counter? We can't dodge it, right? You literally can't do anything. So credit to Light, really strong performance here. And again, good bounce back with your face with the Blitzcrank, who is killing your support repeatedly.
Yeah, this was the unfortunate bit. Elk just takes a little too far forward, forgets where Doomby was in the positioning, and sadly pays the price. There was a small opportunity there for Elk to take over, but wasn't to be in that particular instance. And for Ultra Prime, back to my point, it doesn't really get easier. They play top esports on Saturday. They play EDG then after that. Then they kind of go up against LGD, but it's not really what you want to be seeing. This could be a very swift 0-3 start for these guys, and that it's not what you want to be seeing. So we'll see how they end up going forward. We'll have a quick recap of how today's games went, because it's been a bloody quick day. We started at 9 a.m. GMT and is now coming up to 1 p.m. as Rare Adam took a very, very big surprise win over Top Esports. And if you're just joining us, you've just seen LNG take off the 2-0 over Ultra Prime. And as we look towards tomorrow's games, we go into Thursday. Because remember, the LPL, when it starts, it doesn't stop. It goes 7 days a week. And we got IG versus TT, and then Weibo Gaming versus Team WE. Both of those games, very much hyped for. I think a lot of people are going to be looking towards Weibo.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have got their eyes on Weibo, but, I feel like WE could be a decent match for them. Obviously, seen a lot of changes around with them as well. So, the thing is, I think we've learned from today that we really have no idea how things are going to go, right? That RA Top Esports one, I was so confident. What do I know, man? It could really go in any direction.
It really, really can. And that's going to be all the time we have for today. Thank you again to all of our fantastic production crew, from director to audio to our video guy. Everyone is behind the scenes that makes this absolutely possible. It would not be possible without them. And of course, thank you to all of you for joining us. We will see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.